Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original. All you boys and girls who are listening ought to send in for one of those flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all users of Horlicks malted milk. Just think what a lot of fun you could have with this flashlight. I know that Dad and Mother will be glad to send in for one for you. To get one of these shiny aluminum flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries, here's all you have to do. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Remember now, boys and girls, must be a wrapper from a package, any size package, of Horlicks malted milk powder. You can't use wrappers from packages of Horlicks tablets. Well, write your name and address on the back of that wrapper and send it, along with 10 cents, to pay for packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? Then, Lum and Abner will send you one of these handsome and powerful flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries. Ask Dad and Mother to send in for your flashlight right away, tonight, before they forget it. You can get Horlicks malted milk powder, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist, if you don't already have a package in the house. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. When Lum conceived the idea of having Abner pretend that he'd been in an automobile accident to gain his wife's sympathy and get him back in good graces at home, little did he realize that he would have to do the work for both of them at the office. So as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find the old fellows down at the empty store building. Lum is busy going through today's mail, while Abner looks on. Listen.
Wish I could help you there, Lum, but I can't do nothing with these arms in a sling this way.
Yeah, of all the things we could have thought of to have wrong with you, we had to make out like your arms was broke.
Yeah.
I've got to do all the work, and you just sit around and take things easy.
Well, now, it was your idea. You was the one that had the idea for me to make out like I'd been hit by an automobile.
Yeah, well, if I'd have known I was going to have to wait on your hand and foot, I never would have thought of it, neither.
Yeah, well, it ain't no use to argue about it now. We've done told Elizabeth that they broke, and we got to keep on making out like they are.
Yeah.
If she ever was to find out that we just made that story up, why, ain't no telling what she would do. About whip us both, that's about what she'd do.
Yeah, maybe you better keep your arms in a sling for a while yet, anyway.
Yeah, sure.
See, I just figured at the time, if we made out like you were serious hurt, Elizabeth would get to feeling so sorrowful for you, she'd make up with you.
Well, she did. She did. It worked all right.
Yeah, I know, but I never stopped to think that it'd take 3 or 4 weeks for your arms to get well.
No. Well, I never neither.
She'd be mad enough to bite if she knowed we'd been fooling her, wouldn't she?
Me. Well, of course, she'd be mad over that, all right. But if she knowed that she'd been waiting on me, feeding me and all that, and me just laying up there in bed when there weren't nothing wrong with me, she'd just about pull that house down right on top of it.
Well, I can tend to the matrimonial business and sending out these flashlights, all right, but Granny's, I want you to have them bandages off of your arms there by the time we get the store opened up. I ain't going to wait on all the customers by myself. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking last night, Mom, if they don't get well by the time we open up the store, well, maybe I could just be the president, and all I'd have to do is just sit around and sort of boss things.
Be the president?
Yeah, I could be the president of a new store, you know, even if my arms was still broke.
Abner, have we got to have another argument about who's going to be the president?
Well, no, I don't know that we have to have an argument.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it.
All we got to do is just decide right now that I'm going to be it, and then we get ready to open up for business, why, it'll all be settled.
Mm-hmm. You've got it all figured out, have you?
Yeah. I thought that up over at the house last night.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better go on back over to your house and do some more thinking, for you ain't got it right yet.
I ain't.
I've always been president of the Jot 'em Down store, and I aim to keep on being.
Yeah, well, Lum, that's just the reason that I'm going to be at this time, too, because you've always been it.
What do you know about being president? Nothing. How much experience have you had? None. Who's the best qualified for the office? I am.
Well, here, wait a minute. If you're going to ask the questions and give the answers both, well, I ain't got a chance. That ain't no way to have an argument.
I ain't trying to have no argument. I'm just telling you so you won't be disappointed. You may as well get that idea out of your head right now. I'll be the president.
Yeah, you may be the president, but I ain't going to get the idea out of my head. I'll tell you that right now. I guess I got all to say so about that.
Yeah, best thing to do is just let it go for right now. When the time comes, I know you'll see the light.
See the light.
Yeah, you'll have time to think it over careful and forget yourself and think of the good of the Jot 'em Down store.
Yeah.
Well, I went through all this mail here now. We've got 256 letters here wanting flashlights.
256.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just been waiting till you got all through sorting them now.
Waiting?
Get busy eating them.
Eating them?
Yes, sir. You said yesterday you'd eat every letter that them friends of mine sent in. I want to see you do it.
Well, here, there ain't no way of telling whether these letters come from that announcement you made yesterday or the one I made the day before.
Uh-huh.
I ain't going to eat them unless they say on there that they wrote in because they heard you talking on the party line.
Oh, just backing out on your word, huh?
I know. I ain't a backing out. I knowed you wouldn't get no letters, Abner. That speech you give yesterday more likely kept more folks from riding in than anything else.
Backing out. That's what you're doing, just backing out.
Why, they never even mentioned your name in the letters, not one of them.
Or did they say they heard your announcement?
Well, no, they never come right out and said so, but I know in reason that's how come them to write in.
Yeah, naturally you'd claim it. Well, I wish they'd have put on there what you heard. If I wouldn't make you eat a flock of them, my name ain't Peabody.
You think all these folks wrote in just because they heard your announcement on the party line?
Yes, sir. Most of them.
Oh, sworn to goodness, Abner. You sure got a good opinion of yourself, I'll say that. Hear your tell of it, you ought to make all announcements.
Well, that ain't a bad idea. We get a heap more orders for them flashlights, I'll say that.
All right. If you think you're so smart, I'll tell you what I'll do, just to show you which one of us is the best at out loud talking.
What's that?
Well, you was complaining about wanting to be president of the Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up.
Oh, you gonna let me be it?
No, wait a minute now. We'll just leave it up to our friends to see who's going to be it.
Our friends?
Yes, sir. Just let them decide which one of us ought to be president. Just make an announcement over the party line and tell them when they send in a romper for one of these flashlights just to write on the back of it which one of us they want to be president.
Oh.
If they want you, why, they can write Abner.
Yeah.
If they want me, they write Lum across it. Then we'll let each one of them rompers count as a vote. And the one of us that gets the most of them is elected to the office.
Well, that's fair.
Why, of course it's fair.
Yeah, it's just fair enough. I'll just take you up on that proposition.
Fine. All right, I'll just make an announcement over the party line right now, then. Tell everybody about it.
Well, here, wait a minute. How about me making an announcement?
Well, all right, we'll both make it then.
Yeah.
I'll get them on the party line.
Yeah, I want to be sure and remind them to vote for me.
Now, wait a minute. We ain't going to have none of that going on, Abner. We'll just explain it to them and let them decide themselves which one of us they want to vote for. Ain't going to have no mudslinging in this campaign.
Huh?
I say, we ain't going to have no mudslinging. Ain't going to throw mud at one another.
Well, whatever give you the idea I want to throw mud on you anyway, for goodness sake.
I never said nothing about throwing mud on me. I said we're not going to throw mud at one another.
Well, how are we going to throw it at one another without getting some of it on us? We ain't going to miss every time, Lum. I know that. I can throw straight.
I ain't talking about real mud, Abner.
Well, I never seen no other kind. Mud's mud to me.
What I mean, Abner, we don't... Wait a minute. Folks is listening.
Oh.
Here's arguing about
No.
Hello? This is Lum and Abner talking.
And Abner Peabody.
I just wanted to tell all you folks out there on the party line that me and Abner is having a sort of a contest to see which one of us is going to be president of the Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up.
Yeah, vote for me.
Wait a minute, Abner.
Huh?
When you send in for one of these flashlights we're giving away, be sure and write on the back of the romper which one of us you want for president.
Yeah, me.
If you want me, why, write Lum. And if you want Abner, write Abner. But if you want me, write Lum.
Peabody for president. Vote for Abel Abner.
Recollect, we're leaving it up to you folks out on the party line to decide which one of us gets the office. We just leave it to your good judgment to see that I get elected.
And don't forget that I got both arms broke. I'm pitiful. Goodbye.
Well, for goodness sake, Abner.
Huh?
Peel into their sympathies. If I catch you pulling a stunt like that again, I'll fix you to where you can call them up and tell them you got your neck broke, too.
Well, I just want to get all the votes that I could.
Yeah, you store into them when you done it, too.
Huh?
Your arms ain't broke, and you know it.
Why, Oh, no. That's right. I forgot about that.
If you're going to start running things that way, I'll get out here and get me a campaign slogan and go into this thing right.
Well, I just thought we wanted to get all the votes we could for it.
That's all right. I'm going to get out tomorrow and stump speech the county.
And I'll get out and stump speak the county, too, then. That's just what I'll
would
do.
be a good campaign slogan?
Let's see. Abel Abner, the people's fearless protector. That ought to get it. I know that's what I'll do. That's my old constable slogan.
Wait a minute. There's our ring.
Huh?
I bet it's somebody calling up right now telling me they're going to vote for me.
Yeah, if it is, I'll cut them wires.
Hello? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. Wait a minute, Elizabeth. It's your woman, Abner.
Oh, you'll have to hold the receiver up to my ear now.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Hello? Oh, I'm feeling all right. You done what? Oh, my goodness, I wouldn't have did that, Elizabeth. Yeah, but I just wouldn't have did it. Oh, my goodness,
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Why, Elizabeth has found that accident policy of mine over at the house, Lum, and she's put in a claim for me having both my arms broke.
Oh, well, tell her not to do that, Abner. Tell her that your arms ain't broke. Tell her the truth about it. They can get you for obtaining money under false pretense.
Yeah, but Elizabeth will get me for something a whole lot worse than that if she finds out that my arms sure enough ain't broke.
Well, Abner will be pitiful if his wife finds out that accident was a fake. And it looks, too, as if there's a difference of opinion between Lum and Abner as to which one of them is best qualified to be president of the Jot 'em Down store. I'll bet Abner has a lot more friends than Lum thinks he has. Cast your vote in this contest. And at the same time, get one of these handy little pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and battery. It's a really useful article, folks. A 75-cent value, for that's what it would cost you if you bought it in a store. But all you have to do is send in the wrapper from any size package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Must be Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from packages of Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. And send in your request right away, folks. Do it tonight. Lum and Abner want to hear from their friends as soon as possible. This is Carlton Prickard, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. With many parts of the country suffering from changeable weather, it is especially important to be on guard against colds and illness at this time. Consult your doctor at the first sign of a cold or sore throat. Don't run the risk of complications, which may develop from lack of proper medical attention. One visit to your doctor may save you weeks of unnecessary suffering. People who are convalescing from colds or more serious illnesses will find Horlick's malted milk just the sort of nourishing, easily digested food drink that will aid recovery. It will not upset or cause distress to a delicate or impaired system. Horlicks is refreshing, invigorating. Its delicious, rich flavor is one that the convalescent will not grow tired of, no matter how regularly Horlicks is included in the diet. Horlicks malted milk is self-contained. Mixed with water alone, it's a nourishing, sustaining food drink. It isn't necessary to add any flavoring or even milk unless desired. You can get Horlicks, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, Abner has certainly been having domestic troubles at home. In fact, since his wife Elizabeth returned from her visit in Texas, she has refused to let him come in the house. Well, yesterday, Lum devised a scheme to arouse her sympathy. After bandaging Abner in splints, he called Elizabeth and told her that Abner had been run over by an automobile and had broken both arms. The plan worked. Abner was received at home with open arms and has satisfactorily explained their misunderstanding. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Abner propped up in bed, both arms in splints and bandages, explaining to Dick Huddleston how the accident happened. Listen.
Well, I didn't hear a thing about it till this morning. What time did it happen, Abner?
Huh? Oh, yesterday.
I know, but what time yesterday?
Oh, let's see, long late in the afternoon, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. Whose car was it? Who hit you?
Why, I don't know who it was.
Well, didn't you see the car?
Yeah, I reckon I did, but I don't recollect it.
You don't know what kind of a car it was, huh?
No.
Why, you know every car in Pine Ridge, Abner. It must have been an out-of-town car.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it must have been an out-of-town car.
Well, how did it happen, Abner? How come him to hit you?
How come who to hit me?
Why, the fella that ran over you.
Oh. Why, me and Lum was in the store there, and...
In the store? Well, how could a car hit you and you in the store?
No, wait a minute, that's wrong. Yeah. I must have been out in front. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, more than likely it'd start across the street, hadn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, cross the street, yeah.
Well, didn't the driver blow his horn to let you know he's coming?
Let me see now.
He surely did.
Yeah, he must have. Then what happened, Dick?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's right, sure.
You know less about this accident been in it than anybody I ever saw, haven't you?
Yeah, I do, don't I? Don't recollect much about it.
Maybe that lick you got there on the head sort of affected your memory some way.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, that lick I got there on my head, that's what done it, sure.
Well, didn't the fella stop?
Who?
Why, that fella that hit you.
Oh, the fellow with the car, yeah. Let me see. Dick, I wish you wouldn't ask me so many questions. Doc Miller said it ain't good for me to talk too much.
Oh, sure, yeah. Excuse me, Abner. Sure, I never thought about that. I was just so interested, in hearing all about it.
Well, that's all right. I never thought of it neither till just now.
I just wanted to get all the particulars,
Well, you ask Lum about it. He knows all about it. Fact is, he's the one that thought of, he's the one that seen it.
Well, then Lum will look after things all right. Well, Abner, I sure hate to see you laid up this way, but accidents will happen, looks like.
Yes, they will. Looks like.
By the way, Abner, are you protected by insurance?
Am I what?
Are you protected by insurance?
Well, now, he can just fix his car up the best way he can.
Well, I mean, have you got any accident insurance on yourself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got an accident policy, all right.
Well, now, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Times like this is when a fellow appreciates having them, ain't it?
Yeah, I reckon so.
You may be laid up here quite a little while, Abner. You can't tell how bad those things are.
I'll find him in here. Well, that sounds like Grandpappy Spirit out there in the hall. Well, come in, Grandpap. I thought I heard you.
Howdy, Abner. Howdy. See, you've got company. Howdy, Richard.
How you, Grandpap?
Oh, disappeared as a catbird. Well, Abner, they tell me they like to got you yesterday.
Yeah, I had a close call, I reckon, Grandpap. Awful close here. Go yourself up the rocker there and sit.
Yeah. Get out of there. Scat. Get them hairs all over the place.
Well, Abner, I expect I better be getting on back down the store.
Sit still, Richard. I'll be going directly myself. Can't stay but just a minute. Just thought I'd drop over and sort of cheer Abner up a little.
Why, sure. Sit down, Dick. You ain't got nothing to do, no way.
Well, Abner, you look like you've been in a wreck, all right.
Yeah?
You don't look natural, all bandaged up that way.
No, I reckon not.
Tell me it broke both your arms.
Yeah, broke them both, Grandpa.
Yeah, I do know. Was your arms broke above or below your elbow?
Well, which does it look like to you?
Well, of course, just offhand, it looks like it broke below the elbow, I'd say, the way them splints is put on there.
Yeah. Well, you're just right. You sure you ought to have been a doctor, Grandpa.
Yeah, that's awful bad, Abner. Man, get up your age, he's generally awful slow about mending. Fact is, I doubt where you ever get over it.
Oh, why, he'll be up and around in no time at all, Harley, Grandpa.
I don't know now, Richard. Old man that way, bones don't knit like they ought to.
What do you mean, old man?
I know when old Uncle Mac Rollins, whenever he fell out of his barn loft over there, he laid at home there for a month, flat of his back till he passed on.
Well, now, Grandpa, you oughtn't to be scaring Abner that way. It's bad enough as it is.
Well, I don't aim to scare you, Abner, now. I hope you do get over it, but I just saying I've got my doubts. Wouldn't surprise me none if you never used them arms again.
Yeah, well, you ain't scaring me none, Grandpa. I'll be up and around again before you know it.
That's the time, Abner. That's the way to talk.
Well, Abner, tell me about it. How did it all happen? Who hit you and all that?
Grandpa, Doc Miller told Abner not to be talking too much.
Oh, well, now, it's all right for me to talk, but, it just makes me feel worse to answer questions about the accident.
Why, sure it does, Abner. Best thing to do is just keep it off your mind. Forget about it.
Yeah, it must be terrible to think about it.
Yeah, must be. Awful bad. Awful bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it too hard, Abner. Body can't live forever, you know.
Somebody at the door there, I think, Abner.
Yeah. Come in.
Well, Abner, she's a-working it. Well, howdy, fellas.
Howdy, Lum.
Yeah, howdy, Lum.
Come in, Lum. Come in. Sit down.
Yeah, thank you. You're looking better today, Abner. Glad to see you, man.
Here, Lum. Don't be shaking hands with him now. You'll hurt his arm.
Oh, excuse me, Abner. I forgot.
Yeah. Well, I did, too.
Here, Lum, take my share. I've got to be going anyhow. Well, Richard, if you're ready, I believe I better get on back to the place.
Yeah, I've got to go too, Grandpap, but Lum's here. He can keep Abner company now.
Well, don't let me rush you fellers off now.
Well, we fixing to go anyway, Lum.
Abner, if there's anything you're needing now, just call on us. Any setting up or anything like that.
Yeah, us too, Abner.
Well, thank you, man. I'm glad you come over. Come back again.
Yeah, we will. You come. Oh, that's right. You can't.
I hope you get to feel better, Abner.
You want me to let old Lead in?
No, keep that dog out of here. He lays out there in the hall right in the way and tries to get in every time you open the door. I'm going to run him off the place if he don't quit laying out there.
Well, Abner, it's a-working, ain't it?
Yeah, so far it is, Lum.
So far?
I'm still sort of dubious about it, though. You know, the last time we tried this, when we made out like my leg was broke, why, it never worked out so well.
Oh, well, we learned a lot that time, though.
Yeah, we ought to learn enough not to try it again, I'm figuring.
Well, now, you just leave everything to me, Abner. I'll handle this all right.
I hope so.
Elizabeth's already in a good humor with you, I can tell that. I heard her singing back there in the kitchen when I come in just now, just singing.
Yeah, well, so far, she appears to be just happy to June bug. Been waiting on me hand and foot. Just can't do enough for me, looks like.
Well, I told her yesterday, whenever we carried you over here, she better humor you all she could.
She did?
Yeah, you can thank me for all this attention you're
Well,
getting.
now, that was a good idea, for she's sure been looking after me. Just been standing right here by my side doing everything. Asked me if I'm comforting and all that. Won't know if I want any more pillars popped behind my head or anything.
Well, that is fine.
Yeah?
I knowed in reason if I just set my head to do it, I could figure out a way to get Elizabeth back in a good humor with you all right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that's bothering me now, Lum, with these arms broke, why, I'm going to be laid up here for a long time. It takes them bones a long time to knit, you know.
Well, them arms ain't broke. What's the
Huh? Oh, well, no, but I got to make out like that, I mean.
Yeah.
And I've got to get out here and make some money somewhere or other. We ain't got nothing to eat in the house and nothing to buy it with. Of course, Dick Huddleston is offered to let us have groceries on a credit, but now I just ain't going on imposing on him that way when I ain't got no ideas when I can pay it back.
No.
I was in the store business myself too long. I know just how Dick feels about it. And there ain't going to be no money coming in off in our matrimonial business for a while yet.
Well, and it looks like it's a good thing that feller called me up then.
What feller?
That's just what I come over to tell you about.
Huh?
Abner, me and you has went into another business.
Another business?
Yeah, our finance worries is over.
Well, what kind of business?
I ain't telling you a thing about it till I get the whole deal signed up. But you're a half partner in it.
Well, now, here now, Lum. Now, don't you go making me no partner in something till I find out what it is. You've got me in enough trouble when I know what I'm doing. I ain't going into nothing that I don't know about.
Don't be telling me what you're going to do and what you ain't. Recollect you got both arms broke there. This ain't no time for you to be arguing back about nothing. Hi, Granny, as I said, we was going into a new business, and we're going into it.
Well, Abner seems to be a partner in this new business of Lum's, whether he likes it or not. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is more important in keeping good health and maintaining a high resistance to sickness than is plenty of good, sound sleep. That's something we all need to get our share of. Now, a lot of people are troubled with what we call sleeplessness. They can't get to sleep easily at night. As a result, they don't get a full night's rest, only a part of it. Now, those people need more sleep than they are getting. There's something that will help them to get it, too. A cup of Horlicks, hot, just before they go to bed. A cup of Horlicks just before you retire relaxes you, soothes you, helps you to sleep soundly and unbrokenly. Horlicks is an easily digested food. Experiments have proved that it will help you to sleep more restfully than if you had gone to bed with an empty stomach. Drink a cup of Horlicks hot just before you go to bed tonight. You'll find that sleep will come much easier, much quicker. You can get Horlicks malted milk, you know, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for this evening's visit with Lum and Abner, whose everyday experiences are sent for you each evening, except Saturday and Sunday, by your local Ford dealer. You have asked, is the new Ford V8 economical to drive? Tonight, your Ford dealer answers that question. Answers you with the strongest official proof possible to obtain. A certificate of performance given the Ford V8 by the Contest Board of the American Automobile Association. This certificate says, the undersigned certify in the name of the Contest Board, American Automobile Association, that at Washington, D.C., and over the Mount Vernon Memorial Highway, a Ford V8 1933 two-door sedan, motor number 18332-364, of strictly stock class, manufactured by the Ford Motor Company and driven by Contest Board personnel, was timed at 182 hours and 50 minutes over the distance of 5,022 1/10 miles, an average of 27.468 miles per hour from a standing start on June 20th to the 28th, 1933, establishing an average of 22.532 miles per gallon of gasoline. Total oil used, 1.578 gallons, an average of 3,182.5 miles per gallon. Total gasoline used, 222.89 gallons, an average of 22.532 miles per gallon. Water added, none. Signed, Chester S. Ricker, official representative, E.V. Rickenbacker, chairman of the board, P.W. Lewis, technical representative, and V.E. Allen, the secretary. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. Well, when we left our old friends down at Pine Ridge last Thursday, the elephant had pulled the door off the jailhouse and released the old lion on the terrified community. Lum and Abner have been trying their best to capture the lion ever since, but so far have not succeeded. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner back at the garage, preparing for another trip into the mountains in search of the nuisance that is causing such a disturbance. Lum has just arrived on the scene. Listen.
Abner, what in the name of common sense are you up to now?
Well, I'm getting things all ready to go on that lion hunt tonight, Lum.
Well, you're not aiming on taking this elephant, are you?
Why, sure.
Who ever heard of hunting lions with an elephant?
Well, now, that's what that book says.
What book?
Why, that one right there. Dick Huddleston gave it to me to read. Tells all about lion hunting.
I see it. Now, what we better do is get some dogs to hunt that lion with.
No, according to that book there, Lum, they don't use dogs.
Big game hunting in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care what they say in here. I know in reason they don't use elephants to hunt lions with. They can't even bark. How would you know when they struck the trail?
Well, how do you know if they don't bark on trail?
Well, did you ever see an elephant a-barking?
Why, no, I never, but I never seen one on trail, neither.
Well, you can't make no hunting dog out of an elephant, I can tell you that right now. Now, wouldn't that elephant there look fine running a rabbit across the field or sitting under a tree barking at a little squirrel?
Well, now, I don't think he hunt like dogs does, Lum. Look there now where I got the page turned down. Shows a picture of 'em hunting lions in Africa right in that book.
Where?
Why, right there, right in there, kid.
Well, they're just riding elephants there.
Huh?
The elephants ain't a-hunting the lions. You see, they have beaters that go on ahead and run the lions by, and these fellers here just capture them.
Yeah, well, now, I figured on me and you riding baby here like they're doing in that picture there, Lum.
Well, now, you can ride up there if you want to, but I ain't going to try to ride no elephant's back. You see, these hunters in this picture got a seat up there, see there?
Yeah, well, now, you just wait now. Me and Cedric's got a scheme worked out where there'll be room for all of us up there on his back.
Whereabouts is Cedric at?
Oh, I sent him over the house for some stuff a while ago. I'm trying to get baby all rigged up so that we can strike out right after supper tonight.
Abner, I wish you'd quit calling that elephant baby.
Well, I got to call him something. That's the only name we got for him.
Well, just call him Elephant till after the contest is over, then we'll have a regular name for him.
Yeah, I thought some of them names that's already been sent in would be all right, huh?
Oh, yeah, there's some good names suggested, all right, but we don't want to do no deciding until we close the contest. Then we'll let the committee pick one out.
Yeah. Well, have you made the announcement about the contest over the party line yet?
No, I'll attend to that again. I go back to the office.
As you know, I just looking at baby, elephant a while ago, Lum. I believe he's deformed.
Deformed?
Yes, sir. Now, just look at him there. He looks like he ain't big enough for himself, don't he?
Ain't big enough for himself?
No.
What you talking about?
Well, his skin don't fit him very good. It's way yonder too big for him.
Oh, well, he just ain't growed to it yet. He ain't more than half growed, you know.
You know. Well, what do they do? Just give him a skin that's big enough for a growed elephant and then let him grow to it?
I don't know, Abner. This is the first experience I've ever had with elephants. They just ain't built for style. They run more for comfort.
Yeah. Well, there ain't much shape to them, I'll say that. Now, just look at them legs. They just might lie straight up and down.
Yeah.
Looks like his legs just run down the ground and stops all of a sudden like he's bogged up in the mud or something, don't he?
Yeah, they're funny-built critters. I'd hate to... Wait a minute. Yonder comes Dick Huddleston driving up in front.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back in the office. Dan went out to deliver a new car a while ago.
Well, you just go ahead and talk to Dick, Lum. I'll finish up getting ready for this lion hunt.
Well, we'll try your way one more time, Abner, but if we don't catch this lion tonight, we'll get some dogs and trail him down.
I know we will catch him tonight, all right. Just wait till you see what old me and Cedric's got rigged up. This book here has learned me all about lion hunting.
Well, you needn't count on me riding that elephant. I'll tell you that right now. Well, howdy, Dick. How are you today?
Well, howdy, Lum. Wife said you telephoned you want to see me about something.
Yeah, I'm glad you come over, Dick. Come on in the office. I'll explain it to you.
What's Abner doing back there?
Oh, he's rigging up the elephant, getting ready to go hunt that lion again tonight.
Haven't located him yet, huh?
No, we can find plenty of places where he's been, but we can't seem to find where he's at. Go ahead in.
Well, thanks, Lum. I've been hearing a lot of complaints about that lion, too.
Yeah, and so have we. Granny, we're trying our best to locate him.
Well, he's got the whole community scared to death. They're just afraid to go out after dark, afraid he'll jump out of the bushes after him or something.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't bother nobody. Couldn't hurt him if he wanted to. He ain't got a tooth in his head. Sit down, sit down.
Yeah, thanks, Lum. Well, I know, of course, he ain't got no teeth, but it's just the idea of a lion being turned loose in the community is what's scaring him. When he starts that roaring, why, you can hear him for miles. Believe me now, the folks around here ain't venturing out after night.
Oh, folks has been calling up here making complaints about it, and I told them we was doing all we could to catch him.
Yeah.
There ain't a thing for him to be scared of.
As the sea trunk was telling me that him and his whole family slept in the storm cellar last night.
Well, I do know. Feared of old toothless lion. I slept right in my house. Don't catch me staying all night in no storm cellar. Just locked all the doors and windows and went right on off to sleep. It's a little warm, a little close to all the windows down, but that's a heap better than the storm cellar.
Yeah, you're scared just like all the rest of us.
No, I ain't.
You might as well admit it.
No, sir. I thought sure we'd caught him Saturday night over there on Old Piney Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abner had one of them coal mining lights that they fasten on their caps when they're down in the mines.
Oh, yeah, it's on carbide lights.
He had one of them fastened on his hat, trying to shine the lion's eyes like Uncle Henry Lunsford used to hunt deer of a night.
Yeah.
Well, we walked up on this critter the other night, and there's two big eyes staring at
Was it the lion?
No, but we thought it was.
What was it?
Well, I don't like to say, Dick. We couldn't tell, of course. All we could see was the eyes till we got right up on
Well, what was it, Lum?
You won't josh us about it, will you?
No, of course not. What was it?
Well, sir, it was that wild steer, Luther Phillips. When Abner shined that light in his eyes, he taken in after us and put us up a tree, and our grannies we had to stay there till daylight Sunday morning.
Well, that ain't no way to hunt lions anyway, Lum.
I found that.
Shine them with the light that way. I gave Abner a book on how to hunt big game in Africa.
Yeah, I know.
Get some pointers out of that'll help you catch it.
Yeah, I think you just done that to have some fun out of Abner.
Why, no, it's a good book.
Our grannies, he's got it in his head now. He's a big game hunter.
Yeah.
Getting that poor elephant all rigged up for a big lion hunt tonight.
I do know. Say, what was it you wanted to see me about, Lum? I've got to get on back to work.
Oh, me and Abner is putting on a sort of a contest to get a name for the elephant, and
where'd you get the idea to put on a contest?
Well, you know when I telephoned Sister Simpson the other day down there at your store to see if she could think up a good name for the elephant?
Yeah, I remember now, yeah.
Well, there must have been a lot of folks listening in on the party line, for we've got a whole batch of letters here, names, different ones they sent in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what give us the idea to turn it into a regular contest and give a prize for the best name sent in.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a prize you ain't gonna give him?
Why, me and Abner decided to give the person that sends in the best name for the elephant a new Ford radio for their car.
Well, say, that's a nice prize, all right.
Yeah.
But suppose that somebody wins it, Lum, doesn't have a Ford.
Well, these Ford radios will fit any car, you know.
Oh, they will?
Sure.
Yeah, well, that's all right, then. So now, where do I come in on?
Well, we wanted you and Grandpappy Spears and Doc Cook to be the judges to pick out the best name for the elephant.
Oh, no, now, Lum, I'd rather not get
No,
into
now, there ain't no way out of this, Dick. I ain't asking you. I'm just telling you. You're one of the committee. Me and Abner or Dan Davis can't do it on account of being connected with the garage here, you know.
No. Well, if you've done decided it, Lum, well, I guess I'll have to serve.
Well, I've done decided it, all right. Now, I'll call up the folks on the party line and tell them about the contest.
Yeah, I'm just afraid you're getting me in for a lot of work, Lum. That's what you're doing. Now, don't tell the folks on the party line that I'm one of the judges.
No, I ain't. Wait a minute. Everybody's listening in now. Howdy, everybody. This is the Pine Ridge Motor Company broadcasting over the Party Line Networks. Lum Edders, president, and left vice president doing the talking. I got an extra special announcement to make today. You folks all know the elephant that Abner traded for a few days ago. Well, we're trying to find a good name for him, so we're going to give a new Ford radio to the person who sends in the name the judges select as the best. Just mail them to Lum and Abner, and we'll get them. Now, this contest will run till Thursday of this week, so better get busy and send us in a name. I reckon that's all
Hey,
for
Lum,
today.
what in the world's that out in front there? Looks like Abner coming up out there.
Wait just a minute. Goodbye, everybody. Well, for the great I am.
Oh, what's that on that elephant there?
I don't know. That's some of Abner's doing.
Hey, Lum,
Come on out, let's
here,
see.
you Dick. Come out here a minute.
Abner, what in the name? What's that business you got up on that elephant's back?
I know that this is what they call a hoorah in that boat, Lum. That's what we're going to ride in.
Why, it looks like a body off an old used car.
That's what it is. I know that this will make a fine passenger out of it. Where most of them just got a box up there, we've got a regular suit in.
If that elephant don't look fine with that body off that used car up on him there, Abner.
Where in the world did you get that outfit you got on there? Undoubtedly, you don't aim to
This
wear
is
a
a big
get-up.
game hunter's outfit, Lum.
Why, you've got enough junk there to start a second-hand
What's
store.
that, a dishpan upside down there that you're wearing for a hat, Abner?
Look at them short pants and them boots. Now, if you don't look aside...
Look at the guns we've got here, Lum. Me and you's going right up here in the front seat, and Cedric's going to beat the line out of the brush. Doggy, we'll show him how big game hunting ought to be there.
Granny's Dick, I knowed it was a mistake to ever give that book on how to hunt big game to Abner. He ain't got a lick of thing.
Well, anyway, don't forget, if you have a name to suggest for the elephant, send it to Lum and Abner in care of your station. You may be the winner of that Ford radio. Know the facts before you buy a car, and you'll buy a Ford V8. For instance, the all-steel, electrically welded body versus the body of wood and steel. Fact number 1, steel doesn't need wood for strength or protection. 2, the steel and wood body is not much stronger structurally than its wooden frame. 3, under extreme stress or shock, the steel body remains intact. Dented, perhaps, but not crushed. 4, it is more expensive to make an all-steel body than to make a wooden frame and then nail steel panels on it. Until experience proved it unwise, Ford mixed wood and steel in bodies and wheels. It was the best way then, but the state of the art has advanced. No one argues now that the electrically welded one-piece wheel, such as the Ford wheel, needs to be strengthened by adding wood to it. Know the facts before you buy a car. All the facts. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. In closing, we want to remind you to listen for the special announcement to be given during the old-time sociable Friday night. Lum and Abner will tell you about a very interesting contest in which they will give away a new Ford V8 every Friday night, and everyone is invited to take part. Gene Hamilton, speaking for your local Ford dealer, who invites you to follow the experiences of Lum and Abner tomorrow evening at this same time.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, folks, I have a special message from Lum and Abner. They want me to tell you how much they appreciate your sending in for the flashlight they are offering. They really never knew that they had so many friends out there on the party line. As a matter of fact, they've received so many requests that the flashlight factory is swamped. But they're working day and night, and everybody who sent in a wrapper and the 10 cents to cover mailing will get their gift as soon as possible. Now, if you haven't yet sent in for your flashlight, here's how to do it. Write your name and address on the back of the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Not the label on the bottle, but the outside wrapper. And it must be from Horlicks malted milk powder. Don't send in wrappers from Horlicks tablets, for they are not eligible. All right, send your wrapper with your name and address and with 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. In return, Lum and Abner will send you an aluminum pocket-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now send in your request right away. The quicker you get it in to Lum and Abner, the quicker you'll get your flashlight. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. When we left our old friends yesterday, Lum and Abner were quarreling over a pistol. And during the scuffle, the gun was accidentally discharged. We haven't learned as yet who, if anyone, was hurt. But as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner and Cedric Weehunt down at their office in the Matrimonial Bureau. Maybe we can find out some more about it. Listen.
Well, Mr. Lum was telling down there at the barber shop a while ago that you shot him on a purpose. It said you just shot him to get him out of the race for president.
Why, I never done no such a thing. I had the pistol there in my hand, and he got to scuffling with me, trying to take it away from me, and, well, some way or another, the gun went off.
Well, if it just went off accidental, how could he get shot so many times like he did?
Shot so many times?
Yes, he said down there a while ago that he was shot 7 times.
Why, he weren't no such a thing. I never even hurt him. The bullet just went right through his coat sleeve and just sort of burned his arm a little, is all it done.
He's got his arm all bandaged up and his head all wrapped up, standing around down there telling everybody that he doubts if he ever gets over it.
Well, I'll be dead blamed. I wondered why he'd been out of the store all day. I see now what he's been up to. Just standing around on the street trying to get folks' sympathy so they'll vote for him.
Yes, I know that's what he's doing, for I heard him ask Mose Moots to vote for him.
He did?
Yes, said he had to get to be president now, for he wouldn't be able to do no hard work. He's going to be crippled up so bad.
Well, that snake in the weeds. Just as quick as we count up the votes today, why, he left right out of here. He must have went right over to his place and bandaged himself up just to get some more votes.
Well, how's the contest running now, Mr. Abner?
Well, I had been ahead up till today, Cedric, but this last batch of mail that come in was right now all voting for him.
Voting for Mr. Lum?
Yeah, he's over 400 ahead of me now.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it looks like you ain't got much of a chance now.
I'm just afraid I've lost it, Cedric. Last night and study up something to do right quick. The way I started out, I thought I had the office and gone, but ever since me and Lum been partners, out of all the businesses we've been in, I've never got to be president of nothing yet.
Yes, I know he generally always holds that office.
He always has, yeah.
I sort of in hopes you'd get elected, for if I go to work for you fellers again when you get the store opened up, I believe I'd rather have you for a boss than him.
Well, thank you.
He's just as nice as pie till somebody comes around he wants to show out in front of, and then he starts bossing me around like I was a varmint or something.
Yeah, well, Lum's awful bad about that. He does love to show his authority. Yeah, I'd just love to be president just one time. I'd dog it if I wouldn't make him step around.
Well, the trouble is, you ain't getting out and trying to get votes like you was there at first, Mr. Abner.
Well, I've been running so far ahead, Cedric, I didn't figure I had to. Dog it, I'm going to from here out, though, I'll tell you that. He'll know he's been in the race when we get through. That's the reason I called you over here, too, Cedric. I want to hire you to go to work for me.
Go to work for him?
Yeah, Dick says he ain't using his study down there at his store.
Oh, no, I just sort of hang around down there and run errands for him whenever he needs me.
Yeah, well, now, this'll be study work, Cedric, till after the contest is over anyway. And then I'll put you to work here in the store if I'm elected president.
What kind of work is it you want me to do?
Well, I've got a sign I painted this morning, Cedric. Here it is, leaning against the counter over here, right there.
Oh, that sign there? You painted that yourself?
Yeah, I done it myself.
Vote for Abner Peabody for president.
Yeah, now, all you have to do, Cedric, is just carry that sign up and down the street. Tomorrow's Saturday, and there'll be a lot of folks in town, and I want you to just stay on the street all day with this sign.
Well, wait a minute, though. How much you aiming on paying me for that kind of work?
Well, now, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, find out how much you figured it's worth.
Well, that sign carrying runs a little higher than most work, you know.
Does?
See, that's sort of outdoor advertising, you might say. I have to get a pretty good price for that.
Well, how much?
Well, it ought to be worth, how much do you figure on paying me?
Well, that sort of depends on what you ask, Cedric. I know I ain't going to pay you as much as you want.
Well, I know I ain't going to work for what you offer me, neither. I know that.
Well, now, Cedric, we ain't going to get no place now to one of us names a price here.
Well, I ain't going to do that, for I'm feared my price won't be lower than you'd give me.
Yeah.
I done that once.
Well, if you were setting a price, what would you say about $3 a day?
Yes, I believe that's about what I'd say. I'll take it.
Well, here, wait a minute now. I never said I'd give you that. That's just what you're asking. Now, I'll give you $1 a day.
No, I don't believe I could carry the sign for that much.
Good.
$2 would be the least I could do it for. I wouldn't carry it for myself for less than that.
Yeah, well, there ain't no use for us to talk in, Cedric. For $1.50 the most I'd be willing to pay.
Well, that still leaves us 25 cents apart then.
Yeah.
If it ain't worth $1.06, it ain't worth nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Cedric. I'll just split the difference. Make it $1.50.
All right, sir. All right, when do we start?
Well, you can start right out in the morning. Of course, now you could take it out on the streets this afternoon and sort of practice carrying it so you'll know how good when you start to work tomorrow if you want to.
Yes, all I got to do is just walk along with it.
Here comes Dick Hutterson.
Yes, don't tell him I started to work for you, Mr. Abner.
No.
I owe him a little more than I've got coming to me down there at his store. I don't believe he'd want me to quit much.
No.
Looks like every time I pass that candy case down there, I get further in debt.
Yeah, you always was bad about eating stuff up, Cedric. Worse than mice is. Howdy, Dick. Come in.
How do, Mr. Hutterson?
Well, howdy. Say, Abner, have you seen Lum?
No, not in the last 3 or 4 hours.
Well, he's down the store a while ago. I didn't hardly know him. He's got himself all bandaged up. Looked like he'd been run over by a freight train.
Yeah, Cedric was telling me that a while ago.
Yes, sir, I seen him a while ago.
He's just using that to get votes with. I know what he's up to.
Why, sure. He wasn't hurt in here yesterday. Doc Miller was telling me they tried to get him to bandage him up yesterday evening, but the doc told him that there wasn't nothing wrong with him. Just a little powder burnt there on his arm.
Why, Lord me. He stood around here for 10 minutes yesterday after the shot was fired before he knowed he'd been hit at all. Wouldn't have known it then if he hadn't looked down and seen a hole in his coat sleeve.
Well, he's claiming now that you shot him on purpose to get him out of the race.
Yeah, he knows better than that.
Better mind out what y'all are saying yonder. He comes up the road there now.
Yeah. And look at that. Just look at him. Got bandages all over him. The way he's wrapped up there, you'd think I shot him with a shotgun instead of a pistol.
Well, look, he's limping now. That's something new he's found since I saw him a while ago.
Yeah, well, he'll be going around here in a wheelchair tomorrow if he can find one anyplace.
Well, he's sure getting the votes, Abner. Tickled me over at Cherry Hill last night at the Good Roads meeting. They called on him for a talk, and he spent the whole time telling them about this flashlight and asking them to send in for one of them to be sure and vote for him.
Yeah, well, I noticed we got a lot of votes from Cherry Hill today, and he got all of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, he just might not have had him in tears telling them about you shooting him over there last night.
Oh, howdy, Mr. Lum.
Yeah, hello, Lum.
Gentlemen.
How you feeling?
Why, just fine. Oh, I ain't either. What's the matter with me? I ain't getting along so well. I'm feared now them bullets is lodged in me somewhere.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Now, you fellas better be careful hanging around Mr. Peabody's there. You're liable to get yourself shot.
Yeah, I heard about you going over to Cherry Hill making that speech trying to get votes for yourself.
Yeah, and I heard about some underhanded work you've been doing, too. Jim Weehunt told me a while ago that you arrested him yesterday for speeding and then turned him loose if he'd promised to vote for you for president.
And you've been going around here all day trying to get folks to vote for you through sympathy,
Yeah,
too.
but I ain't stooped so low as to shoot my opponent, though, just to get him out of the race.
Well, now, Lum, I told you I never aimed to do that. Now, I never knowed the gun was loaded.
Well, that's just the trouble. The unloaded gun is always the one that kills folks.
Yeah, don't see how you figure that. Hadn't been loaded, why, it never would have went off. You just got that backwards, Lum.
Yeah, but there's been more people killed with unloaded guns than any other kind, ain't there, Dick?
Yeah, that's the old saying, Lum. It sure is.
Yeah, I never knowed that. After the accident yesterday, well, I'd taken all the cartridges out and that pistol so that it couldn't go off. But if that's the way of it, why, I load it back up again.
Well, now, Abner, they have to be loaded, but you've got to think they're unloaded for their danger.
Well, if I loaded it myself, I'd know good and well that it weren't unloaded.
Well, just forget about it. Let it go. I don't want to argue about it.
No, the best thing is just to be thankful neither one of you is hurt, Chester, and forget about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, though. I was hurt. I'd be crippled for life over it.
Oh, I think you'll get along all right, Lum. Well, I've got to get back to the store, man.
Don't hurry, Dick.
Hey, wait a minute, Dick. I'll just go along with you. I got a list of groceries that Elizabeth wanted me to fetch home tonight.
Yeah, sure. Come ahead, Abner. Well, I'll see you later, Lum.
Yeah, so long, Dick. Well, I expect I better be going, too. Mr. Abner wanted me to carry this sign a while this afternoon on the street. What sign's that? Well, that yonder, leaning against the counter. He painted it himself. Give me $1.50 a day to walk up and down the streets with it. Well, I do know. Vote for Abner Peabody for president. Wait a minute. I've got an idea. How would you like to earn another $1.50 a day from me, Cedric? Well, the trouble is, I done promised Mr. Abner I'd work for him. Well, all he told you to do was just carry that sign, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Well, there ain't no reason for you not working for both of us at the same time. I'll just do a little more painting on that sign there, and you can make $3 a day doing the same work. I'll just add a little to what he's got there. Let's see, vote for Abner Peabody for president. I'll tell you, I'll just change that vote for Abner Peabody for president of the United States, but vote for Lum Edwards for president of the Jot 'em Down store. Well, he oughtn't to have no objections to that. I reckon he'd rather be president of the United States than president of the Jot 'em Down store. Why, sure he has. Yeah, get me that paint and brush back there, and we'll fix that sign up right.
Well, these old fellows don't seem to stop at anything to get a few votes, do they? Ladies and gentlemen, don't fail to send in for one of those fine little fountain pen-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all users of Horlick's malted milk. Every one of you, I'm sure, will want one of these handy, useful flashlights. So send in your request right away and avoid delay. All you have to do, you know, is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Make sure it's the outside wrapper, folks. Don't send in labels from the bottle. And remember, it must be a Horlicks malted milk powder wrapper. Horlicks tablets wrappers are not eligible, I mean. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper, and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Send in for your flashlight tonight, if you haven't already done so, for Lum and Abner want to hear from every one of their friends. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. What false economy it is to accept substitutes for Horlicks malted milk. People who do that might think they are saving a few pennies, but they don't get full value for their money. They don't, for instance, get that fine, rich flavor that is distinctly Horlicks. None but Horlicks, the original, has that delicious, tasty flavor. And none can equal Horlicks for results. It's made only from rich, full cream milk and the best of wheat and malted barley. The nourishing, body-building qualities of Horlicks can't be found in cheap imitations, which are merely mechanical mixtures of skim milk, inferior malt powder, uncooked cocoa, and a lot of ordinary sugar. Gambling with health doesn't pay. So don't accept mixtures that someone says are just as good. Be sure of what you're getting. Demand Horlicks. That's true economy, and has been for nearly 50 years. Good druggists do not substitute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a word about the flashlights which Lum and Abner offered to send to listeners. Frankly, folks, we didn't know that we had so many friends, and the number of requests for flashlights was so great that they cannot be made fast enough to send out promptly. But of course, everybody who ordered one will get his flashlight. Not right away, but just as soon as is humanly possible. We know that you will bear with us in this matter. When you finally do get your flashlight, we know that you'll be delighted with it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. If Lum had realized the trouble he was getting himself in for when he gave up the office of president to Abner, he probably wouldn't have been so generous. Since Abner assumed the office, he has ruled the Jot-'em-Down store with an iron hand, showing very little consideration for his partner. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, Abner is out of the store for a few minutes, and Lum and Cedric are taking advantage of his absence by getting a few minutes' rest. Listen.
Yes, but look out, Mr. Lum. There comes somebody in the front door.
Huh?
I say you better look out.
Uh-oh. Who done that? Who done that? God blame that chair. Cedric, why didn't you tell me?
Well, what's the matter, Lum? What you doing down there on the floor?
This blame chair's fixed up to where it dumps you right out on the floor when somebody comes in the front door there.
Well, where'd you ever get such an idea as that?
I never got it.
That's another one of Abner's inventions.
You see, that wire runs from the front door to a little trigger on the back of the chair there, and when you open the door, the front part of the seat in the chair there falls down and dumps you right out on the floor.
Well, what did I do in picking up a chair like that?
Why, he don't want none of us sitting down whenever customers comes in, so he rigged up this contraption.
Well, it looks like it works all right.
Yeah, it works too good. The widow Abernathy come in this morning to do some trading. She sat down in that chair there to rest, and somebody come in the front door there and throwed her plumb out in the middle of the floor.
She thought we played a joke on her, got mad and stomped out of the store. I never could see why.
Well, it looks like he could figure out a better way than that to keep you fellas from sitting down.
Yeah, but you know Abner. He's got to study up some invention all the time. He's got so many contraptions around here, it's downright unsafe to be in a store. Now, it's got me to where I might not fear to wait on a customer. But he can't never tell when he's going to run into some device he's rigged up. Just look at the signs he's got up around here.
Yeah, I just noticed them. Stay out of the showcase. This means you.
Yes, and that don't mean me, though. It means everybody, Mr. Lum says.
Keep out of the cracker barrel.
Yeah, he says he's going to put a stop to folks helping themselves to them crackers.
Yeah, he's a fine one to be putting up a sign like that. I bet he's ate a wash tub full of them down there at my store.
Why, of course he has.
First thing he does when he comes in is grab a handful of crackers and stand there and eat them and talk.
Oh, he's got more rules around here than Congress has. Says we're having a new deal here in the store.
New deal?
Yeah, everything's all changed up. You know what he's got me doing now?
No, I haven't any idea, Lum.
Well, I've got to get down at 6 o'clock every morning, open up the store, and then sweep out. Me, with my asthma.
Well, somebody got to do it, Lum.
Yeah, but, well, I just wished I'd knowed how he was going to act. I never would have given him that office, I'll tell you that. Just looked like being president went right straight to his head. Just ain't no living with him.
Oh, well, I guess he'll calm down a few days, Lum. You was president so long here that I reckon it's just hard for you to take orders from somebody else.
Yeah, I don't mind to take orders if he'd use any judgment about them. But he'd think he'd appreciate me letting him be president so much that he'd sort of make things easy for me. Granted, it just looks like he goes out of his way to give me all the hard jobs he can find.
Well, that's because you're not used to doing any of the hard work, Lum.
Had me out there this morning washing the windows. Cold as it is. He knows how bad us editors is for rheumatism.
Well, you never have been bothered with the rheumatism, have you, Lum?
No, I ain't, but I've got to be awful careful, for it runs in our family. My grandpa had it something wonderful. Suffered for years with it.
Oh, well, I think you'll live through it all right, Lum. I'll say one thing, you fellas sure got the store looking nice here.
Well, it ought to. Me and Cedric's have been on the jump ever since we opened up.
It ain't like it used to be when Mr. Lum here was president.
Dick, you better mind out. Here comes Abner.
Mind out?
Yeah, I mean, get up out of that chair. See, when he opens that door, you'll find yourself sitting out there in the middle of the floor.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Let me get up.
I've been dumped out there about a half a dozen times already. What's he doing with that shotgun? See how the shape falls down there whenever you open the door?
Well, what you fellas standing around for?
There he goes, what'd I tell you?
Oh, hi, Dick. I've never seen you.
What you doing with that shotgun, Abner?
You ain't going hunting today, are you, Abner?
No, this is part of a device that I got figured out for a burglar alarm.
Burglar alarm?
Yeah, I just double dare anybody to try to break into this store now, Lum. Well, Cedric, get busy. Get to straightening up the stock. We ain't paying you just to stand around for decoration.
Mom, what do you want me to do, Mr. Abner?
Why, well, find something to do. Dust off them showcases.
Well, I've dusted them off about 11 or 8 times already today.
Well, dust them off again. You can't wear that glass out. Get to work.
Well, Abner, wait a minute. You don't aim to shoot nobody with that shotgun, undoubtedly.
No, I ain't going to shoot them. I let them set to shoot themselves if they break in.
Well, now, you ain't going to get nobody to commit suicide just to break in the store here.
No, you see, Lum, I'm going to rig this up there on the front door. So when they open the door, why, it'll pull the trigger and they'll shoot themselves.
Now, you're just fixing to get somebody hurt with that thing.
Well, they ought to be hurt if they try to break in the store. I bet I can sell 1 million of these things when I get them
just
fixed
about
up.
kill off a batch of customers about what you do.
No, I won't neither. I ain't going to put it up down here except at night.
At night?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but how about me opening up the store in the morning?
Huh?
I ain't going to open up that door every morning and have no shotgun go off right in my face every morning.
Doggy's here. I forgot about that, yeah. Well, I reckon you'll have to come in the back door, Lum.
Well, if I can come in the back door, what's to keep the robbers from coming in that way, too?
Why, we'll just rig up a shotgun back there, too. Have 2 of them. Yeah, I'm glad you thought of that, Lum.
Well, how am I going to open up if you've got a shotgun at both doors?
Yeah, that's right, ain't it? Yeah.
About the only way I see for you to do, Lum, is just come in through the window when you go to open up. We can just leave it unlocked at night.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, that's a great idea you've got studied up there.
Yeah.
Just leave the window unlocked and anybody can come in during the night that wants to.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No. Here, now, let's see here. Yeah. I reckon I better do a little more figuring on that.
Yeah, you better figure out somebody else to open up at the same time. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to do it with no shotgun aiming at me from all the doors and windows in the place.
Yeah, well, I'll get it all worked out here. I've been so busy working out this sale that I ain't had no time to figure on it hardly.
Sale?
Yeah, I'm figuring on putting on a sale in a day or two.
What kind of a sale, Abner?
Well, I don't know yet. I just can't make up my mind. I can't decide whether to have a closing out sale or a clean sweep or a fall clearance sale. Or
fall clearance, yeah. This would be a fine time to have a fall clearance right here in the early spring this way.
Yeah, well, I thought so, too. Them fall clearance always does well, yeah.
Well, what you need, though, Abner, is an opening up sale, ain't it? Just starting up in business again this way.
Yeah, a grand opening or something like that. That is, if you've just got to have a sale.
Yeah, well, I'll set that down on the list, but I still think the fall clearance or the clean sweep would do better.
Well, I don't see much use in you having a sale, Abner. You've got a brand new stock of merchandise here. There's no use to cut your prices now to move stuff.
Why, of course not. What you fixing to do there, Abner? Can't you read that sign? It says for you to stay out of that cracker barrel.
Yeah, but that don't mean me. I'm the president. I can help myself anytime. Oh!
What's the matter? What you hollering about? What's the matter?
Oh, I forgot about setting that dad-blame mousetrap down in there for you fellers. Look at them fingers. Full up already.
Well, it's good enough for you. Thought you'd catch me and Cedric, and you catch yourself. Maybe that'll learn you something.
You got the wrong rat that time, didn't you, Abner?
Yeah, no. Get up from there, Lum. That's the president's chair. Let me sit down.
All right, take it.
Well.
I wish the president had been sitting in it when Dick come in a few minutes ago. Dumped me clean out there on the floor.
Well, you oughtn't to be sitting in it. I told you and Cedric to be up on your feet when folks comes in the door.
Yeah, but the way that thing works, instead of standing up on your feet when the customer comes in, you're laying down, picking yourself up off the floor.
Well, I told you oughtn't to be sitting down.
Well, you oughtn't to be sitting in it neither, Abner.
Well, don't tell me what I ought to do and what I ought to do.
Well, I'm just saying, though, that if I was you, I wouldn't be sitting in it.
Well, you ain't me, so I'll tend to my own business.
Yeah, but...
That's what I'll do.
Well, it's too late now.
Who done that? Blame it. Who done that?
Come in, Grandbeth. I never was so glad to see you in my life.
Well, the trouble with Abner's inventions, they don't seem to make an exception of the president. Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that Tom Stewart, just home from the office, is being greeted by his wife. Let's listen.
Oh, there you are, Tom. Thought you'd never get home.
Hello there. What's the ride?
Tom, I've got the best piece of news. Guess what?
Somebody's married.
No.
Don't tell me your cousin's coming up for a month.
Oh, now, Tom.
Oh, all right, forget it. You found a new way to reduce them.
Why, Tom, how did you guess?
The fourth in 3 weeks. Well, what did you do? Join a gymnastic meet?
Now, don't be mean. No, it's something you drink.
Now, I warned you, my dear, that's apt to be dangerous.
But you drink this yourself, Tom.
Oh, I do, eh? Well, it must be all right, then.
Yes, it's Horlicks.
Horlicks malted milk? Say, where's the catch? That's for building your health, not reducing.
That's just where you're wrong. It can do both. You see, it's a matter of calories, Tom.
Calories, eh? Say, who's been talking to you?
Only Eleanor. She tried it herself and lost several pounds. You see, she drinks Horlicks at noon instead of eating a big, heavy meal.
Oh, that's how she cuts down the calories, eh?
Yes. Horlicks is nourishing and sustaining enough to carry you right through until dinner time. Or if you do feel tired or hungry in mid-afternoon, a few Horlicks lunch tablets will give you renewed energy.
Well, I'm sold on Horlicks, of course, so go right ahead. Sounds to me as if you've gotten a good reducing idea for once.
And Tom's right, folks. The Horlick plan certainly is a good reducing plan. A fine way to lose excess weight safely and without discomfort. Try the Horlick plan, a good glass full of Horlicks instead of a heavy meal at noon. You can get Horlicks malted milk, either natural or chocolate flavor, at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and the Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. The rich, full flavor of Horlicks malted milk is one that you will never grow tired of. Horlicks is always a delicious drink, always refreshing and invigorating. It's a nourishing and energy-giving drink, too. A fine food drink for both children and adults. Horlicks malted milk, you know, is rich in vitamins and minerals that help children develop healthy, sturdy bodies, sound bones, and teeth. Those vitamins and minerals are carefully preserved by Horlicks' method of vacuum processing the rich, full cream milk and fine wheat and malted barley used in making Horlicks malted milk. But beware of cheap imitations of Horlicks, the original and genuine. Always ask for it by name and refuse to accept a substitute. Horlicks malted milk can be purchased in both natural and chocolate flavors. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, you know, Lum and Abner and Grandpappy Spears have sold the Pine Ridge Oil Company's holdings to the Southwest Oil Company for $3,000 in cash and a royalty of 10 cents per barrel on all of the oil produced on the property hereafter. Well, after the deal was completed, they found that Squire Skimp is the president of the new company and that they had been tricked into selling him their interest. They also learned that the $3,000 lacked $30 of paying off all of their indebtedness. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum just entering Abner's house upon his return from the county seat to settle off all their bills. Listen.
Well, come in, Lum. Come in. Did you just get back?
Yeah, let me get here to the fire. I'm about half fresh.
Yeah, it's cold, yeah.
It's cold out today, especially riding in that open car with the mail carrier. I don't see why he don't get himself a suit on.
Did you get the check cashed all right?
Yeah. Deposited in there at the bank. Opened up an account and sat right down there and mailed everybody we owed a check. That's what's taking me so long.
Yeah, well, fine.
Well, we don't owe a soul now.
No.
Ever since we get out of the royalties on the oil now, it'll be velvet.
Yeah. Be what?
Velvet, clear profit.
Oh, yeah.
That's a relief to get everybody all paid.
Yeah, there was a fellow over here looking for you about an hour ago, but he weren't looking for you.
He was looking for me, but he weren't looking for me.
Yeah, he thought he was, but he wasn't. He was looking for the head of the oil company. He never knowed we'd sold out.
More likely some big oil man wanting to buy some oil. Well, he's just wasting his time. I'll tell him that. Squire Skimp's done sold all that oil we had in them barrels over there.
Well, he weren't in the oil business. He said he was with the Southern Pipeline Company, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's the oil business, too. I reckon he's wanting to see us about putting a pipeline into this well out here.
Now, what would he want to put a pipeline in there for?
Abner pipelines is what they use to get the oil from the well to the refineries with.
What's a refinery?
They've got to run it through the refinery before they can sell it.
Oh.
See, there ain't a railroad out here they can haul it over, so they run a pipe under the ground from the well to the refinery and just pump it through there.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. I reckon who studied that out?
No, they've been doing that for years. Yeah, they got pipelines running all over the country.
Well,
I reckon that's what that fellow wanted to see me about. Get me to let them run a pipeline from here to the refinery and sell them our oil.
Yeah, well, he never said, and I never asked him. I was busy popping some popcorn here in the fireplace at the time and had to get back to it before it burnt. I just told him that we weren't in the oil business no more. Squire Skimp was the man he wanted to see and just shut the door in his face.
Well, I'm sorry I missed him. I'd love to talk with him, give him my views on the oil business. You say you was popping some popcorn?
Yeah, here, help yourself.
No, I wouldn't care for none of it.
Oh, go ahead, help yourself. I've had all I can hold.
Yeah. Ain't much of a hand for popcorn. Might try a sprinkling of it. That is, if you had all you want.
Yeah, sure, help yourself. I just got so hungry sitting around here today, I had to fix up something to eat.
Well, sir, it's right funny about folks' taste. Some folks likes one thing and some like something else.
Yeah.
Me, I never cared for popcorn. Just weren't turned that way.
Lum, I was just wondering, I reckon, could you sort of, spare me a quarter?
Quarter?
Yeah, 2 bits, yeah. I just about run out of something to cook up over here, and I thought if you could sort of lend me a quarter, why, I just go over to Sister Simpson's and eat supper over there tonight.
Well, I do know.
What's the matter?
Well, it's just sort of funny, that's all.
Funny?
Yeah, that's what I come by here for, to see if you had any change on you.
Well, no, I ain't got a nickel. I'll give you the last cent I had when I paid you that $10 yesterday to take care of what we owed on the wall well.
Well, I never had the $10 myself. I had to take some chickens and eggs into the county seat this morning and sell them to raise my part of it.
Well, now, that's a fine how-to-do, ain't it? Two richest men in Pine Ridge ain't got enough money to eat on.
Oh, well, wouldn't worry. When them royalties starts coming in off that oil, well, we'll have more money than we know what to do with.
Yeah, but what we going to do till we get that? I'm hungry.
Well, what about me? I ain't even had no dinner. I was in there at the county seat and never even had enough to go buy a bowl of soup with.
Well,
hand me that bowl of popcorn there again. Ordinary, I don't care for this stuff, but I see right now a fella can get hungry enough to eat anything.
Hey, Doggers, when we do get that money, I'm just going to go someplace and buy me a restaurant and sit down right there at the counter and eat the thing up.
Yeah, I seen a fella in there at the county seat standing right smack in the window cooking pancakes this morning.
Yeah, I saw him.
Flipping them way up in the air and all that stuff. Just showing off. My grannies, I could have dived right through that plate glass window and fit him for a stack of them. They oughtn't to let them cook stuff in the windows that way. Folks is hungry and watch them. It's cruel.
Well, you didn't have to stand there. You could have walked off.
If ever I own a restaurant, I'm going to paint the windows black. Ain't no use to make nobody suffer that way.
And I wish we'd quit talking about eating. I'd love to get my mind off of it if I can.
I was just thinking, Abner, Squire Skimp sold that oil over there yesterday. We might could go over there and get him to pay us the royalties on it this afternoon.
Yeah, Squire will do it. He about like him to refuse to let us have it.
There ain't no reason why he oughtn't to. He'll have to pay us anyway the first of the month. But if he knowed we wanted it, he more than likely wouldn't let us have it.
No, that blamed old skinflint be just do him good to see me and you go hungry. Still, if he never knowed we was needing it so bad, why, he might let us have it.
I don't know. I don't believe we can count on getting it there. I don't want to ask no favors off of Squire Skimp. I don't want to get mixed up with him no more than I have to. Money he's owing us, too.
Why, sure, it's our money.
And here he is refusing to let us have it. Why,
I hate him to pieces.
That's friendship for you. Long as we've knowed him, supposed to be friends, and then refusing to pay us when we got what we got coming to us. I'm just a good man.
Wait a minute, Long. Yonder he comes right now. Look out the window there.
Yeah. Swan, he's got a lot of nerve coming over here after pulling a stunt like that. Grannies, I'm going to tell him about it, too. I'm going to jump him the minute he comes in that door, and if I don't tell him...
Wait, hold on now. We ain't even asked him for it yet.
No, that's what I say. The very ideas of him refusing to let us have it when we ain't even... Huh?
I say we ain't even asked him to let us have it yet.
Oh, that's right, we ain't. Well, he...
Huh?
Nothing. Just let it go. We just act like nothing ain't happened. Treat him just like we're as good of friends as ever. Don't let him know we're mad.
No. Tell you the truth, I don't know yet what we're so mad about.
Well, you don't aim to sit back and let him... That's right. Well, just let it go. Best thing to do is forget it. Forgive and forget. Or forget anyway.
Yeah. There he is. Come in, Squire. Come in.
Well, howdy, Squire.
Well, how are you gentlemen today?
Well, all right now.
It's a good thing you never got your head yourself, Squire. Long was just about
Shut up, Ab.
Gentlemen, I might as well get right down to business. I'm kind of a hurry. I've been hearing a little talk around that you gentlemen ain't altogether satisfied with the deal we made the other day.
Well, we ain't tickled to death over it.
No.
In the first place, we never knowed you was the one that was a-buying it, or we wouldn't have sold it to you. In the second place, we never got enough cash out of it to pay off all we owed for drilling the well and building that altar.
And in the third place, we're both broke and ain't got nothing to eat on.
Well, now, I heard that you dissatisfied with the deal, and that's what I come over to see you about. You know, we've all been friends for so long that I don't want it said that Squire Skimp would take advantage of nobody.
Well, I reckon it's too late now, Squire. The deal's done closed. The fact is, we've done cashed the check you give us and spent the money.
Well, now, that's all right about that now. If you fellers had to haul well, why, it wouldn't take you very long to pay me that money back. Tell you what I'm willing to do, men. Just to show you that I want to do the right thing. If you'll give me back that agreement that I signed where I agreed to assume any obligations of the company, I'll give you the well and the property back, and give you a little time on paying me back the $3,000.
You mean just swap back with her?
Well, yes. I'm losing heavy by doing it, but I'd rather have it that way than to have you gentlemen think for 1 minute that Squire Skimp ain't a true and loyal friend.
Well, I'll sworn to goodness.
Yeah, I will, too.
I'll have to admit I had you figured out all wrong, Squire. Why, that's the nicest thing I ever had anybody offer to do for me. That's true friendship if ever I seen it.
Yeah, if you hear anything I said about you, Squire, well, I never said it. Or I never meant it.
Yeah, that's the generousest thing I ever heard of.
Yes, it is.
But we couldn't do it, Squire. I just couldn't bear to let you make that sacrifice. We made the deal, and if we got skinned, it was our own fault. No, we just couldn't let you do that.
Well, now, man, I insist on it. I want to do that for you. I just wouldn't feel right if I never. Just give me back that agreement that I signed, and, well, you won't even have to pay me the $3,000 back.
No, Squire, that's nice of you, though, but we just wouldn't feel right about it.
Somebody at the door there. Come in.
Well, hello, Dick.
Hey, did you fellas hear about Squire?
Oh, hello, Squire. I didn't see you. Mighty sorry to hear about the hard luck you had.
Hard luck? What happened, Dick?
Hasn't Squire told you about it yet? Why, no, I haven't got around to it yet, Dick, no.
Hey, what's the matter? What you talking about?
Why, there was a fellow come in here today from the Southern Pipeline Company. They found out that isn't an oil well over there. You fellas drilled into one of their pipelines.
Huh?
Why, that's oil that's been coming out of there. You drilled a hole right into their pipeline that runs through here. That oil's running out of the pipeline. You didn't any more have an oil well over there than nothing.
Well, I'll be dead and blamed.
Well, no wonder Squire Skimp was so anxious to get back that agreement he signed, assuming all responsibilities of the previous owners of the oil well. Mothers everywhere are enthusiastically praising Horlick's malted milk tablets. These nourishing, energy-giving tablets are an excellent means of helping children ward off fatigue and hunger when playing or at school. The delicious candy-like flavor is one that children love, and they will gladly take a supply of tablets to school with them. Horlick's malted milk tablets can be easily carried in a coat pocket or purse. And that's why they are such handy things to take along on shopping expeditions, on motor and hunting trips. A few tablets dissolved in the mouth when you begin to feel tired or hungry will pep you up, satisfy your hunger. When you're at your work, Horlick's tablets will keep you going at top speed on days when you can't get out to eat on time. Horlick's malted milk tablets can be purchased in both natural or chocolate flavors. They come in handy pocket-sized flasks for 10 cents, which can be readily refilled from the larger sizes. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, if there are any of you who weren't listening last night, here's how you can get a handsome aluminum flashlight, complete with bulb and batteries, with the compliments of the makers of Horlicks. A powerful little flashlight, scarcely larger than a fountain pen, which can be easily carried in a pocket. There are dozens of uses for this handy little flashlight. You could use it to help you find things in dark closets, in the basement, the attic, the garage. Think, too, what a lot of fun the children could have with one of these flashlights. Well, no matter what you want this flashlight for, here's how you can get it. Send in the wrapper from a package, any size package, of Horlicks malted milk powder. It must be Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents. That's to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Then, you'll receive one of these fine aluminum flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries. Now send in for your flashlight right away, folks. Do it tonight. If you don't have a package of Horlicks in your home already, you can get it either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner received a letter yesterday from Mr. Horlick authorizing them to send one of their pocket flashlights as a gift to all their friends who will mail in a wrapper from a bottle of Horlick's malted milk. The old fellows are very enthused over the proposition and expect to raise enough funds in this way to restock their Jot-'em-Down store. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at their empty store building discussing their new enterprise. Listen.
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe I'd ordered so many of them flashlights, Lum. I don't believe we'll need half that many.
Don't you worry about that. We'll have that many requests in for 'em within the next day or two.
I hope so.
Why, everybody will want one of these. It's the nicest little present I ever seen. I was sitting here a while ago just thinking. There's something a body can find 1,000 uses for. Men, women, and children.
Oh, yeah, if they could see it, why, I know they'd write in for one of them, Lum, but us just trying to tell them about it on a party line, why, it's hard to explain to them just what a nice present it is.
Well, I told them it was a regular 75-cent flashlight.
Yeah, but, Lum, you've got to see it to appreciate it. They've made so many improvements on them here late. When you just say pocket flashlight, well, a lot of folks has in mind them old-style kind that a body might not be ashamed to carry.
Well, next time I make an announcement over the party line, I'll tell them about how it looks like a fountain pen and how it's made out of polished aluminum so it'll be nice and light, and tell them all about it.
Yeah. Well, now that you went ahead and ordered all these, well, we've got to get in some letters here some way.
Well, look how many of our friends wrote in for our Pine Ridge news we gave away a while back. This is a way yonder nice present that was.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd love to see all our friends get one, for I know how pleased they're going to be with it, yeah.
Well, everybody I've showed it to has been tickled to death with it. Said they's going to send in for one of them. I was down at Moe's Mooch Barber Shop this morning. They's all trying to swap me out of this, and I got it.
Yonder comes Cedric Weasel up out there front.
Yeah. He's been trying to get me to patch up some troubles twixt him and his sweetheart. They've had a sort of a falling out with one another.
Well, I hope you don't try to talk him into having an automobile accident to get her back in a good humor with him like you did me.
Don't you worry. I'll never try to talk nobody else into that thing again. After having to sit down here and wait on you hand and foot like I've been doing.
Well, Lum, I can't wait on myself. Somebody's got to do it.
That blame if I don't believe you're enjoying getting waited on this way.
Well, I wouldn't say I was enjoying it, but I'm getting a good rest out of it anyhow.
That's what I thought. Come in, Cedric.
Howdy, Cedric.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Dick wanted me to bring this mail over to you fellers. Said you's in a hurry for it.
Oh, yeah. Much obliged, Cedric. There must be orders for them flashlights on.
Hi, Granny, is this all the mail it was, Cedric?
Yes, sir, I reckon so. That's all Mr. Dick handed me.
Well,
this ain't nice. Many as I was looking for.
Oh,
I figured you'd have to bring the mail up here in a wheelbarrow this morning.
Well, I could have brung it over in a wheelbarrow, I reckon, but I never seen no use in it as long as I could carry it in one hand this way.
Well, I'm sure counting on restocking the store here out of these orders for flashlights. Why, the way we're starting out here, it'll take us all spring to fill up the candy case, much less the rest of the store.
Yeah.
Well, I better be getting back, I reckon. I've got some delivers to make. I'm working down there for Mr. Dick now, you know.
Well, fine, Cedric. I'm glad to hear it. That's a good job for you.
I wanted to tell you, Mr. Lum, that advice you give me worked out fine. Me and Gertrude Seastrunk's made up again now.
Well, fine, Cedric. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, Gertrude is a fine little girl. Fine little girl, Cedric.
We're going to get married before long, I think.
Well, I'm glad to see my advice has helped somebody anyway. Recollect, Cedric, I'm justice of the peace whenever you get ready to have the knot tied.
Drumming up business.
Yes, I will. Well, expect I might as well get on back to the store.
Well, much obliged for bringing the mail over, Cedric.
Yeah, and if any more comes in down there, fetch it over first, Cedric.
Yeah, bring it right over.
Yes, I will.
How many we got there, Lum?
There's 6 letters here.
Well, I do know. Just 6.
Here's a letter from the city of Muncie, Indiana.
Well, maybe the whole town's wanting flashlights, Lum.
Yeah, it says, gentlemen,
Well,
we have learned of your recently organized Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau and understand that you will solve domestic problems. Oh, this must be to our Matrimonial Bureau.
must be, yeah.
I confide in you a very serious problem which is of much concern to our citizens.
Uh-huh.
And Granny's Abner, we are getting importance when they get to writing us and wanting us to tell them how to run a whole city this way.
Well, go ahead. You never did find out what he wanted there.
Yeah, it says, Susan and Mickey, 2 of the bears in McCullough Park, have lived together for over 2 years in domestic bliss.
Well,
But recently, Suzanne seems to be losing interest in Mickey.
same old story, same old story.
The question is, what can Mickey do to make his wife less irritable and restore harmony in his household? Yours very truly, William M. Hallman, Secretary.
Doggy, they must be important people there, Lum, for the city to be writing about them.
People. These is bears he's talking about.
Bears?
He says Susan and Mickey, 2 of the bears in McCullough Park.
Yeah, but he's talking there like they was humans, Lum.
Well, the way I understand this is there's 2 of the bears in the park there in Muncie that ain't getting along as well as they ought to, and they want us to try to figure out some way for them to make up.
Yeah, well, I know about how Mickey feels. I saw Elizabeth when she was mighty nice cross as a bear.
I thought bears went to sleep all during the winter time, sort of hibernated themselves.
Went to sleep during the winter.
Why, sure. Sleep all winter and stay up all summer. See, their nights is 6 months long.
You mean they sleep for 6 months all at one time?
They're supposed to.
I dog it if one of them bears has a nightmare. I bound you he knows it the next day, won't you? I thought it was Eskimos that had nights 6 months long, old long.
Well, they do. I reckon bears come from up in that sort of that country original, though. They've got fur all over them like Eskimos has, too, sort of.
Yeah. Well, now, maybe that's the trouble with Susan. Mickey's been prowling around at night. You get to prowling around for 6 months at a time, well, now, that's carrying things too far.
Well, now, there's reason.
Yeah, it'd be sort of funny, Mickey go out to lodge or something about October, along in the fall, and come sneaking in along about January, wouldn't it?
Who ever heard of a bear going out to lodge?
Well, I just said it'd be funny if he did.
Mickey a night owl.
Well, maybe he walks in his sleep, Lum. You know, that'd be reason enough for him not going to bed. That'd get awful tiresome walking for 6 months at a time.
Well, this letter don't say nothing about him not sleeping good, Abner.
No.
Maybe he sleeps too good. Snores to where he keeps Susan awake. I don't blame her for getting mad. Can you imagine anything worse than laying there and listening to somebody snore for 6 months at a time?
No, now that would get awful tiresome, yeah. Yeah, if that's the trouble, I don't blame her for getting mad. Not a bit.
Well, they want us to make some kind of a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a serious problem.
Get them to make up with one another.
Oh, yeah.
I ought to figure out something he can do to get her back in a good humor. I've got 2 couples straightened out, you and Elizabeth, and Cedric and his sweetheart. I oughtn't to have no trouble with these bears.
Well, now, don't go and try to get Mickey to make out like both his arms is broke. That's all right for the first day or so, but carrying your arms around in a sling till they're supposed to get well gets sort of old.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't work out for him no way.
No, I don't believe it would.
I'll study up something. Let's see the rest of these letters here.
6 months. I'd dog it, that'd be a long time to have to lay and listen to your wife argue about something. I'm just glad we don't sleep for 6 months at a time.
Well, sworn to goodness.
Huh?
These letters is all for the Matrimonial Bureau. There ain't a one here writing in for a flashlight.
Well, I do know. Well, you must not have explained that to him very good over the party line yesterday,
I
Long.
thought that's an uncommonly good speech I
Say,
gave.
Long, how about me call him up on the party line and tell him about it?
You?
Well, we've got to do something if we're going to get a new stock of groceries for our store here.
Yeah, but you can't make no speech, Abner. You don't know how to use enough big words. I'll call him up myself after a little.
Yeah, I bet you I could get more letters than you did, Long. I couldn't do no worse than we've done today. I know that.
Well, you about get everybody on the party line and then forget what you're going to say.
No, I'm just going to tell them that if they don't send in for these flashlights that we're ruined, that's all.
Now, you better leave all the speech-making up to me, Abner. Out loud talking just sort of comes natural with me. It's inherent, I reckon.
Well, now, Long, I've got friends out on the party line just the same as you have, and I'll prove it to you, too. I go there. I forgot, Long. You'll have to do the ringing for me.
Oh, for goodness.
Give the fire alarm ring. That'll get them to the phone.
And I'll ring them, but you're just wasting your time. Nobody won't listen to your jabbering.
You'll have to take the receiver off the hook, too. I'll hold it up to my ear here.
I may as well give the speech for you if I'm going to have to do everything else.
Hey, dog, I can hear them picking up a receiver.
Well, go ahead and start your speech.
Hello? Hello?
They ain't going to answer. You start talking.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Tell them who you are.
This is, who?
You ain't forgot your name, have you?
No, but it ain't the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau, and it ain't the Jot 'em Down store. Now, who is it?
Well, just tell them you're Abner Peabody.
I'm Abner Peabody.
Go ahead with the speech.
I just want to tell all my friends that me and Lum is sending a dandy little pocket flashlight to all our friends that send us their name wrote on the back of a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. Goodbye.
That's a great speech. That's got appeals to it. I'll eat every letter you get in here on an offer like that.
All right. Just recollect that. Every letter I get in offering that speech, you're going to eat it.
Well, Lum will know tomorrow how many friends Abner really has out on the party line. So send in for one of those handsome aluminum flashlights tonight, folks. Lum and Abner are going to send out a flashlight complete with bulb and batteries to every Horlicks malted milk user, you know. A handy little flashlight that's about the size of a fountain pen and can be easily carried in a pocket, but which is powerful and really useful. Now, every home can use a good flashlight. It would come in handy every day of the year. And here's all you have to do to get one. Send in the wrapper from a package, any size, of Horlicks malted milk powder. Must be Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and send it with 10 cents to cover mailing and packing charges to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. You got that? Then they will send you one of these fine pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries. Now, you'll all want one of these flashlights, folks. Send in for yours right away. You will not only be getting a useful article, you will be expressing your appreciation of Lum and Abner as well. And all of you will want to do that, I'm sure. If you don't happen to have a package of Horlicks in your home, you can get it in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, this week is National First Aid Week in America. So be sure and watch for the first aid demonstrations that druggists are featuring everywhere. While you're in the drugstore, ask your druggist about Horlicks and the many cheap imitations that have lately appeared on the market. He'll tell you to beware of these imitations. And here's the reason. Most of them are just mechanical mixtures of skim milk, inferior malt powder, and a lot of ordinary sugar. And there's certainly no economy in buying products like that, is there? Not when you can get all the good, wholesome nourishment of Horlicks for just a few cents more. Remember that when next you buy malted milk for yourself or family. Remember that the full cream milk, the wheat and malted barley in Horlicks, are specially blended by the Horlick process to bring out the fullest flavor and richness,
the utmost nourishment. That's why it pays to insist on Horlicks. You know that you're getting the best that your money can buy. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. You know, last week, Abner agreed to furnish the circus playing Pine Ridge with feed for their animals while they were in town and took a mortgage on them as security of the debt. Well, last night, the circus was forced to close, and Abner foreclosed his mortgage. So now he has the circus animals to add to his collection. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Dick Huddleston over at the Jot 'em Down store discussing Abner's predicament. Listen.
Oh, yeah, they've all left town now. The whole circus crew pulled out last night.
Well, the tent's still over there. I just now saw it, Lum.
Well, Abner got the tent, too.
Well, I thought he just had a mortgage on the animals.
Well, he did, but he bought the tent off of him.
Bought it?
Well, that is, I put up the money for it. Lent him $250, so he owns the circus lock, stock, and barrel now.
What in the world would he want with that outfit?
Well, he had to buy the tent. He had to have a place to keep the animals.
Well, why didn't he bring them over here and put them in that lock back there with the rest of the stock he'd been trading for?
Well, he couldn't. He never had no way to get them over here. Him and Cedric both just scared to death of them animals.
Well, I don't know if I blame him much, neither.
See, they got the elephants nailed down over there.
Yeah.
That is, they got stabs driven in the ground and then got the elephants chained to them.
Yeah, I got them staked out down there, sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't blame him for not wanting to try to lead them things over here.
He just bought the tent off of them and left them where they's at over there. He's moved all these other animals he had over here down there with him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's got quite a collection now, putting them all together that way, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got at least one of my anything you can name. I don't care what it is.
Well, what in the name of common sense is he going to do with all of them now?
I don't know.
He can't give them away. Nobody's going to want a lion or an elephant for a pet.
Why, of course not.
And he can't just turn them loose.
No, don't mention that to him. No, turn that bunch of wild animals loose here in Pine Ridge, no telling what'd happen.
No, well, I know what I'd do. I'd leave town about as quick as I could get out of here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and everybody else would, too.
Yes, sir, Abner's got himself in a predicament there, Lum. He can't let them starve to death, but he can't afford to feed them. But he's got them, and he can't get rid of them.
Yeah. Well, I knowed right from the start that this swap out of his was going to get him in trouble. But I never looked for it to turn out to be as big as a circus.
Well, I'll say one thing. The store business is a lot better now since he's run out of merchandise to swap over here.
Oh, yeah. He was hard competition around here for a while, though.
Yeah, well, I knew that he couldn't keep that up long, old Lum. Trading merchandise for a bunch of old animals that wasn't no count. You can't keep that up.
Yeah. Well, I've got to study up some way to get my money out of them.
Get your money out of them?
Yeah, you see, me and Abner's in partners on the animals now.
You mean that you own a half interest in all them animals?
Well, I hate to admit to it, but you see, there weren't no way around it, Dig. I never wanted to get mixed up in it, but I don't know. He come over at my place last night and wanted me to lend him the money to buy the tent with. I don't know. He had tears in his eyes. First thing I knowed, he had me talked into buying a half interest in it.
Well, I thought the way you talked there, you just loaned him the money.
Well, he said he'd make me a half partner in it with him, but I reckon I just well to give it to him.
Well, Lum, if you're a partner, why, you're liable for half the indebtedness of the company then.
I am.
Why, sure. You've got to buy feed on a credit someplace to feed them, and you own a half interest, why, you're responsible for your part of it.
Goodness, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, this $250 you let Abner have last night might just be a starter to what you'll be out for this thing's over.
Well, I thought... yeah, that's right.
Yes, you fooled around and got yourself in just as bad a shape as Abner then, Lum.
Granny's, I'll have to get busy and study up some way out of this. They ought to be... Well, I'll swan to goodness.
What's the matter?
Look at that. Look coming up out there in front of you.
Poor little lamb. Oh, where'd he get that outfit like that, anyway?
That's the outfit the ringmaster wore in the circus. I recollect seeing him with it on.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we got a whole batch of that stuff. Clown suits and one thing and another.
Well, if he ain't a sight. Look at that coat. It might not drag the ground. There's the big one.
Looks like overcoat. Look at the way that silk hat fits him.
Yeah.
He got it drawed down over his head there to where he can't hardly see out from under. But I would have walked right over something, walk right in a well. Come in, Colonel. How's the circus business?
Yeah, howdy, man.
What you doing with that outfit on today?
I doggies, I'm running a circus now. I'm supposed to wear clothes like this.
It's a little bit small for you, ain't it, Abner?
Yeah, it is a little tight on you there.
Well, no, I don't think so. I figured it might be a little big, if anything. I ain't had a chance to look at myself in a looking glass yet.
Well, don't do it. I wouldn't do it if I was you. You're liable to have a runaway with yourself if you ever see it.
Hey, we're just talking about your circus, Abner. What are you going to do with all these animals now?
Well, I don't know hardly. I just always wanted a circus. Ever since I was just a kid of a boy growing up, I wanted a circus.
So you could get in for nothing, I reckon.
I just can't hardly believe I'm me. It's just too good to be true. I must be dreaming.
Yeah. I don't think you're dreaming now, but you must have been whenever you swapped for the thing. If you are dreaming, you better wake yourself up and figure out some way to get some feed for them animals.
Yeah, you've got a problem on your hands there now, Abner.
Well, I come by your store just now, Dick, to see you about getting some feed, but your woman said that you was over here.
Well, I haven't got any feed over there, Abner. I've quit handling it. Got to where there wasn't any profit in this stuff, so I just cut it out about 2 months ago.
Oh. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to make a trip to Cherry Hill or into the county seat one. We've just got to get some feed somewhere.
How you going to buy any feed? I thought you said you used all the money to buy the tent and the rest of that stuff with.
Well, I thought I might get it on a credit, you know.
Well, now, don't go around buying feed on a credit. I just found out a minute ago that I'm responsible for half of any debts you make on account of them animals.
Well, now, Lum, they've got to be fed somewhere or another. They're hungry.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where in the world we'll find it.
Well, I don't either, but we've got to get it. I know that. We've got to get it someplace.
I tried to get you to think of all that when you was trading for all that stuff, and you wouldn't do it.
Well, Lord, I thought I had enough feed here to last me as long as I'd want it when I first started taking that.
Wait a minute, that's our ring.
Yeah, more like that's my wife telling me to get back over to the store, too. Tell her that I'm just leaving, Lum.
Yeah, all right, Dick.
Abner, I hope you come out all right on that.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Dick. Yeah, so long.
This is Got 'em Down store. Lum Edwards talking.
I've got to get some feed someplace. I know that.
Yes, Mom?
I'll go to Circus, but I can talk him into it over
You want to speak to him? All right, hold the receiver. It's for you, Abner.
Who is it?
I don't know. It sounded sort of like Violet Gaston.
Violet? Well,
I reckon she wants to swap you something with some groceries. Thank goodness you ain't got none.
Well, I'll just tell her she's too late. I'm sorry for her. I'd love to help him if he needs it.
Here.
Yeah, thank you. Hello? Yes, Mom, this is him. Huh? Oh, yeah. yeah, me and Lum is partners on it, but I'm the manager, you know. I look after things, and I wear that outfit like a ringmaster, you know, and frock tail coats and silk hats and stuff.
Don't be telling folks that I'm partners in with you on this circus, Abner.
Huh? Just a minute, I never understood you, Violet. Lum was talking to me. Lum, be quiet while I talk to him. Oh, well, Violet, we ain't open for business. That is, well, we ain't selling no tickets to see the animals. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom. Well, yeah, I reckon we could. Just a minute. Hold the phone just a minute. Lum, she says that she wants her children to see all them animals we got down there, but she ain't got no money. And she wants to know if she can swap some chickens or something for some tickets.
Well, for goodness sake, don't swap for nothing else we'll have to feed. No. You don't need no more lives.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mom. I got out of here. Hello? Violet? You folks ain't got no extra feed over there, have you, at your place? Uh-huh.
Feed? I think that's a good
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let the whole family in to see 'em for a bale of hay. Yes, Mom, one bale. Well, all right, that's a deal then. Just bring the hay over and you can see 'em any time you want to. All right. Goodbye.
I believe you hit on a good idea there, Abner.
Why, sure. She said they had plenty of feed there on the place, but no money.
Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of other folks here in Pine Ridge in the same fix.
Yeah.
That's more than likely the reason they never had no better crowds over there for the circus. They're all out of money.
Why, sure. Natural. I'd always let me get to that telephone. I'm going to make an announcement over the party line here.
What you fixing to do there?
Well, just a minute. I'm going to call up the folks and tell them that they can get into the circus if they'll bring some feed along for the animals. Let the whole family in for a bale of hay or a bushel of corn. I ain't no good. We'll just go into the circus business or that.
Well, it looks like Lum and Abner are in the circus business now for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's look in at the manager's office of J.C.H. and Company for a minute. Fred Howard has just been called in by Mr. Marshall, the manager. Listen.
But Mr. Marshall,
No use explaining. You're fired.
Fired?
Sorry.
Well, I've worked here for years, doing the best I could.
Yes, but your mistakes cost us money, Howard. That slip up with Johnson and Company. That trouble with the government, and now...
Yes, I know, but I don't see how that could be helped.
This is a big company, Howard. Can't have things like that. What's your trouble? You don't seem to be on your toes like you used to be.
Well, sir, I don't get the sleep I used to get either. That's what it is, I think.
Too many nightclubs, eh?
Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I seldom go out. It's just that, well, I just can't get any sleep. Why, tossing around, and you've no idea.
I think I have. I've had that trouble myself. Do you know what I use? Horlicks malted milk.
Horlicks? Well, how does that help?
It relaxes you, Howard, and that's your trouble. You're all on edge. Now, you listen to me.
Yes, sir.
You take a few days off. We'll forget about the firing for now. Just go home, drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. And don't worry. You'll be all right.
Well, gee, that's swell of you, Mr. Marshall. I'll get a package tonight. Horlicks malted milk, huh?
And Horlicks it is, folks. There's nothing like a glass of Horlicks malted milk, hot, just before going to bed, to help you slip off to sleep. To sleep soundly, peacefully, all night long. If you have trouble getting to sleep, in sleeping well, try it yourself. You can get Horlicks malted milk either in natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Now, here's a simple, safe, reducing plan for overweight people. An effective way to lose excess pounds without discomfort or without resorting to methods of which your doctor might not approve. Drink a glass full of Horlicks at noon instead of eating a heavy meal. Here's why that Horlick luncheon will help you people who are anxious to regain a youthful waistline. Horlicks, while it is nourishing, energy-giving, and sustaining, doesn't have the heavy meal's excess of calories. When you drink a glass full of Horlicks for luncheon instead of a heavier meal, you are reducing your caloric intake. And that, as you probably know, is the fundamental principle of losing weight. There's another thing about the Horlick luncheon, too. It's much easier to digest than is a heavy meal. And that's why Horlicks at noon will keep you alert later. Why it will not leave you feeling drowsy or listless. Try the Horlick luncheon tomorrow. You can get Horlicks malted milk, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. And you can prepare a glass of Horlicks quickly and easily, either at home or at your work. Mix it with water alone. You don't need to add any flavoring or any raw milk to make a delicious and full-flavored glass full of Horlicks. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. You know, the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau has received hundreds of applications from women in search of a husband. A few days ago, not having any pictures of prospective husbands to send out, Lum conceived the idea of mailing out a few pictures of Abner. Well, evidently, Abner's pictures made quite a hit with the ladies. Among other letters, yesterday he received one from a Miss Hortense Kelly, who stated that she had fallen in love with him through his picture and was coming to Pine Ridge to pay him a visit soon. As we look in on the old fellows today, we find that they have moved their office back down to the store building formerly occupied by their Jot 'em Down store. Abner seems very much worried over Miss Kelly's threatened visit. Listen.
Well, now, Lum, you got me into this, and it's up to you to get me out of it.
Well, Abner, I told you 100 times you ain't into nothing. Yet.
Well, I'd like to know why I ain't. A woman coming down here wanting to marry me, and he already married.
Oh, she ain't coming down here.
She says she is, and that letter said it was a case of love at first sight, and for me to wait for her, that she's coming down here.
Oh, yeah, I know. She's just more than likely having a little fun out of you.
No, sir. No, sir. No, that woman is in love with me. I can tell the way she talked in that letter, or wrote in it.
Well, if she was to come down here and got a good look at you, she'd more than likely catch the next train back home.
I don't know, Lum. Women folks falls in love with me awful easy. I just wish sometimes that I weren't so handsome.
Handsome?
I know it'd get me in trouble sooner or later. It's these big blue eyes of mine that does it.
You ain't getting stuck on yourself over them women folks writing to you.
Well, no, but they can't all be wrong, Lum. One of them others said that she thought I had understanding eyes.
Yeah, understanding eyes.
What she said.
She ain't got good sense. About you can tell that by reading her letter.
Well, I don't know what to do about it. I'm just a good mind to write her a letter and tell her not to come.
No, I wouldn't start writing her no letters now. You will get yourself involved showing up. Best thing to do is just ignore her.
Well, I ought to write and tell her I'm already married.
No, don't tell her that. You'll give the matrimonial bureau a black eye. If she finds out we're sending out pictures of a man that's already married, don't tell her what she'll think.
Well, what do you think that Elizabeth's going to think when she finds it out? She'll about give me 2 black eyes.
Well, if she does come down here to see you, the thing to do is just not let Elizabeth know nothing about it. It's a good thing she's still down there in Texas visiting.
Yeah, well, that won't help matters none long. The first thing that Sister Simpson or some of these other gossips around here will do is sit right down and write her a letter and tell her about the whole business. And by the time Elizabeth hears about it, well, they'll have a truth stretch the fur out of shape, but there ain't no telling what they'll have her bleeding. You know how Sister Simpson exaggerates.
Oh, well, Elizabeth will take your word again theirs.
Well, if she does, she's changed a lot since she went down there, I'll say that.
I just allowed a man's wife always believed her husband before they would anybody else.
Yeah, well, of course you never have been married, or you never would make such a remark again. You just got it right square backwards. Elizabeth will believe anything bad about me that she hears, regardless of who tells it to her.
Oh, you're just making a mountain out of a molehill.
Huh?
I say you're making a mountain out of a molehill. What I mean by that is...
I know what you mean. You don't have to explain stuff to me.
Well, that's the first time I ever knowed you to understand what I was talking about.
Well, I don't know why you'd say that, special about me.
Well, generally always when I quote one of them old edited sayings of mine, I've got to stop and explain to you what I'm talking about.
Huh.
It's just like arguing with a stump on fire to get it through your thick head.
Oh, well, no, I've heard that old saying all my life, huh? Of course, you never said it right, but I know what you're trying to say.
I never said it right.
No, you got it sort of mixed up there, Lum. The way the saying goes is that if you can't take the mountain to the molehill, take the molehill to the mountain. That's the saying.
For goodness sake. You're talking about Mohammed in the mountain.
No, I said molehill, Lum. You just misunderstood me.
I know what you said. I mean, you're thinking about Mohammed.
I ain't no such a thing. I ain't thinking about nothing.
Yes, you are. I know what you're thinking about.
Well, now, Lum, I reckon I ought to know more about what I'm thinking about than you do. You can't read my mind.
No, and nobody else can. More than likely ain't nothing in your head there but a big vacuum.
A vacuum? For the land's sake. Why, there ain't room for a vacuum in my head. Where would they put the handle?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abner. Where would they put that? What I meant, you're taking a little bitty molehill that don't amount to nothing and trying to make a big mountain out of it. Taking this little letter you got from that woman and making such a to-do over it.
Well, now, which?
Which what?
Which am I trying to do?
I say, that's what you're doing when you take this letter so serious. You're making a mountain out of it.
I think I understand what you mean there. You mean if I can't get her to come here, that I'll have to go there, huh?
No, you're still thinking about Mohammed.
No, her name is Hortense. Don't you remember, Lum? Hortense Kelly. That's her name.
Abner, you're getting yourself all twisted up now.
Huh?
Sit still. I mean, you're getting your mind twisted up.
Oh.
Just forget about the mountain. Forget about Hortense, too. You're just worrying yourself over nothing. Wait till she gets here. Then it'll be time enough to start worrying.
Yeah, it'll be too late then. Now, Lum, you just got to study up some way to keep that woman away from here.
I told you to quit thinking about it. Even if she does come again, she sees you, she'll know she's made a terrible mistake.
Yeah, but I don't want her coming down here. I tell you, Lum, I'll spell trouble in.
Well, Abner, you can't keep the woman from coming to Pine Ridge if she wants to. There ain't no law again coming down here.
Dad blamed if I don't believe you want her to come.
Oh, I ain't particular about it. I would love to see if she's as pretty as her picture shows her to be.
Picture? I ain't saw no picture of her.
Well, I did. I'd forgot which one she was. But after you got that letter, you see, I got sort of curious to see what she looked like, so I got out the letter she sent us about herself when she made the application for a husband.
Yeah.
There's her picture there.
Well, what you doing carrying it around your pocket that way?
Oh, I did. Well, what difference does it make?
Oh, she is a right smart of a looker, ain't she?
Yeah, that's the prettiest one we've got here.
Oh, she is a dandy.
She's red-headed, according to the description she sent in about herself.
Wouldn't be surprised.
26-year-old.
Well.
She's an actress.
Is that right?
Yeah, win a marathon dancing contest.
Well, I do know, bless her heart.
Stands 5'2" and weighs 112 pounds.
Well, I'll swan to goodness.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah, I see now. Yeah. You just want to get that woman down here so you can see her yourself.
Well, where did you get such ideas at in
Just about the size of it. I see through the whole thing now. Yeah, you scared to send your own picture, feared that Evelina'd find out about it, so you sent her
Now,
mine.
wait a minute, Abner. Just calm
And
yourself
you're going
down.
to sit down there right now and tell her that you made a mistake and sent her the wrong pictures. That feller she's in law with is done married.
I ain't going to write her no such a thing. You know how come me to send them pictures of you out. They was the only ones we had here.
Either you sit down and write her not to come, or I'm going to step right there at the telephone and call up Evelina.
Call up Evelina?
Yes, sir, and tell her that you're in love with Hortense.
Go ahead. Call her. Call her up.
That's just what I'm going to do, yes, sir. I'll bet you'll stop her from coming down.
Abner, get away from that telephone.
I ain't going to do it. I said I was going to tell her, and I'm going to tell her.
Abner.
Hello?
Abner.
Sister Simpson?
Oh, my goodness.
Is Evelina there?
Abner, give me that receiver.
Tell her to step to the telephone, please,
Here,
Mom.
give me
I'll
that
show you.
receiver.
I'll show you.
What are you trying to do? Break me and Evelina
Well,
up?
I'd rather break you and Evelina up than have that woman break me and Elizabeth up.
All right. I'll write the letter. Hang up the receiver.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's Evelina now. Hello?
Here, give me that receiver. Hello, who is this? Who? Evelina. Well, you've got the wrong number. This is the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. Goodbye. Now, stay away from that telephone.
Well, write that letter, Lum, and I'll be right back up there saying it again.
Abner, this ain't nothing but out-and-out blackmail. What do you want me to say?
Just tell her that you sent the wrong picture, and she better not come down here on account of I'm done married.
All right. Hand me that pencil there.
Doggy, that's a relief. It just wouldn't do for her to come down here, Lum. Elizabeth just go high.
Looky on her.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Well, moved back down here in the old store building, have you?
Yeah, we never had room over at my place for the matrimonial office.
Well, I went over there looking for you. I got a telegram here for you, Abner.
Telegram?
Yeah.
Yeah, they left it down there at the store. I told them I'd see if you got it.
Well, I do know. I bound you saw Elizabeth and Pearl that they're coming home.
Sit down, Dick, and roll for a while.
Yeah, looks natural to see you fellas back over here at the store.
Yeah. And we're sitting here today thinking, I wish we'd never sold our store.
Yeah.
Seems so quiet around here without no merchandise in the shelves.
What's the matter, Abner?
For goodness sakes, Abner. You look like you saw a ghost. What's the matter?
Must be something in that telegram, Lum. Nothing happened to your wife, has it, Abner?
Mr. Abner Peabody, Pine Ridge. Darling, I will arrive tomorrow. Can hardly wait to see you. Love. Hortense.
Well, it's too late now. Hortense is probably already on her way to Pine Ridge. Ladies and gentlemen, poor and unhealthy teeth and gums are the cause of much suffering and misery. It's most important that every one of us give our teeth proper care. And it's doubly important that we parents keep a careful watch over the condition of our children's teeth. For sound and healthy teeth are formed during childhood years. 3 things are important in preventing decay. First, regular visits to the dentist. And second, regular and proper cleaning of the teeth. Third, and just as important as the other 2, is proper diet. The teeth and gums, like other parts of the body, are made from the food that we eat. The same foods that build up healthy teeth will protect teeth against decay. Now, calcium, phosphorus, and the vitamins are elements that are responsible for the formation of healthy teeth. And Horlick's malted milk is an excellent source of all of these elements. To help children develop sound teeth and gums, give them several glassfuls of Horlicks every day. To do so is to spare your child much unhappiness in later years. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. The dictionary defines an imitation as that which is made to resemble something. Well, that just about describes most imitations of Horlicks malted milk. They only resemble Horlicks. For quality and results, they do not begin to equal it. For one thing, Horlicks was the first, the original malted milk. It was discovered 50 years ago by Mr. William Horlick and has since then been recommended by physicians all over the world. It contains rich, full cream milk, combined with extracts of the finest wheat and malted barley. From the very beginning, Horlicks enjoyed a tremendous popularity. A popularity which in a few years was to circle the world. Of recent years, many imitations have appeared on the market resembling Horlicks, the original. But none of them could match this famous malted milk, either for quality or results. Today, as always, Horlicks is the leader. That's why, if you want the best, you should insist on Horlicks malted milk. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. After Lum and Abner paid Squire Skimp $100 on 2 different occasions for finding the diamond that was lost in Pine Ridge the other day, the old fellows returned it to the stranger who lost it, only to find out that it was an imitation, and they failed to collect the reward. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the Jot 'em Down store, where the main subject of conversation is still about the fake diamond. Listen.
Well, let's quit talking about it. It's done over now, and just forget it.
Well, I can't forget about it. Every time I try to forget it, that makes me think of it again.
Well, I'm tired of hearing you mouth about it.
Every time I think about Squire beating us out of $200, I get so dead blame mad I could go right over to his place and give him a licking.
Well, go on over there and give him a licking in, if that'll make you feel any better.
Well, I ain't going to get our money back whipping Squire.
Why, of course not.
Well, I don't see no use to go over there and start a fight with him, man.
Well, I never told you to give him a whooping.
You did, too. You just now said for me to go on over there and do it.
Well, yeah, I said that, but I just...
Well, I don't think it looked right, me being the constable here, supposed to uphold the law, going around starting fights with folks.
Why, of course not.
Well, what you trying to get me to do it then for? Why don't you do it yourself if you want him whipped so bad?
I never said nothing about wanting him whipped. You was the one that kept talking about going over and giving him a whooping.
Yeah, let's just forget about it.
You wouldn't be no match for Squire nohow. He'll weigh 200 pounds.
Why, of course he will. That big bully. Why don't he jump on somebody's side if he wants to fight? Picking on me because I'm littler than he is.
Why, he ain't trying to start no fight with you.
No, he better not, neither. I'm just mad enough right now to go over there and beat the everlasting daylights out of him.
Well, go on over there then and do it. Quit talking about it.
There you go, trying to ag me into it again, Lum. I thought we argued that out just now.
Well, we did, but you just keep saying that you want to fight, Squire. Go on fighting.
Yeah, but I don't think you ought to let me do it. That ain't going to get us no far.
Well, it ain't none of my business what you do. You ought to be old enough to look after yourself for this time.
Yeah. I don't believe I'll go. Maybe I can quit being so mad. You know, that's my trouble. I just fly off in the handle. Lose my temper too quick. Get me mad and I don't know what I'm doing. Hardly.
Well, if you keep thinking about how big Squire is, I don't think you'll have no trouble controlling yourself.
No. And it's a good thing he ain't here right now, I'll say that.
Yeah, it sure is.
That blames him. How far is it over to his place?
Well, you know how far it is. You've been over there 1,000 times. See his house from here. There it sits, right over on the hill yonder.
Yeah, but now it's a heap farther than it looks, Lum, up where that road circled around there.
Well, take that shortcut through the field over there, then.
Oh, I don't know, no. Now, that's awful low ground through there. I'm feared it'd be awful muddy through there after that rain we had last night.
Well, go around the road, then.
Well, there ain't no use to go clean around the road when you can cut across that field yonder.
Yeah, but you said the field was muddy.
Well, it is.
Oh, for goodness sake, Sam.
And if I have to go clean around the road there, why, it'll take me too long. I don't believe I can stay mad that long. Might get over there and I wouldn't be mad no more, and he would, and then what would I do?
I don't know.
Reckon I could take along a present of some kind.
A present?
Yeah, what'd be nice to give Squire?
To give him?
Yeah, some kind of a nice present. I wish it was Christmas. Reckon when his birthday is.
What you talking about giving him a present for? I thought you was going to give him a whooping.
Yeah, well, I was going to, but, well, we're so busy here. Maybe I better not leave the store long.
Well, we ain't busy. Yeah, go ahead. I can look after things for myself. Grandpap will be back directly anyhow.
Yeah, that blame it. He's always showing up right at the wrong time.
Well, go on over there if you're going.
I thought you wanted me to forget about it.
I do. We've got to decide on them plans for remodeling the store here.
Well, you need me here at the store then, won't you?
Why, sure.
Well, good for you. Yeah, let's quit talking about Squire.
Yeah.
Every time I get to thinking about it, I get so dad blame mad I could go right over to his place and beat the everlasting daylights out of it. Oh, wait a minute. You need me here at the store, don't you? Good.
Yeah, ain't no use to keep talking about it, Abner. We's lucky to get out of that diamond deal easy as we did.
Oh, yeah.
Lost $200, but that's better than it would have been if we'd have had to pay that fella $1,000 for that diamond he lost. We can thank Grandpap for that.
Yeah, well, Grandpap just beat me to it. I just fixing to run him out of the store myself, Lum.
Yeah. You about like me. You believe the whole story. May as well admit to it. We'd have both paid him the money if it hadn't been for Grandpappy's fears.
Yeah, I reckon so. But I was awful mad, though. I know that. I know I was mad. I can recollect that.
Yeah. Well, the thing that scared that fellow off when Grandpa threatened to call the sheriff out here from the county seat.
Yeah, that's what done it.
He never wanted to get up mixed up with no sheriff.
No, sir. Everybody could tell he's afraid to face the sheriff here.
Boy, that shows he was a crook right there.
Why, sure. And Squire's bound to have been in cahoots with him all along through that low-down Squire Skimp.
Of course he was. Of course, but proving it's another thing. We say he was, and he said he wasn't. So what you gonna do?
Mom, I'm going over there and get... Oh, that's right. Well, Grandpap says he's going to get that $200 back for us anyhow, Mom. what about the damn plans you was talking about?
Right
for the store?
here. Here.
Let's see them.
Well, they see you interested again.
Yeah.
He's talking about giving Squire a whooping. Just forget about that now.
Well, I'm trying to forget it. I keep reminding myself every time I think to forget it, I think to start it over again.
Now, here, I was talking to Ezra Seastrunk this morning. He says he'll do the carpenter work here in the store for $100.
$100?
Yeah.
Well, Ezra's right handy with the saw and hammer, all right. He's always laid out here at the casket makings ever since I can recollect here in Pine Ridge.
Yeah, only trouble, Ezra can't read or write, and he couldn't tell nothing about these plans I've got rolled up here.
Well, I wouldn't hold that against Ezra long. You showed them plans to might everybody's come in the store here, and so far you're the only one that can tell anything about it.
Yeah, looks like I'm about the only architect around here.
Oh, my goodness, Lum.
What's the matter?
Squire, look, he's coming in here, Squire Skimp.
Yeah, good. Now you won't have to go over there to give him that whooping.
Who? Who?
Why, you was talking about going over there and giving him whooping a while ago.
Yeah, but don't you know, Lum, we decided I better not do that, you know.
Oh, Squire, don't know what he's walking into.
Now, Lum, don't you let me start no fight with him now. If I get to saying a batch of stuff I oughtn't to, well, you just make me hash up. Tell Squire I don't mean it.
No, sir, I'm going to tell Squire every last word you
now,
said.
Don't you do it now, Lum. I was mad when I done that. I get mad and I don't know what I'm saying. I ain't responsible for what I say.
All right, right, just got you.
Don't tell him, because I don't think I'm in it.
No, neither one of us don't want to act mad.
No, that's the time. Yeah, fool him, won't we?
Well, what I mean by that, I'm going to try to figure out some way to get even with him, and if he knows we're mad about it, well, he's going to be watching us awful close.
Why, sure.
I want him to think that we forgot about the whole incident.
Yeah, that's the time.
Quiet now. Well, howdy, Squire.
Yeah, hello, Squire, old boy. Come here. You can't tell how mad I am.
Well, how are you today, Squire?
Why, all right, I guess, Lum. How are you gentlemen?
Oh, just only tolerably, sort of down with the rheumatiz again.
Yes, well...
Sit down, Squire, sit down.
No, thanks, Lum. I can't stay. Just dropped by here. I heard some bad news about you fellers.
Bad news about us?
Why, yes, somebody was telling me that that stranger, you know, refused to give you the $200 reward for that diamond head that you found. I just heard it a while ago.
Yeah, well, he claimed it was a fake.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Said it wasn't the one he lost told.
Yes, well, that's what I heard. That's too bad, sure. I just hope that you men don't think that I had anything to do with it.
Oh, no, Squire. I hadn't thought nothing about that.
Oh, no, that never entered our heads at all, Squire.
Of course not.
Well, just to prove to you that I want to do what's right, I'm going to give you men your $200 back.
You mean you're...
Rather than to have you think for 1 minute that Squire Skimp would beat two of his best friends out of $200, I'll gladly give you the money back and take the diamond. Or, that is, the stone that I told you we thought was a diamond.
I don't know what to do, hardly, Squire.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, man. I'll make it $300, not a cent more. That's my top price, $300.
$300?
Bogus, Lum, can't you talk? Tell him you'll take it before he backs out.
Sure we'll take it. If you want to do it, recollect it's your own proposition, though.
Have you got the diamond, Lum?
Oh, yeah. Grandpap took it into the county seat for me Saturday and had it set in a ring for me.
Yes, that's what he was telling me.
See, I was aiming on giving it to Evelina for a engagement ring. But, of course, if you want to give me $300, there it is.
Yes.
Now, give her some money. It's yours.
I ain't bogus, Squire. That's sure fair, I'll tell you that. I knowed all along that you'd do the right thing about it. I was just telling Lum a while ago I was aiming on giving you a nice present. Wasn't I, Lum?
Shut up, Abner.
Well, here you are now, Lum. There's 20, and 40, and 60, and 80, 100, 120.
Well, this certainly does not sound like Squire Skimp. Something wrong. And now, here's an interesting letter from Mrs. Muley Smith of Akron, Ohio. She says,
I have been using Horlick's malted milk for my baby daughter, and have found there is no other food that can equal Horlick's for infant feeding. I couldn't find a single other food to agree with her. Before I tried Horlicks, I had heard it mentioned on the Lum and Abner program every evening. This, and the fact that a neighbor in Aspen also recommended it to me, decided me to get a package. To my surprise and delight, there was a big change in my baby after only the second feeding. She has gained about a pound a week. I can surely recommend Horlicks malted milk to mothers who are in doubt about food for their babies.
And so can we, Mrs. Smith, very sincerely. For over 50 years now, Horlicks has proved just as beneficial to thousands upon thousands of other mothers all over the world. You, too, can get it, you know, at your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Attention, everybody. Hundreds of our friends have written in requesting a photograph of Lum and Abner. We're glad to announce that we now have a limited quantity of 8 by 10 pictures autographed by Lum and Abner themselves. These pictures show the old fellows both in character, just as you've always pictured them to yourself over the radio, and also as they appear in real life. If you want one, and I know you will, just send in your name and address on the back of a wrapper from a half-pound or large package of Horlicks malted milk, and we'll send you one right away. Mail your wrapper to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Got that? But remember this, folks. We have only a limited number of these pictures, and this offer will be withdrawn soon. So to make sure of getting one of these grand souvenirs, I suggest you send your wrapper in right away. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner learned the other day that it was unlawful to start a chain letter, but only after the hog chain letter that they had started had spread like wildfire. Well, now the old fellows are trying their best to get the thing stopped. However, they're finding it much easier to start than it is to stop. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the Jot 'em Down store. Lum is talking over the telephone. Listen.
Luther? This here's Lum Abner. Why, tolerably well. How's yourself? Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, must be ailing.
Why, Luther, what I called you up about, you got one of them hog chain letters that me and Abner started, didn't you? Yeah, you was one of them that give us a hog, wasn't you?
I know he was. I recollect him.
Yeah, well, Abner thought he recollected seeing you bring one over there.
Yeah, I brought a little foreign China over.
Well, I wish you'd go over there at his place and pick it out and take it back home.
Check out about 100 pounds of one big.
Yeah, we're giving them all back. Yeah, we found out that it's against the law to start them chain letters that way. Why, using the mails for defraud or something like that. Dick Huddleston was a-telling us.
Yes, sir.
Huh? You have? Well, for the land's sake. He says he's got over 400 hogs just in today himself.
His name must be up at the top of the list on this time.
How's that, Luther? Well, we just figured if everybody'd take their hog back, he'd stop this chain letter we started and get us out of trouble.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, all right, Luther. I don't know to blame you much. No, I don't reckon they could get you. You never started it. All right. Goodbye.
What'd you say, Lum?
That's what I thought he'd say.
Huh?
Just like all the rest of them said he didn't want his hog back. Looks like we've started something here we can't stop.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Got to get them hog back somewhere or other. That penitentiary is staring us right smack in the face. Trouble is, everybody around here knows that me and you's the only ones that can get in any trouble over it, and they ain't trying to help us.
Why, no, they don't care where we go to the penitentiary or not.
I was talking to Jerry Hausner about it, and he just come right out flat-footed and said he wouldn't have his hog back.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's the stubbornest feller I ever seen anyway.
I think he's kind of crazy myself.
Yeah.
About the best thing for us to do is just get a truck somewhere and load them hogs up and drive over their places of a night and unload them where they belong into their feller or not.
Yeah, but the trouble is, Lum, we don't know where they come from. There's so many folks bringing hogs over there for a day or two that I couldn't keep up with. I don't know who brung them and who didn't.
That's right. We ought to made out a list of everybody that brung us one, then we'd have knowed who to take them back to.
Yeah, but we never know then that we want to give them back.
Yeah. They never knowed what they were doing, did they?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Granny, I wish them hogs could talk and tell us where they live at.
Might talk pig Latin to them, Lum.
Do what?
Talk pig Latin, you know it. Egg pay Latin, they.
Oh, for goodness sake. Here I'm trying to study up some way to keep us out of the penitentiary, and you sit around and think up a bunch of foolishness.
Well, I was just joshing off. I know better. I know that they couldn't understand that kind of talk. I can't hardly understand it myself. I know I've got more sense than pigs.
I wish I'd never heard of a chain letter. They say some feller out in Colorado started them things.
Yeah.
That is for money. Of course, it was our idea changing it to a hog chain letter.
Well, what we going to do, Lum? I told Elizabeth I'd be back in a few minutes, and she said if I don't get them hogs away from over there by this evening, that she's going to run me and them both off.
Well, you better get started running then, for we ain't going to get them away from there today. I can tell you that right now.
Well, why can't we just go ahead and put a fence around that 80 acres we bought down on the river the other day, Lum, and turn them loose on that?
Well, what's the use of going to the expense of fencing that place up if we ain't going to keep the hogs?
Well, we've got to put them somewhere. They're just ruining our place over there. Looks like a cyclone had hit it. I've got Cedric staying over there now to keep them out of stuff, but I don't think he's able to do it. There's so many of them.
Yeah, Granny, there's another thing. We ought to quit selling them over there.
Why, sure, that'll be worse off than ever if we don't stop taking folks' money for them hogs that we got that's supposed to be against the law.
If we start trying to get them hogs back, no telling where we would find them at.
I know, they changed hands 15 or 20 times by now.
Selling them for $3 and no telling what they'd want for them back.
No.
Maybe we could start a unchain letter.
Do what?
Unchain letter. Start a chain letter where everybody give somebody a hog will have to go get it back. That way, eventually, the hogs will all get back to where they started from.
Yeah, that's a good idea if they'll do it.
Well, it ought to be a heap easier to get somebody to go get one back than it was to get them to give one away.
Yeah, but what about that using the mails to defraud that Dick was talking about? Let's don't get no more of these things started through the mail, Lum.
Well, it ought to be again a law to start an unchain letter.
Well, you better ask Dick about that.
Granny, wait a minute here. That is a good idea. That's a good idea even if it won't work.
A good idea if it won't work.
Why, sure. That way we won't have to send the hogs we got back to where they come from. Because, well, like if they was to send us to the penitentiary for 10 years for starting them chain letters, it ought to take about 10 years off for starting an unchain letter, so we can't get no more trouble in the deal. We just break even.
Yeah, well, I'd rather stop fooling with these chain letters, Lum, before we end up on a chain gang somewhere. That's what I'd rather do.
We're what you call fugitives from a chain letter, ain't we?
Yeah.
Come to think about it, though, I don't believe that unchained letter business will work very well anyhow, Abner.
I don't neither.
See, we never got all the 15,625 hogs we're supposed to get. We might have to go out here and buy up 2,000 or 3,000. That is, if we start an unchained letter and run it backwards that way.
Oh, my goodness, I know we don't want to do that, Lum. Have to buy up a bat.
No, if we can just get them hogs over there back to whoever give them to us, I hope I never see another one as long as I live.
Yeah, but that ain't as easy done as it sounds, old Lum, giving them back.
Reckon them hogs would know their way home if we was to just turn them loose.
You mean just turn them loose and let them go home by themselves?
Yeah. Dogs and cows and stuff like that will.
They will.
Cows will always come in at milking time, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about hogs, though. I reckon they would.
Well, we'd get shut of them anyway.
Yeah.
If the post office department comes down here to investigate who started these chain letters, they couldn't prove nothing on us if we never had no hogs over there.
Well, if we don't do something about it pretty quick now, Lum, we won't have a chance to turn them loose, for Elizabeth's going to do it first.
Yeah. I believe that's the best thing for us to do, Abner. Just open them gates and let them go.
Yeah, I better answer the phone. I think that's our ring that's just wrong now.
It was. I never paid no attention.
Yeah, I believe it was.
If that ain't none of the post office authorities here now. Hello? Well, tell me who you want first.
Yeah, that's who it is. That's who it was. Give him this man.
Who is it talking?
Well, like maybe a peasant himself.
You're sure about that? Well, all right. Yeah, this is half of us. This is Lum Eddard talking.
Oh, you know what he meant.
You've got what? Oh, my goodness alive. Abner, that's the express company in there at the county seat. Says we've got 36 hogs in there at the express hog.
You mean that they broke out and went clean in there?
No. This is something that's been shipped to us.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Hold the receiver a minute. Me and Mr. Peabody's will have to have a little meeting over this to decide what to do.
What do you mean? What do you want to have a meeting for, Lum?
Well, if these hogs start coming in from out of town, we're into it now, sure enough.
Well, just tell him that we don't want them. Tell him he'll have to ship them right back to whoever they come from. Tell him we've got more hogs now and we know what to do with it.
Trouble is, we'll have to pay the express back on them.
Well, I'd a heap rather do that than go to the penitentiary.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait a minute. I'll find out how much it'll cost to ship them back.
Yeah, tell him we never ordered them in the first place.
Hello? Mr. Express? Why, couldn't we just leave the hogs in the crates they come in and ship them back to whoever it was sent them to us? Uh-huh. Well, how much would that cost? Just the same as it costs to ship them to us, huh? All right. Well, how much would that cost us now altogether? Well, figure it up and call us back, will you? Yeah. All right. Much obliged to you. Lord, yeah, man, that's going to cost a fortune sending all them hogs back.
Yeah.
He says some of them from Nebraska and California and Pennsylvania and all over the United States.
Well, for goodness sake.
Oh, man.
Wait a minute. What's that Cedric doing coming over here? I told him to stay over at the place.
Hey, Mr. Abner, you better get on over at your place.
What's the matter, Cedric?
The hogs ain't got out, have they, Cedric?
Well, I wouldn't worry about that, Mom. He's aiming on turning them loose anyhow.
No, but your names must be at the top of the corn list now for folks who's bringing corn over there so fast I don't know where to put it at.
Corn?
Granny Abner, I forgot about that dead blame corn letter we started. Now we're into it sure enough.
It was a bad day for Lum and Abner when the chain letter idea hit Pine Ridge. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to hear what Mrs. Fred Carlson of Chicago, Illinois, says about Horlick's malted milk in a recent letter. She writes,
When my baby was born, she weighed 7 1/4 pounds and seemed to be a perfectly healthy baby. She stayed this way for 6 weeks. Then she started to fail. She couldn't hold anything we gave her until we tried Horlick's malted milk. Our neighbor had brought her boy up on Horlick's, and he looked so well and strong. Well, I tried Horlick's, and I wish you could see my little girl now, and you'd never believe she ever was sick. I hope you read this letter over the air, for I know it will make some other parents as happy as it made us.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Carlson. We were only too glad to read your letter at this time. And as always, delighted to hear what you have to say about Horlick's malted milk. And now, about that picture that Lum and Abner are offering. All you have to do to get one right away is to send in your name and address on the back of a Horlicks malted milk wrapper to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. All right? But just remember to send in soon, as we have only a limited number. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Tonight, folks, we are happy to welcome a new group of 7 stations of the Michigan Network who are going to broadcast this program. Even more thousands, therefore, will now be able to enjoy the programs of Lum and Abner. And now, before we go any further, I want to tell you about a little experience I had the other day. I was in a drugstore I'd never been in before, when in came a woman with 2 little children. "I want a 1-pound package of malted milk," she said. "And don't try and sell me that brand you told me was just as good as Horlicks. It just wasn't. Give me the Horlicks this time. I know what I'm getting then." Well, that druggist didn't say a word. He just wrapped up the Horlicks, made out the check, handed it to the woman. Well, after she'd gone, I asked him if he had many customers like that. Customers who insisted on Horlicks. "Oh, yes," he says, "more and more. They are just as keen as ever," he added, "on getting a bargain. And they seem to realize that Horlicks is the best bargain they can find." Folks, remember this. It's important to always keep a package of Horlicks on hand in the home. It has so many uses. Insist on Horlicks, the original and genuine, either in natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner have hired Squire Skimp to assist them in building a real circus out of the collection of animals that Abner traded for recently. The Squire has been busy over the weekend and plans to open the new show within the next few days. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner on their way over to the circus grounds in response to a call from Squire. Listen.
What does Squire want to see us about, Mom?
I don't know. He called up there at the store and said for me to get you and come on over here to the circus grounds. We want to talk over a few things.
Yeah. Well, I'll hand Squire one thing. He's a worker. My dog is him and Cedric has been working over there in that tent ever since we hired him.
Yeah, oh, yeah. He knows the circus business backwards and forwards. He's got some good ideas, too.
Yes, he has.
Just as long as he can't get his hands on none of the money, I don't see no way for him to beat us out of nothing.
Oh, no. Me and you can look after the business end of it. But I don't see how we could have got along tall, old without Squire. He says he's going to make a real circus out of it, sideshow and everything.
Sideshow?
Yeah, he's going to have a sword swallower and a fire eater and a tattooed man, a bearded lady and a fat woman. He sent me over to see the widow Abernathy yesterday to see if she'd be the fat woman.
The widow Abernathy?
Yeah, and did she get mad? I never got such a tongue lashing in my life as she give me. Run me clean off from the place.
Well, you crazy ape, you ought to have more sense than to even try to hire her. You know how catchy she is about being fat.
What did you call me?
Ape, I said.
Oh, oh.
I'm glad you know the witter better than that.
Well, I do now.
We might get Effie Phillips now.
Effie?
Brung it up. She'll kick them scales up to around 390 pounds.
Yes, sir, I forgot about her. But now I ain't going to ask her, I know that.
Oh, well, she ain't techy about her size. But he can josh her about it without her getting her back up over it. She says herself she's the fattest woman in the county.
Yeah. Well, Squire'll have her covering more territory than that, told him. She joins up with us. He'll say she's the fattest woman in the world when he gets done.
Mm-hmm. Squire said for us to come right on over here. Said he'd be here, but I don't see him no place around front here.
Oh? Well, maybe he's on the inside of the tent there somewhere.
Yeah. Sort of quiet around here, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. I'll be glad when we get ready to open up for business again. I dog it, I do love a circus business.
Well, Squire said... Wait, Yonder he is. Right there at the far end of the tent.
Yeah. It looks like he's doing some painting of some kind back there.
Oh, I see. Look at the signs around here. Granny's is looking better already.
Yeah?
Well, listen to them lines.
Yeah, oh, they keep that up all the time. They just pace backwards and forwards
Well, they
all day
can
long.
find out someday they can't get out of them.
No, it don't look like they'll ever learn. Well, I don't blame them. If I was in there, I'd do some pacing myself, I reckon.
We got signs around all over the different cages. Tells what they are, I reckon.
Well, look there. He's painted one of them elephants white, huh?
Yeah. He said the other day he's going to whitewash one of them. See there, that sign there? Only white elephant on exhibition in the world today. Well, swan to goodness.
Now, what's he going to do if it rains, though? Get him out in a parade and it start raining, that whitewash will come right off of there.
Yeah, I don't believe that's going to work.
No.
You know, Abner, I don't feel just right about misrepresenting nothing that way, no way.
Well, no, I don't either, Mom. I've been sort of thinking about that. You know, we ought to tell the truth.
I think we better speak to Squire about it.
Yeah.
Look there. According to that sign there, that other elephant's the biggest one in the world. So every circus I ever seen had the biggest elephant in the world.
Yeah, they show... what's this in this cage over here? Yeah, here's something I never knowed we had.
That's the monkeys, ain't it?
Yeah, that's where we've been keeping them, but according to them signs, well, there's something else in there now. 4 or 5 names up there. Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Yeah. Orangutan. Why, Dad, blame you, lawmakers, I ought to beat the daylight out of you.
What's the matter with you?
Dog, you take that back. You can't sit up here and call me no such name
What are you
today.
talking about? What's come over you? I ain't called you nothing. I ain't said a word to you. I just stand...
You called me an ape a while ago, didn't you?
When did I call you ape?
Just a while ago, just before we come in the tent here.
You're a long time about getting mad about it. I'd even forgot about it.
Well, I just now found out what it is. There's what you call me, sitting right there in that cage, according to that sign that Squire's got up there.
Oh, well, that ain't nothing to get mad about, Abner. I never meant nothing
Well,
about it.
ain't nobody going to call me no such a thing as that and get away with
All right, I'll take it back then. From now on, I'll just call you a baboon instead of an ape.
Yeah, well, that's all right, but don't call me no ape, I'll tell you that.
There's something I never knowed.
What's that?
Look here. That's the only Siberian possum in captivity.
Well, I do know.
Ain't that the one you swapped off of Homer Jenkins?
Yeah, his dog's treated right down there at the back of his place. I bet Homer never knowed he was an extra the other way. He never would have dealt him off to me.
Well, that ain't no more a Siberian possum than you are.
Huh? What did you say?
Than I am, then.
Well, that's better. I don't care what you call yourself.
That's another misrepresent there.
Why, sure it is.
I just don't like it, Abner.
I don't either, Lum. It just won't pay in the long run. It pays to tell the truth. That's what it does.
There's them white mice there.
Yeah.
What does that sign say there?
Sacred white mice from the temple of...
Abadab.
Abadab, yeah. Now, that ain't right, Lum. We know where we got them white mice from.
Wait a minute. Hey, Squire, come here a minute.
Well, howdy, gentlemen. I never saw you come in.
We'll just tell him right now we don't want to say nothing about these animals. It ain't so.
No, I'd rather just tell the truth about it, regardless.
Looks like you've been putting up some signs around here.
Yes. Have to put up a sign, up over the cage, Lum, telling what the animals are, or half the people that come in to see the circus won't know what they're looking at.
Yeah. Well, it's a good idea, except I believe we ought to stick to the truth, Squire.
The truth?
In the circus business?
Yeah, such things as that white elephant up there. I just don't feel right about it.
No, I don't either, Squire. I think we better just wash that whitewash off. We don't want to say nothing about nothing that ain't so.
No.
Well, all right, man. It's your show. And if you say take it off, well, I'll take it off. But now he'll be a big attraction, man. Ain't no doubt about that. And another thing, that sign there just says he's a white elephant. And if he ain't white, I'd like to see one it is.
And this possum here, too. That ain't no Siberian possum. It was caught right down there on Homer Jenkins' place.
Yeah, well, now, look. Why, that's just a fancy name for him, you know. I ain't saying that he come from Siberia.
Yeah, that's right.
Like this sacred cow we got here, you know. There's certain tribes of people that consider all cows sacred. No, Lum, I wouldn't misrepresent nothing. No, sir, man, I've got my reputation to think of, you know.
And, of course, I don't know nothing about the circus business, but me and Abner's always tried to be honest and upright in our dealings, and we just don't want to misrepresent nothing.
Why, no, of course you don't, and I don't either. You know, Squire Skimp, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's my policy, man, all it has been.
Well, I'm proud to hear you say that.
For the land's sake, where did this varmint come from? Come here, Lum, look at this.
What is it?
Oh, yes, that's something new we got, man. I just added that to the collection a while ago. There's going to be the greatest attraction of them all.
Well, for the great I am. Well, that's the awfulest looking varmint I ever seen.
Yeah, it's asleep now, whatever it is.
I wouldn't get too close to him there, Abner. He might break out of that cage.
Gentlemen, that's the wild man from Borneo, the only genuine wild man on exhibition today, brought to this country from the darkest jungles of Africa. He's wild, he's savage, he's the most dangerous beast to be found in the world today.
I believe, Squire, it wouldn't hurt nothing to sort of put some extra bars around that cage there.
Yeah, look there, he's got rings in his nose and ears both.
Granny's, I'd hate to meet one of them things in a row.
Oh, me.
Where in the world did you get such a critter as that, Squire?
Never mind where I got him, Lum. He's here. That's the main thing.
Wait a minute. I believe you woke him up there. Okay. Come on back from that cage there, Abner. He's waking up.
Can a fella talk to him, Squire?
Well, yes, Abner, but he can't understand the words you say. He speaks only the language of the jungle, Abner.
Squire, if that thing ever got loose around here, the people of Pine Ridge would be scattered all over the United States.
Yes, well, he won't get loose. Don't you worry about that, Lum.
Yeah, look at him blinking them eyes there, just like a human.
Yeah, Swan, too goodness, he's plumb woke up.
Yeah, look at him.
Yes, sir.
I believe I'll say something to him. Howdy do, sir. Howdy.
Howdy, Mr. Abner.
Huh?
Granny, wait a minute here. Who said that?
Doggies, he knows me, Lum.
Howdy, Mr. Lum. I wish you fellas would make Squire let me out of this cage here.
Cedric, I told you, whatever you do, don't ever speak to nobody that comes around this cage. Remember, you don't understand a word of the English language.
Well, if Cedric is the wild man from Borneo, we wonder what plans Squire has for Lum and Abner's part in the circus. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a minute left tonight. Let's slip over to the Carrollton home and see what's happening. I think Mrs. Carrollton is getting her son Jimmy off to school.
Hurry up now, Jimmy. You'll be late.
Oh, let me finish my milk, Mom.
Well, be quick then, son. You know what your teacher said.
Oh, all right. Where's my cap?
Where you put it last night, of course.
Well, it isn't. I hung it up there on the hook.
Well, it must have walked off all by itself then.
Oh, no, it hasn't, Mom. I did hang it there. I remember.
Oh, I don't know. I declare. Oh, here it is, Jimmy, under the table. Such a boy. Now, here's your book and your lunchbox.
Gee, Mom, what's in it today?
Oh, never you mind.
Oh, come on, tell us.
Well, all right. You've got sandwiches, cake, and an orange. Now, do run along, son.
Oh, gee, Mom, why don't you put in some Horlicks malted milk tablets? They're swell.
I know you too well. You'd eat them up before lunch and spoil your appetite.
No, I wouldn't. Anyway, Horlicks don't spoil your appetite. Teacher said they don't, too.
Well, I'll declare. I never heard that.
Well, it's true. Gee, Mom, they're better than candy, too. They're good for us, teacher said.
Well, I'll get you some tomorrow, son. Now, you've just got to run along. Why, look at that clock. You'll never be there on time.
Well, we hope Mrs. Carrollton does get some Horlicks tablets for Jimmy. All youngsters love them, and they're certainly fine and nourishing for the youngsters. Get some to try. A small flask costs but 10 cents. Also in larger sizes if desired. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks. who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. I wonder if all of Lum and Abner's overweight friends are using the Horlick weight control plan. Judging by the many letters we've received, a lot of them certainly are, and finding it safe and satisfactory, too. Briefly, the plan is this. Instead of eating a heavy, hard-to-digest lunch, these overweight listeners are drinking a good glassful of Horlick's malted milk at noon. This makes a sustaining, easy-to-digest lunch one that keeps you alert. You get none of that drowsy feeling that comes from eating a big midday meal. Yet, and this is the point, Horlicks offers sustaining nourishment without the excess calories of a heavy meal. And excess calories are just what bring your excess worries. Try Horlicks yourself. It saves time, money, and health. All you need is a package of Horlicks malted milk. And this you can get from your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner have quite a problem on their hands. They're enjoying a splendid patronage to their circus, but for the past 2 days, the entire receipts have been stolen out of the safe in the wagon that serves as their office. So far, they have found no definite clue to the mysterious disappearance of the funds, and yet there are several who might be implicated in the theft. Well, as we look in on the circus grounds today, we find Abner and Squire Skimp in the office discussing the matter. Listen.
Well, that's the reasons I come over, Abner. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. I know all this money disappearing, it looks bad for me. It's no more than natural that I'd be the first one that you'd suspicion.
Well, I ain't accused you of taking it, Squire.
Well, no, you haven't come right out and said so, Abner, but natural with you and Lum and me being the only ones that knows the combinations on that safe, I'd be the first one that you'd think took it.
Yeah, I reckon so.
I've always tried to live honest, to do right by my fellow man. And that's why it grieves me so to think that you'd even suspicion for 1 minute that I'd slip in this wagon under the cloak of darkness and take from that safe money that belonged to you and Lum, 2 of my oldest friends.
Well, now, Squire, I wouldn't let myself get all tore up over this.
Well, it's a matter of defending my honor, Abner. A man reaches my age in life, Abner, he just ain't got much left to live for except his reputation and his friends.
Well, a little money laid up, too, won't hurt nothing.
Yes, but if I had to sacrifice my principles for a few paltry dollars, take advantage of old friends like you and Lum, I'd choose a pauper's grave first.
I told you, Squire, you wouldn't have made a bad out at preaching, you know what?
Well, I just want you to know, Abner, that although the finger of suspicion is pointed at me, my conscience is clear. I've done nothing to betray your trust.
Well, I told you I didn't think you done it, Squire. Ain't no use for you to keep telling me that you never stole the money.
Well, now, that's fine. I'm glad to hear you say that, Abner. I am. I'm willing to hire a detective out of my own pocket to come in here and clear up the whole thing rather than to have you suspicion me for 1 minute.
Well, I don't see no need in doing that, Squire. We're bound to find out eventually who took it.
Well, Abner, I want to talk to you a little confidential. Don't want you to quote me on this, but had it ever occurred to you that Lum might be taking that money himself?
Lum? What in the world would he be wanting to take it for? It belongs to me and him. Besides, that wouldn't be stealing if he took it.
Well, of course, half of it belongs to him, but half of it is yours, too.
Yeah, but Lum never done nothing. He just never had nothing to do with it. I'll guarantee that, Squire. He's just as honest a man as ever drawed breath. Why, you seen the surprised look on his face when he opened that safe and seen the money was gone.
Yes, but now he might have been looking that way on purpose, Abner, to throw you off the track, you know.
No. I've known Lum too long, Squire. Had too many dealings with him. It couldn't have been him.
Well, I don't know, Abner. I don't think that Lum would do a thing like that ordinarily, no. But sometimes, you know, a man can be influenced into doing something that he knows is wrong.
What do you mean by that, Squire?
Well, just to talk straight, Abner. Now, here's this bareback rider, Zenola. She seems to have swept Lum right off his feet. And I believe he'd do nearly anything that she told him to.
Oh, yeah, she's got him wrapped right around her finger. There ain't no doubts about that.
Well, now, she's a smart young lady and would know just how to work a fellow like Lum. Why, the other day she had him all revved up to buy a big electric sign to put across the top of the tent there with her name on it.
Yeah, and he'd have did it, too, if that money hadn't disappeared.
Why, sure he would. He was all set to go right down and buy it.
Yeah, I talked to him for 3 hours trying to talk him out of that idea. He was all set to go down and pay $800 for that sign just so that he could put the Norris name across there in big lights, he said.
I know he was. And I'll tell you something else now. I just heard this a while ago, Abner. Zenola told the snake charmer that Lum was going to buy her a big diamond engagement ring.
A diamond engagement ring?
Yes, and that could be, you know, what he intends to do with the money.
No, I don't believe he'd do that, Squire. No, not Lum.
Well, now, you know that he hadn't got any money of his own to be buying diamonds with. It's that woman, I tell you, Abner, Norris. She's putting these ideas in his head just to show her the world.
Well, now, Squire, I just never would believe that. Wait a minute. Here it comes now.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just like I say, Abner. You men ought to make a lot of money out of this circus. The crowd has been good here lately.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Lum. Good evening.
Yeah, come on in, Lum.
Keep your seat, Squire. I can sit right over here.
Oh, no, Lum. I was just fixing to go anyway. I've got a little business to attend to before the performance tonight.
Well, I'll be around there before long, Squire, to open up the box office.
All right, Lum.
What's the matter, Lum?
Oh, I'm just getting to where I can't hardly stand to be around that Squire Skimp.
Yeah, what's the matter with you and Squire?
Well, I just don't like the altitude he's taking about this money disappearing.
Oh, well, now, Lum, I wouldn't pay no attention to nothing that he said.
You wouldn't be talking that way if you knowed who he's trying to lay it on to, though.
Oh, yeah, I already know. I never liked it myself.
I don't blame you. I run him out of the wagon here this morning. I wouldn't stand for him making such a accusation.
Well, now, that ain't going to get the money back, Lum. him accusing somebody.
I'll bet you whoever's been stealing it gets a surprise tonight, all right.
A surprise?
Yeah, I ain't going to put it in that safe no more.
You ain't?
Why, no. They got it out of there twice. They ain't no use to just give it to them.
Yeah, well, now, I wouldn't be carrying that much money around on me, Lum. That's dangerous business now.
Well, I ain't going to carry it on me. I'm going to hide it in another place tonight. I ain't going to put it in the safe.
Oh.
I'll hide it in the bottom of that trunk over there tonight and then take it out in the morning, carry it down to the bank, and deposit it.
I was going to put it in the trunk, you say.
Wait a minute, be quiet.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Wait a minute, I hear something.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What are you doing there? Hold on there. Who is that? Cedric, is that you?
Yes, Mom.
Well, what are you doing slipping around the side of the wagon there?
Why, I wasn't slipping around, Mr. Lum. I just started to come in the wagon, and I seen you and Mr. Abner was talking some business, so I started to leave.
Well, don't be hanging around this wagon. Just stay away from here.
Yes, Mom.
Swan, you scared me to death, Lum, when you jumped up that way and run to the door there.
Yeah, I reckon I'm a little nervous. This thing's got me about half out of my head, Abner. Abner, you reckon Cedric could know anything about where that money's been going?
You mean, you reckon if he stole the money, Cedric?
Yeah.
Oh, why, no, Lum. Why, Cedric couldn't get in the safe if he wanted to. He don't even know the combination.
Well, now, that's just all you know about it. He knows that combination a heap better than me or you does.
You mean Cedric knows the combination to the safe?
Yes, sir. Oh. You know, I never can recollect the thing myself, and yesterday evening I went to open the safe, and there's just me and Cedric in here, and I couldn't recollect the combination, and he sat right there and told me what it was.
He did?
Yeah, I never thought nothing about it at the time, but I got to studying about it today. I don't know, Abner. I hate to think such a thing about Cedric. I've always liked the boy.
Oh, Cedric's a fine boy, Lum.
He's worked there in the store for us over Pine Ridge for years.
Oh,
I never had no trouble with him.
No, I'll trust Cedric, Lum. I'll give him chances to take things. He's just honest as he can be.
Yeah, but I'll sworn he's pranking mighty strong at him.
Well, now, Lum, I wouldn't go nothing on that now. He might have just watched, me and you open the safe and happened to learn the combination by heart, accidental.
I don't know. Well, it's him or Squire Skimp one, I know that.
Well, now, I don't believe Squire done it neither, Lum. I thought so maybe for a while, but he was in here a while ago and talking to me about it, and he just might not have brung tears to my eyes, tell me how innocent he is.
How innocent he is?
Oh, yeah, he sat here and told me on his word that he never had a thing in the world to do with it.
Well, you don't expect him to come right out and admit to it, do you?
Well, no, Lum, but he talked awful honest to me.
Well, a feller that steals money that way ain't going to admit to it.
Well, no, but Squire, he looked me right in the eye when he said it.
Oh, I tell you, Abner, after some of the other stunts Squire Skimp pulled on us, I wouldn't put nothing past him.
Well, there's one thing about it. If you hide it in the trunk tonight, why, me and you can watch your safe.
Wait a minute. Find out what you're saying, Abner.
Huh? Did you hear somebody?
Yeah. Who is that? What do you want? Wait a minute. I seen you hauled her out, shoot.
Who is it, Lum? Who is it? What's the matter?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know. I couldn't see for sure. Just as I stepped to the door here, he run around the corner of the wagon.
Well, why didn't you shoot?
I never had nothing to shoot with. Wait a minute, listen.
Well, where you going next time?
Listen.
Somebody get hurt the first thing you know, running around here like a wild man.
Is that you, Squire? What's the matter?
Oh, that brother of Norris come tearing around the end of the wagon there and run right square into me, knocked me right flat on my back.
Norris' brother.
Well, this seems to only complicate matters more than ever. Who stole that money? Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. S.J.B. of Covington, Kentucky, writes to tell us of a conversation between two youngsters playing baseball that she overheard recently. We thought maybe you'd like to hear it, so we're going to reenact it. Listen.
Let's quit, Bob.
Oh, gee, it's my turn to bat.
You can bat first tomorrow.
No, I can't. I gotta go to the dentist. Besides...
Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna quit.
Oh, all right. You just can't take it, that's all.
Who can't? I'll bet you're tired, too, only it's your time to bat.
Maybe so. But I wouldn't be if I had some Horlicks tablets.
Huh? What are they?
Oh, you know. Horlicks malted milk powder done up in tablets. They give you pep.
Well, let's get some. How much are they?
Only a dime. How much you got?
I got 4 cents.
Well, I got 3. That's 7. Mom will give us the rest. Come on, let's go ask her.
And that was all that Mrs. S.J.B. had time to hear. But it was enough to show how popular Horlicks tablets are becoming. Youngsters, motorists, early golfers, shoppers, people in all walks of life are finding Horlicks tablets great for warding off hunger and fatigue. Have you tried them yet? You can get them, if you haven't, at your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Prickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we hear the old fellows tonight, I'd like to say a few words about colds. I don't think there's anything more uncomfortable than an early summer cold. If you've ever had one, you'll know just what I mean. Now, I won't give you any set rule concerning colds, but I do say this. You can avoid colds to a large extent by building up resistance in advance. And there is no better way to build resistance than by drinking Horlicks regularly. Horlicks is rich in vitamins and bodybuilding elements, rich in the splendid nourishment of full cream milk and finest wheat and malted barley. So follow this advice. Get a package of Horlicks from your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. The whole family will like Horlicks. It'll help them as it's already helped hundreds of thousands of others all over the world. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, the chain letter craze has finally hit Pine Ridge, and Lum and Abner have decided to go them one better by starting what they call the farm relief chain. Instead of sending money, everybody who receives one of their letters is supposed to respond by sending a hog. The old fellows have figured out that they will receive over 15,000 hogs. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find them down at the Jot 'em Down store getting ready to receive them. Lum is talking over the telephone. Listen.
Yeah, Ezzy, this here's Lum Edders. Yeah, have you ordered the lumber yet to remodel the store with? Well, good. Don't do it then. No, we ain't going to remodel. We're going out of the store business. Yeah, we're going into hog business. Hog business. Yeah, me and Abner started one of them chain letters, only instead of sending money, we're having everybody send one another a hog. Oh, you did? Who'd you get yours from? Well, I do know. Ezra said he got a letter a while ago from Grandma Matthews.
Well...
Well, we're going to have to use the money we was aiming on remodeling the store with to fence up some of the land to put them hogs in. Yeah, I might figure with you on doing that job of fencing first, building the fence and all that. Well, that's right, you have. Said you got to build a fence for yourself first, for the hogs you're going to get. Well, who you reckon we could get to do that, Ezra? How about Luther Phillips? I know he does carpentering. Carpenter. He's a carpenter. Oh, he did. Well, I guess you'll have to build one for yourself then. Well, we'll find somebody, I reckon. All right. Much obliged, Ezra. All right. Goodbye. Granny, them letters are getting scattered around in a hurry.
Oh, my, yes. Yeah, just quick as we sent them out yesterday afternoon, why, folks started passing them around. They've been going ever since.
Oh, yeah, it's just taking the town by storm. I never seen the whole community so excited over anything.
Well, I could hear 'em all night long last night catching hogs. Every time I hear the hog squeal, well, I know that somebody got a chain letter.
Oh, that's all you can hear down on the streets today. Anybody that ain't got a hog trying to swap somebody out of one.
Well, I still think that you ought to put our name up at the top of the list, though, instead of down at the bottom, Long. We've done had some hogs by this time, eh?
Well, Abner, I've explained that to you 40 times. If we'd have put our name at the head of the list, we'd have just got 5 hogs. See, this way it takes a little longer for us to start getting any hogs, but the time our name reaches the top, it'll be multiplied to where we'll get 15,625 hogs.
Yeah, but I'm just afraid they'll run out of hogs before they get to us, Lum. There ain't that many in the community.
Oh, well, by the time it gets to us, these letters will be all over the country. We'll be getting hogs from every state in the Union.
Yeah, well, read one of them letters again to me, Lum. I still can't get it in my head how we can send out one hog and get back over 15,000 of them.
Well, it's just like that when we got from Denver, where they wanted us to send them a dime, only we changed it up a little. See, instead of calling it the Prosperity Club like they did, I changed it to the Farm Relief Club.
Yeah.
This chain was started in the hope of bringing prosperity to everybody. Within 3 days, make 5 copies of this letter, leaving off the top name and address and adding your name and address at the bottom, and mail to 5 friends that you want to help. In omitting the top name, send that person 1 hog as a donation. In return, as your name leaves the top, you should receive 15,625 hogs. Is this worth a hog to you? See, them first 5 letters we sent out, they'll all send a hog to the widow Abernathy. I thought I'd put her name to the top of the list, thought I'd help her out that much, you know.
Yeah, well, she's done got the hogs. Grandpappy Spears said that he'd taken one over to her this morning, and she already had 4 then. And widow just surprised to death, you know. She didn't know what was going on. Folks started bringing them in there.
Yeah, I reckon I ought to telephoned her up and told her about it, so she'd been expecting them. I had a pen fixed for them.
Yeah, well, that's what's worrying me about ours, too, Lum. Where are we going to put them after we get them?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that a while ago. That's going to take a lot of ground to keep that many hogs on, you know.
Oh, me, I ain't got room on my whole farm for that many.
Oh, getting them hogs starts coming in here, land's going higher than a kite. I can tell that right now.
Yeah, I believe it will, too.
Might be a good idea for us to buy up a big batch of land right now and have it fenced so we'll be ready for them when they start coming in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I know the place for them, too, if we can get it. That's down there in them pin oak bottoms along the river there. That ground in there ain't no count for nothing else, no way.
Granny, that would be a good place to keep them. Who does that land belong to, anyway?
Why, old Uncle Henry Lunsford used to own it. I don't know where he's been keeping up the taxes on it or not.
Believe I'll telephone him up and see what he'll take for that. Might pick it up pretty cheap right now.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if he ain't heard about this hog boom we've started.
Well, I reckon he'd be glad to get shut of it, yeah. Lord, me, it ain't worth nothing to nobody.
I hope nobody else ain't beat us to it.
Yeah, unless he's got one of them letters, why, he'll more than likely be wanting to keep it for himself. That's the only trouble.
Wait a minute. Hello? Lunsford's place? Uncle Henry?
You want a big price, you know.
This here's Lum Abner talking. Oh, tolerably. How's yourself?
You know, let's talk about everything before we get to the conversation.
Uh-huh. Well, why, Uncle Henry, what I called you up about, do you still own that land down there along the river, them pin oak flats in there? Uh-huh. Well, what would you ask the feller for that if he was to go to buy it off of you? $4 an acre, huh?
What a land tax ain't worth too big.
How much are they in that tract? 80 acres. That's 4 times 80 is, just a minute, let me figure that out in my head. Hand me a pencil there, Abner.
Yeah, here.
80 times 4. Notes and notes and notes. 4 inches. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. $32. No, wait a minute. $320. Hello? Tell you what we'll do, Uncle Henry. We'll give you $300 for it.
About 10 times what it's worth.
All right, just make out a deed to me and Abner. We're in partners on it. All right, you fetch it over here. We've got the money whenever you deliver the deed. Well, no backing out on us now. We're counting on it. All right, Uncle Henry. All right. Goodbye.
Doggy, that's a pretty big price to be paying for that kind of land, ain't it, Lum?
Yeah, it's more than it's worth, all right, but I figured we better buy it while we could before somebody else beat us to it.
Oh, well, we'll have more money than we know what to do with anyhow.
Why, of course. Now then, we got to buy some wire and build a fence around it.
Yeah, you know, these hogs ain't all profit. I found that out.
Yeah, you ain't complaining about spending a little money to fix a place to keep 15,000 hogs that's been give to you, are you?
Well, no, I ain't complaining. You said I never stopped to think that we'd have to fix a place to keep them.
I expect we can get the Macmillan boys to build that fence for us.
Yeah? Oh, well, that is if they ain't got one of them chain letters themselves.
That's the trouble. Granny's, we already got this fence built before we sent them letters out.
Why, sure we had. We already thought... Well, yonder comes Grandpap now, huh?
Yeah. Granny, that about decided he took the day off.
Well, he said when he left at noon that he wouldn't be back for a while, that he had to patch up a fence over at his place.
Yeah, getting ready for his hogs, I reckon. See, he was second on the list on that letter.
Yeah.
He'll get, let's see, he ought to get 25 altogether, that is, if nobody don't break the chain.
Well, come in, Grandpap. We'd about give you up for getting back.
Well, it's taking me longer than I counted on. Folks started bringing hogs in over there, and I had to show them where to put them.
Yeah, how many have you got so far?
Well, I had 25 whenever I left over there just now.
Well, I do know.
Well, that's all you're going to get, Grandpap. 25's all you could get.
Yeah.
Well, that's enough. I've got more now than I know what to do with. I don't know where in the world I'm going to get feed for them.
Feed?
Why, yes, they've got to eat. 25 hogs can eat a feller out of house and home in no time.
Doggies, wait a minute here, Lum. There's something we hadn't counted on. Where in the world will we ever get enough feed to feed 15,000 hogs with?
Grannies, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, we better stop them letters before them hogs start coming in here. That's what we better do. Ain't enough feed in this whole part of the country to feed that many hogs.
Oh, my goodness. Look, yonder coming in here.
Well, for the Cedric, what are you doing bringing that hog in the store here?
It belongs to you and Mr. Lum. I got a chain letter, and your names was on top of the list, and the letter told me to bring you a hog, so I done it.
You just take it right back where you got it. We've decided that we don't want in on it.
Well, there's a whole bunch of fellers on their way over here with them. See, yonder comes Luther Phillips and Luke Spears, both leading hogs now.
Oh, my goodness. Look here, Lum. Looky there for the land.
Wait a minute. Be quiet, Abner. I've got an idea. Don't worry. Just leave the hog here, Cedric. Feeding them hogs ain't going to be no trouble at all. Grannies, we'll start another chain letter on feed. Have everybody send one another a bushel of corn, and that way we'll get over 15,000 bushels of corn. Grannies, I know they will.
Well, now they'll have to find a place to store that corn. There seems to be no end to a chain letter. And now, a final word before we leave Lum and Abner for tonight. If you get tired easily, don't have the pep and energy you feel you should have, I wonder if it's because you're not getting sufficient sound, restful sleep at night. It's amazing what a difference a good night's rest can make in a person. So I suggest you do this. Before going to bed tonight, drink a glass full of Horlicks, malted milk, hot. Here's what Horlicks does. It soothes and relaxes you, helps you off to sleep quickly and naturally. Once asleep, you sleep more soundly, awake more rested and refreshed in the morning. Horlicks can help you just as it's helping thousands of others. Try it. Get a package of Horlicks from your druggist, if you haven't any on hand, in either natural or chocolate flavor. Then, drink it every night. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Well, folks, you'll have to hurry if you want to get one of these handsome pocket-sized flashlights from Lum and Abner. So send in your request right away if you haven't already done so. This fountain pen-sized aluminum flashlight is a really useful article, something that would come in handy every day of the year. Now, this same flashlight would cost you 75 cents if you bought it at a store. But here's how to get one with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. It may be from any size package and from either the natural or chocolate flavor. But it must be from Horlicks malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlicks tablets are not eligible. Well, write your name and address on the back of this wrapper and send it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now send in your wrapper and dime tonight. Don't put it off until it's too late. This is a fine opportunity to get a powerful, useful little fountain pen-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. It's a fine opportunity, too, for all you loyal Lum and Abner fans to express your appreciation of the old fellows and of their sponsor, the makers of Horlicks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, last week, Lum and Abner planned that Lum should slip into Abner's house and get the check the insurance company paid Abner for the claim on his recent accident. As the accident was a fake, the old fellows had to get that check back to keep Abner's wife from cashing it. Well, the plan evidently didn't work out very well. For as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the office, apparently in more trouble than ever. Listen.
Well, Elizabeth Frishinger, the one that done it all right, Lum. Tried her best to get me to arrest you first.
You never told her it was me, did you?
No, but them tracks that you made out there in the backyard was a dead giveaway. Everybody in the community knows you're the only one around here that's got a foot on them that big.
Well, she can't prove nothing on me from them footprints. That's the reason I'm wearing these little bitty shoes today. So if she comes down here wanting to measure my feet, she can see why I ain't the one.
Yeah.
She'll think I wasn't anyway.
Yeah, but, Lum, she can tell them shoes don't fit you neither. Looks like your foot is doubled up in there. Where'd you get them shoes at, anyway?
I bought them down Dick Huddleston's store.
For the land sake, look at there.
Dick tried his best to get me to buy a bigger pair. Said these would just ruin my feet.
Yeah,
he never knowed what I wanted from them.
Well, you are going to ruin your feet, too, Lum. I noticed you a while ago hobbling around here like your feet was just killing you.
Yeah, I do. But I'm going to have to stand it till this thing sort of blows over.
Yeah, well, ain't no use to wear 'em while we're just sitting around the office here, Lum. Why don't you take 'em off and rest your foot for a while?
Fair do. Feared I never would get 'em back on. Granny, my feet are swole up there to where I couldn't even get my old shoes on now.
Well, the whole thing would have worked out all right, Lum, if you hadn't made so much noise. It sounded like you were tearing the whole house down. I never heard so much noise in my life. That's how come Elizabeth to go back in the kitchen to see what was causing all the ruckus.
Yeah, why didn't you come back there? You're the man of the house. You'd have come back there like you're supposed to when you heard all that noise. You could have told her it was a cat making that noise or something.
Yeah, well, I would have, but I wasn't for sure that it was you, Lum. I figured it was, but it was just about my luck for it to have been a sure enough robber, so I just thought I'd let the woman go back there and tend to it.
I never stopped to think that I'd be robbing your house if I slipped in there and got that check for you.
No, I never thought about that part of it, neither.
That's all I've heard ever since. Folks asked me if I knowed Peabody's house was robbed the other night.
Well, it's your own fault, Lum. You couldn't have made no more noise if you'd took a stick of stove wood and beat on a cook stove back there.
Well, the trouble was I had to stand up on a chair to reach that sugar bowl. She had it clean up on the top shelf of the cupboard.
Yeah, well, that's where she always keeps it.
I run my hand down the sugar bowl to get the check out of it and got my hand stuck in it and couldn't get it out.
Well,
that's how come it'll fall. Got to pulling on that sugar bowl, trying to get it off my hand and tip the chair over, and when I hit the floor, I must have busted the sugar bowl.
Yeah, that money that Elizabeth had in there was just scattered all over the kitchen.
Yeah, I forgot about you telling me Elizabeth had the Missionary Society money in there, too.
Yeah, well, she's the treasurer, you know. That money was for the heathens, all them nickels and dimes.
Well, I hung on to the check all right. Jumped up and run just fast as I could and got out of there.
Well, I heard Lee barking at you. I knowed you must have been running.
Yeah, why didn't you tie that dog up? You knowed I was coming over there.
Well, Lord me, I figured old Lee knowed you so well, Lum, and he wouldn't bother you now.
Oh, he was all right when I went in. I stopped and petted him a little, but I reckon when I come out of there, I went by him so fast he never knowed who it was. I know he sure put me over that barbed wire fence in a hurry. Tore a whole piece out of my pants.
He did.
Yeah, looky there.
For the land's sake.
That ain't a very good job of patching, but it's the best I could do.
Yeah, well, I reckon that cloth there'd be hard to match up she got there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you just ought to be glad of one thing, Lum. That's that Elizabeth never catched you. Lord me, she grabbed a shotgun as she went back there, and she'd have sure plugged you. She'd have saw you.
Yeah. Has she come down any today?
Well, yes, but she says she's going to find out who done it if it takes her the rest of her life.
Well, I aim to take the check back to the insurance company the next day, but, Lord me, there's such a to-do about it, I'm feared to move.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't do to take it in there now.
I wish I could get shut of it. I'm feared to have it on me.
Yeah, well, you don't want to take it in there, Lum, for the insurance company just about tell Elizabeth who brung it in there, and she'd know that you was the one that broke into her house.
I never broke into your house, Abner. You left the back door open, and I just walked in.
I know, Lum, but she thinks somebody did anyway.
Yeah, this is a fine howdy-do. Me trying to help you out of some trouble, and I get myself into it.
Yeah.
Now, very odd. He's a justice of the peace and a president of the school board slipping around here feared they'll get him for robbing a house.
Yeah, Lum, we better stop talking about that. Comes up big Huddleston.
Yeah, for goodness sake, don't let it slip around him.
Now, he's got his arms full of mail there.
Yeah.
Reckon it's more folks riding in for them flashlights. Them things is going like hotcakes, ain't they?
Yeah, I told you they would.
Yeah.
I know it. They keep sending in for 'em this way. It won't take us long to restock the store here.
No, it won't.
I was counting up Saturday. We've got enough now to put in a stock of flour and feed.
Well, Lum, I believe we ought to just start buying stuff. We can open up a store here, whether we got a complete stock or not. When we send out enough flashlights to buy a case of pork and beans, well, I just call up the wholesale house and tell them to send them out.
Well, what's the rush about?
Well, if I'm going to be the president, I want to hurry up and get started.
Well, we don't know yet who's going to be president till all the votes is counted.
Yeah, well, Lord, I can tell already, Lum. I'm going to be elected. Yes, sir. I can tell that the way they're coming in here. That one vote that you sent in for yourself is the only one you've got so far.
Yeah. Well, I think my friends has just been sort of holding back till the last. Let you get a big lead and then snow you under.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, hello, Dick. Come in, come in.
Mail here for you, fellas.
Well, fine. Just lay it there on the counter, Dick. Oh, Granny, that's the biggest batch we've got yet, ain't it?
Yeah, but this ain't half of it. I'll send Cedric over with the balance of it after a while.
Well, for goodness sake.
Yeah, those flashlights are going a lot better than I thought they would.
Well, I ain't surprised over it. I know they would.
Well, I knew they would too, Lum, if everybody could see them, but I knew it was going to be hard for you fellas to explain to them just what a nice gift it was.
Well, we explained it the best way we could, and then we asked everybody to write in when they get theirs to show it to their friends and show it around town, you know. I know what everybody sees it's going to want one of them.
Well, they must have been showing them around, too, for we're getting more mail every day.
Yeah. Let me look at some of these letters, see how these votes is coming in.
Out of all them letters that we got Saturday, Dick, Lum never got a single vote, not one. I knowed if we left it up to the folks out on the party line, I'd get to be the president.
Well, this thing ain't over yet now. Don't forget that.
By the way, Abner, have you found out any more about who broke into your house the other night?
Well, no, I ain't found out any more about it, no.
I understand that whoever it was tried to steal the money that the missionary society is saving up for the heathens over there.
Well, now, I don't think there's anything to that.
Well, they think so anyway. They had a meeting. My wife was telling me about it, and they decided if the constable here couldn't find out who was doing this robbing, that they was going to take it on themselves to do it.
Well, all me, both of my arms is broke.
Yeah, I know that's bad, Abner, but that's what they decided anyway.
Well, I don't think whoever done it aimed to steal the missionary society's money, though.
No, I don't either.
Well, I don't know anything about that. But I feel sorry for whoever it was. Those women catch him anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't believe they'll find him around here. More likely just some tramp that's passing through town, don't it?
No, I don't think so, Abner.
Blame another letter for
It's bound to have been somebody that knows your family awfully well, or they wouldn't have known that your wife kept that money up there in the sugar bowl.
Well, it might have been.
You know, there's been 3 or 4 robberies around here lately. I think whoever robbed your house the other night is the same one that's been doing this other, too.
No, I don't think so, Dick. I don't think he had nothing to do with them other robberies.
Well, that's what everybody thinks anyway, Lum. I've been hearing a lot of talk down there at the store. Most of them think that you can catch a fellow that robbed Abner's house while we'll have the one that's been doing this other robbery.
Well, I wish folks would keep their nose out of it. I'm the constable here, and I'll find out who done it. They just give me time.
Yeah, just leave it up to Abner.
Well, the thing that makes me mad about it is bound to be some prominent citizen here in the community. Somebody that's posing as their friend, or they wouldn't know so much about these different houses. Every house that's been robbed while they've taken stuff that nobody but a close friend of the family would know where it was at.
Well, I don't think they ought to be too hard on them if they find them, Dick. Might be a mighty fine feller.
No, sir, Lum. I haven't any patience for anybody that'll steal. Especially somebody stealing from their friends. And if they ever catch him and I can help prosecute him, I'm going to see that he gets all that's coming to him. I don't care how good a friend of mine he is, neither. We've got to make an example out of him.
Yeah, I bound you we'll all be surprised when we find out who done it, if we do.
That's what I say. It's somebody that we all trust. Bound to be. I hope they catch him and expose him, too. They ought to run him out of town. That's what they ought to do. There ain't nothing to him.
I don't think whoever done it aimed to do it. It's sort of an accident.
That was our ring, Lum. You'll have to answer it on account of my arm being broke.
Yeah, all right. Hard to look at them letters anyway. Granny's just found one vote in there for me. Out of all the letters I've read, that's 2 votes for me. Hello?
Them two must have been mad at
Eddard's talking. Who? Oh, just a minute, Elizabeth. I'll hold him up to the phone. Here, Abner, I'll hold the receiver for you. It's your woman.
Oh, well. Hello? Why, yeah, I reckon so. What's the matter? Huh? Well, all right, Elizabeth. Yeah, I'll be over in just a minute. Oh, my goodness alive.
What's the matter, Abner?
Why, Elizabeth says she's found a clue over there that we can find out for sure now who it was that broke into her house, and she wants me to come right over there and she wants to do it.
Well, with this feeling existing in Pine Ridge, it's going to be just too bad if they find out that it was Lum who broke into Abner's house. Here's one thing about that flashlight that Lum and Abner are sending out that I may not have told you. The battery, while it is powerful and will give long service, can be replaced at one of your local stores when it does wear out. So you see, this handsome little fountain pen flashlight will last you for years. Now, if you will hurry, you can get one of these flashlights with the compliments of Lum and Abner. So tonight, before you forget it, send in the wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. It may be from any size package of either the natural or chocolate flavor, but it must be a wrapper from Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlick's tablets, are not eligible. Well, write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. In return, Lum and Abner will send you this handsome aluminum pocket-sized flashlight, complete with bulb and battery. Now send in for your flashlight right away, folks. Horlick's malted milk powder, either natural or chocolate flavor, may be purchased at your druggist if you don't already have a package in the house. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick's, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlick, the original malted milk. In just a minute, we're going to see what the old fellows are doing tonight, but on our way down to Pine Ridge, I want to advise you to be sure and send in for one of those handsome aluminum flashlights that Lum and Abner are sending out to all Horlick's malted milk users. Send in your request right away. This powerful, really useful little flashlight will come in mighty handy every day of the year. It would cost you 75 cents if you bought it at the store. But here's how you can get it with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. You may use the wrapper from any size package, but it must be from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Well, write your name and your address on the back of this wrapper and enclose 10 cents, which is only to cover the cost of mailing and packing your flashlight. Then, mail your wrapper and dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now, that's simple enough, isn't it? And that's all you have to do to get one of these handsome aluminum pocket-sized flashlights, complete with bulb and battery. Send in your request tonight, folks. Lum and Abner want to hear from every single one of their many friends. And I'm sure that those friends will gladly take advantage of this chance to express appreciation of Lum and Abner and their sponsor, the makers of Horlicks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Yeah, there's been nothing but trouble ever since Lum sent Abner's pictures out to the lady applicants of the Pine Ridge Matrimonial Bureau. The latest development is that Abner's wife, Elizabeth, thinking that her husband has really been seriously hurt, put in a claim for damages on an accident insurance policy that he had. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Abner down at the empty store building, which is being used for headquarters for their matrimonial bureau. The old fellows are very much concerned about the predicament in which they now find themselves. Listen.
Oh, it just got me worried to death. I don't know what to do.
Well, Abner, you can't go ahead and collect damages from the insurance company when you weren't even in no automobile accident.
Well, what am I going to tell them? That adjustment feller's supposed to be out here tomorrow to settle it.
I don't know, but I know if you go ahead and collect damages from them, it's obtaining false money under pretense. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, me.
How come Elizabeth to call up the insurance company in the first place?
Why, she just happened to run across that accident policy over at the house yesterday, so she just telephoned them right up and told them that I'd been hurt, had both arms broke, and wanted a settlement. She thought that I'd forgot about having a policy.
Maybe we could just explain to that adjustment feller that you weren't sure enough hurt and ask him not to tell Elizabeth nothing about it.
Yeah, but she'd find out something was wrong, Lum, if they never paid me something. 2 broke arms, why, they'd have to give me something. And she'd just about go in there and tear the place up if they never paid me nothing, and then they'd have to tell her.
Granny, this is getting more complicated all the time. Can't tell Elizabeth now.
Oh, no, I'd rather go to the penitentiary and have her find out that accident of mine was a fake. Oh, yeah.
Looks like you can get yourself into more trouble than any one human I ever seen. I spend half my time getting you out of scrapes.
Well, if I never followed your advice, I wouldn't get them in the first place. This whole business started when you sent them pictures of me out to women that wrote into the matrimonial bureau for a husband.
Well, I never had no ideas that one woman was going to fall in love with your picture and come down here to see you, though.
Well, I never neither, but she did. And then when Elizabeth found out about it and got so mad, why, it was your idea for me to make out like I'd been in an accident and got both arms broke, too.
That's right. Blame me with the whole thing. Go ahead. That's appreciation for you.
And you was the one that talked me into buying that insurance policy, too, Lum Edwards. Said I ought to have it on account of my wife. If you hadn't have said that, why, I wouldn't have bought it. Just wanted to protect her.
Protect her?
Yes, sir.
I told you ought to have it on account of your wife, but I meant to protect yourself, not her. When she gets on one of them tantrums of hers, you ought to have cyclone, tornado, and every other kind of insurance you can get.
Yeah, and if she finds out that my arms ain't sure enough broke, well, I'll need more than that.
Yeah. That accident policy may come in pretty handy after all.
Well, I ain't going to let Elizabeth know about it. Don't you worry about that, Lum.
Well, I don't want you to.
No, sir.
She'd about find out it was my idea in the first place, and we'd both be into it. Ain't that Dick Huddleston coming up out there?
Oh, yeah, he's turning in here, too.
Well, I don't know what to tell you to do about this, Abner, just offhand, but we got to study up something before that adjustment feller comes out here. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let on now. Don't talk about it none while Dick's in here.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Howdy. I got some more mail for you here.
Well, good. Folks writing in for the flashlight already.
I'm anxious to see who they're voting for president.
Yeah.
Anxious to see what?
Who they're voting for president, me or Long?
You must not have heard our announcement on the party line yesterday, Dick.
No, I reckon not, Long.
Well, see, me and Abner got in a sort of argument here yesterday about which one of us is going to be president of our Jot 'em Down store when we get it opened up again, so we just decided to let the folks out on the party line do the electing.
Yeah, we told them that when they sent in for these flashlights that we're giving away, that they could just write on the back of the wrapper which one of us that they wanted to have office.
Yeah.
Well, won't that sort of complicate matters?
Oh, no. They have to write their name and address on the back of the wrapper anyhow. Won't be no trouble to write mine or Abner's name on there, too.
What if they don't want either one of you to hold the office?
Well, they don't have to vote on it.
Oh, no.
It don't make no difference to them. They don't have to say one way or the other.
No.
It ain't got nothing to do with us giving away the flashlight.
just a sort of a contest me and Abner's running on the side twixt ourselves.
Yeah. Well, that's a fair way to decide on which one of us to be the president, all right. You fellas usually have a little argument about it.
Yeah, well, we figured this would illuminate all that.
Yeah, this will be the first time that I've ever been president as long as we've been in business.
Well, wait a minute. Don't start that. You ain't elected yet. Yeah. See, I'm just doing this to prove to Abner that it ain't only me that thinks I'm the best qualified for the office.
Well, now, I don't want to get mixed up in this at all, fellas. I'm anxious to see, though, which one of you gets the most votes.
Well, I figure I'll be elected about 3-1. Conservative.
Sassy.
Maybe a few folks that'll vote for Abner. Don't know no better.
Yeah, well, now, let's just look at a little of this mail that come in today and see how it's running.
Yeah, Granny, I'll just show you.
Well, I better get on back store, fellas. I just run over with this mail. I figured you fellas wanted it as soon as you get it.
Yeah, well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Dick. We appreciate it.
Yeah, much obliged, Dick.
Yeah, so long.
So long.
Now, before we look at these, Abner, I want to warn you not to be disappointed when you open them up and they're all voting for me. Don't want you to have no hard feelings over me.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that in there. Abner, first one.
Huh? Army dog. Listen here, says Abner, too.
Yeah.
Must be some of your relations writing in.
Well, I do know. Well, here's 2 more from Elon. Look at that.
Oh, that's bland. Don't reckon they got our names mixed up. Here's another one for you.
Uh-oh. Here's one for you, Lum.
Well, good. There's somebody that knows a president when they see one. I reckon all yours just happen to be on top there. I know
Well,
that.
no wonder. Look there. Look who sent it in.
Who was it?
Lum Abner, Pine Ridge.
Oh, did I vote for myself on that?
Yeah, you wrote Lum Abner for president across there.
Well, I was sworn to, didn't I? Just force a habit, I reckon. That is, writing my name. I don't mean voting for myself. I aim to vote for you, Abner, just to be sure that you got one vote in.
Yeah. Well, good. Here, you can just change it, Lum. Just rub your name out there and then write mine in.
Well, I don't think you're allowed to do that, though, Abner.
Huh?
I don't think you're allowed to change the votes after they've been sent in that way.
Hey.
Oh, we get to doing that, no telling where we'd wind up at.
I dog it. Here's 2 more from me, Lum. Look there.
Let me see.
For the land's sake.
Granny, something's wrong here somewhere. Can't figure this out. Let me read that. Dear Abner.
Yeah.
Oh, I put a note on there to you.
Yeah.
I am voting for you for president because you have both arms broken, and I feel sorry for you.
Well, bless her heart. Bless her little heart. Listen here, said this might lie the same thing, too, Lum.
Well, and looky there. There's another one voting for you, just on account of your arms being broken.
Well.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, that's the reason. Just on account of them feeling sorry for you. You done that yesterday when you told them out on the party line that you had both your arms broke.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good idea. I'm glad I put that in there.
Well, it ain't fair. It's cheating. Your arms ain't broke, and you know it.
Uh-huh.
You're just peeling to their sympathy. And, Grannies, I'll put a stop to that right now.
Yeah, what are you fixing to do now, Lum? Wait a minute there.
Never mind.
Well, recollect now, you said that we weren't going to have no mudslinging now,
I ain't
Lum.
going to sling no mud. I'm just going to straighten out a misunderstanding here. The very idea you telling everybody yesterday that you was pitiful. Our order just took... Wait a minute. Hope you're listening.
Be careful what you say now.
Howdy, everybody. This is Lum Edwards talking. I've got a little announcement to make about me and Abner running for president.
I sure got his goat that time.
A lot of you folks voted for Abner because you felt sorry for him. Well, I just want to tell you that there ain't a thing in the world to that story about his arms being broke.
Well, Dad, blame you.
His arms ain't no more broke than mine is. We just made that story up to fool his wife. I've always been president of the Jot 'em Down store, and I'm about the only one in the company that knows anything about running it. And I just want to remind you that when you're making up your mind which one of us to vote for, just figure out which one of us is the best qualified for the office and vote for me. I thank you. Granny, that ought to hold you.
I'd be shamed to death if I was you, Lum.
Claiming your arms was broke just to get votes. Of all the unfair methods
You're just mad because everybody's voting for me. That's the whole trouble, Lum Edwards, and you know it.
Well, I put a stop to it, I know that. I'll bet you don't get a vote tomorrow.
Blame your ornery hide.
They'll see what underhanded methods you've been using, and they'll ever one turn against you.
Yeah, I think that's our ring there, Lum.
Yeah. More than likely somebody called me up, thank me for exposing you.
Honest thing I ever heard of.
Hello? This is Lum Edwards talking.
I hope they bought him out.
Who? Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Huh?
Yeah, but... well, yeah, that was just a joke.
What's that?
Well, I never meant... Yeah, well, here, you talk to him about it. Here, get up here, Abner.
Who is it?
It's your wife, Elizabeth. She was listening on the party line a while ago and heard me tell everybody that your arms ain't sure enough broke, and she's just a-burning that telephone up.
Well, it looks like Lum has bungled things now, sure enough. Perhaps some of you haven't sent in for a flashlight because you already have one in your house. Well, if I were you, I'd send in and get one of these little fountain pen-sized flashlights, too. These are such handy things, about the size of a fountain pen, you know, and easy to carry around in a coat or vest pocket. For all their compactness, though, these little flashlights are amazingly powerful, really serviceable. It's the same kind of flashlight that costs 75 cents in the stores. But here's how you can get one with the compliments of Lum and Abner. Send in the wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Now, your wrapper may be from any size package, but it must be from a Horlick's malted milk powder package. Wrappers, from Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Write your name and your address on the back of the wrapper and enclose 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight. Then, mail your wrapper with your name and address and the dime to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening. Now, isn't that an easy way to get a fine aluminum pocket-sized flashlight complete with bulb and battery? Send in for a flashlight tonight, folks. Don't put it off until it's too late. If you don't have a package of Horlick's malted milk in your home now, you can get it in either natural or chocolate flavor at your druggist. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Here we are, all ready to take you down for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. And now, just a brief reminder. This is the time of year when colds are exceptionally prevalent. And I want to be sure that you all know what a valuable aid Horlicks malted milk can be for warding them off. Rich in vitamins and bodybuilding elements, it helps to build up your resistance, increases vitality in a way that lessens risk of infection considerably. That's why no family can afford to overlook it as a valuable addition to the everyday menu. For instance, it's fine as a welcome change for breakfast, as a drink between meals, for the youngsters, or as a snack to have just before going to bed. You'll find scores of other ways to use it. So I suggest that you get a package of Horlicks from your druggist and always keep it handy in the pantry. You won't have so much to fear from spring colds then. And now, let's see what's happening down in the little town of Mount Ida, where the Lum and Abner Circus is now showing. Well, Lum and Abner are still unable to solve the mysterious disappearance of the receipts from their circus. For 2 days straight now, the money has been stolen out of the safe in the wagon that they use as an office. Suspicion has been placed on almost everyone connected with the show, but as yet no definite clue has been found. Yesterday, Lum decided to hide the receipts for the day in the trunk instead of the safe, and he and Abner planned to take turnabout sitting up to watch it during the night. As we look in on the circus grounds today, we find Lum in the office, apparently very excited about something. Abner is just entering the wagon. Listen.
What is it, Lum? What's the matter? What's the matter?
We've been robbed again, Abner. We've been robbed.
Huh?
I just now opened the trunk to get that money out to take it to the bank, and it's gone.
You mean that we taken in yesterday?
Yes, sir. That money I put in the trunk last night's gone.
Well, I'll swan to goodness.
Well, whoever got it must have broke in here while we was over at Greenwood this morning.
Well, the wagon and the trunk both were locked up while we was over there, Lum.
Yeah, but whoever got it must have had a key to the trunk, for the lock ain't broke or nothing. Looky there.
Well,
The trunk was locked and everything, but the money's gone.
well, they must have had a key to the wagon, too, then, Lum, for it was locked up while we was gone.
Granny, that's right.
Nobody ain't stole your keys from you, have they?
I know. If I hadn't had the keys, I couldn't have got back in here.
No. My dog, this is getting to be serious, ain't it?
Getting to be. It was already serious. I don't know what this is. Granny, something's got to be did about it.
Well, what can we do?
Well, I'm going to find out who's been taking that money if I have to burn the woods and sift the ashes. That's over $800 that's been stole from us this week.
Yeah, every dime we've took in.
What's worrying me now is how we're going to pay the performers and buy feed for the animals.
Well, maybe we can take in enough between now and the end of the week to take care of that, Mom.
Well, it don't do us no good to take it in. Somebody steals it as fast as we get it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the police out here. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, the only trouble, old Lum, if you get the police out here, everybody will know it, and then whoever's been stealing it will be hard to catch then, sure enough.
Yeah, that's right. Grannies, we'll just set a trap for 'em ourselves, Abner.
Set a trap for 'em?
Yes, sir. We'll just put the money in the safe again tonight for bait and catch 'em ourselves.
And then set the traps around in front of the safe, huh?
Yeah. No. Set traps in front of the safe.
Well, that's the best place to put 'em if they'll open the safe. Why, they got to get around there in front of it, Lum.
Well, we ain't going to set no traps for 'em, Abner.
You just said we was.
I ain't talking about steel traps, though.
I'll tell you the kind of a trap we could set, Lum. The line trainer was telling me the other night how they catch them lines there in Africa.
Well, there ain't no line breaking in here and taking that money. I can tell you that right now.
Well, no, but you could catch a human the same way. All you got to do, Lum, is you just dig a great big hole in the ground right out there in front of the wagon, and then cover it all over with brush and hay and stuff. And then when they step on it, why, they fall down in the hole and they can't get out.
Oh, for goodness sake. That ain't the kind of trap I'm talking about, Abner.
Well, he says that's the best kind. You got to put some fresh meat out in the middle of it, though, so when they start after the meat, why, they'll fall through the chivering over the hole, you know.
Well, what would a robber want with fresh meat?
Well, I don't know, but he said that's what they use there in Africa.
Well, that's because they're trying to catch wild animals. Whoever it is we're trying to catch is after money.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we can just put the money out there then, use that for bait.
Well, we ain't going to dig no hole in the ground now. You just well get that idea out of your head right now. What I mean by setting a trap, we can put the money in the safe and then set up and watch. See who comes to get it.
Well, they ain't going to come in there and me and you sitting there in a wagon. You know that.
Well, we'll hide. Get outside there in the dark somewhere.
Yeah, but how you going to catch them if you ain't got no trap there?
Well, if we see somebody trying to open the safe, we can run in here and throw a gun on them and march them right down and turn them over to the police.
Yeah, but what if he gets away, though, before we can get there and get him, and then he's got all our money?
Well, you need to worry none about that. He's too fat to run very fast anyway.
Who's too fat?
Huh? Oh, well, I don't mind to tell you, Abner, I believe Squire Skimp is the one that's getting that money.
Oh, no, I don't believe it's him, Lum.
I might not know he done it.
Well, he says that you're the one that's been taking it.
Me?
Yes.
He told you that?
Yes, sir, that's what he said yesterday.
Well, he told me the same thing about you yesterday, too.
Huh?
Tried his best to make me believe you done it.
Well, that ornery, low-down, good-for-nothing. He told me the reason that he knowed it was you, Lum, was cause that he heard that you was going to buy Zenora a big diamond engagement ring.
Why, that snaky news.
That's what he said, and said you was taking the money.
See there, he's just trying to lay the blame on everybody else. He's accused you and me and Zenora and her brother and Cedric and everybody else, except himself.
Wait a minute, Lum. There's somebody coming around the wagon now.
Huh?
Who is it? What do you want? Oh, what is it, Cedric?
Guess who just now drove up out there in front just now?
Who?
Mr. Huddleston and his wife and Ethel.
Well, fine.
Well, whereabouts is he at, Cedric?
reckon what he's doing over here.
He's around there talking to Squire now. The women folks went on in to watch him feed the animals.
Well, I'll swan too goodish. Well, I just can't hardly wait to see him.
No.
And find out how Elizabeth and Pearl's getting along.
Here's Mr. Dick and Squire coming now. Here, they're both of them in here, Mr. Dick, right in here.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Cedric. Well, you're kind of dressed up since you joined the circus, haven't you, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. This is a brand new suit I got. Just bought it today.
Well, I'll swan to goodness, Dick Huddleston.
Yeah.
How in the world are you?
Come in here and sit down, Dick. I'm sure proud to see you.
Well, how you fellas been? I'm glad to see you, sure.
Yeah, what in the world are you doing way over here, Dick?
Well, I just thought I better ought to come over here and check up on you fellers, see if you's behaving yourself all right.
Yeah, well, we're doing the best we know how.
No. Me and the wife and Ethel, we drove into the county seat today and got through in there with our business early and just decided to come on by here on our way home and see how you fellas getting along.
Well, fine. I'm sure proud you did. How's Pine Ridge, Dick?
Oh, just about the same, Lum. There's nothing new to know of.
Nothing new, huh?
How's little Pearl and Elizabeth?
Why, just fine, Abner. I saw them yesterday. They was in the store there to get the mail. If I'd known I was coming over here today, I could have brought them along with us, too. They had plenty of room.
And I sure wish you had them. I would love to see them. But I don't reckon Elizabeth could leave the place right here at planting time.
Sit down, Dick. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I expect I better get on around there in front, you know, and sort of look after things. I'll see you before you get away, though, Dick. Yeah, sure, Squire. I won't be leaving for a while yet. Abner, I wonder if I could speak to you for a few minutes.
Me? Yeah, sure. I'll be back in a minute, Dick.
All right, Abner.
Well, sir, how's Evelina? Have you saw her since I've been gone?
Why, yeah, I've seen her a time or two, Lum. Her and Frank Forster seems to be keeping company pretty steady now.
Well, I'll swan to goodness. That snake in the weeds. Frank Forster. The minute I turned my back on her. I knowed it.
Say, Lum, what's this the Squire's been telling me about you fellas having some money stolen over here?
No, he's done told you about it, huh?
Yeah, he was telling me, said that 2 days straight there, that somebody broke into your office here and stole what you'd taken in the day before.
Well, not only that, but they stole what we took in last night, too.
Last night?
Yeah, over $800 has been stole this week.
$800?
Yes, sir. And if you won't mind IDs on it, Squire Skimp's the very one that's been a-getting it, too.
Squire, huh?
Yeah. I'd have him arrested so quick it'd make his head swim, but there's just one thing I can't get out of my mind.
What's that, Lum?
Well, that is why, if he was going to steal it, why he didn't do it when he was running the circus by himself and had charge of the money by himself. Me and Abner wasn't with him then, and it wouldn't be no trouble at all for him.
No. Well, now, here, Lum, maybe he was stealing it from you then.
Huh?
I say maybe he was. While he was running the circus for you, while the show was losing money all the time,
yeah.
I know you had to go in there and at the bank and borrow money to keep it open. But here now, since you and Abner joined up with it, why, you've been making money. That don't sound right to me, Lum.
You mean you... Granny, that's right. That's the reason he wasn't taking in enough to pay expenses over at the county seat.
Well, of course, I don't know anything about it, Lum. But that's just my opinion on it, you know. But I do know Squire Skimp. I've known him for years down Pine Ridge there. I know there's nothing too crooked for him to do.
Yeah, I've been studying about some of the stunts he's pulled on us. The time he bought the store off us and just same as beat us out of it, you know.
Well, Lum, for the last 2 years, Squire Skimp has been beating you and Abner on every deal that you got in with him.
Yeah, that oil well business. I ain't forgot that neither.
Well, he'll do anything. There's nothing too low down for him to do. I just hated to see him get in this circus with you. I told you that.
Well, I don't know, Dick. He come over there and talked so honest about it, I just thought he'd go straight once.
No,
That blame his hide. Talking to me the way he did yesterday and then turning right around and stealing it again this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, me and Abner took turn about setting up last night of watching it, so it was bound to have been stole this morning. And when we went over there to Greenwood's, about when it happened, too. See, we're opening up over there tomorrow.
Oh, you are opening up over Greenwood's?
Yeah.
And you left the money here in the wagon this morning, huh?
Yeah, for about 3 or 4 hours. Locked right here in this wagon, too.
Well, has Squire got a key to the wagon, Lum?
Well, sure he has. He's the only one that's got a key besides me and Abner.
Well, Lum, you and Abner had no business, both of you, leaving that money here that way in that
Well,
wagon.
I know it, but Squire come in here this morning in a big hurry and wanted me and Abner to get in the car with him and run over to Greenwood and put up some winter cards. Wait a minute. Hi, Granny, hold on here. That money was stole while we was over there this morning, and Squire went with her.
So Lum and Abner and Squire were all three out of town when the money was stolen. The next time you're in your neighborhood drugstore, look for the name Horlick on the malted milk dispenser at the fountain. If you see it, you can be sure that the store has a high standard of quality. You can be sure that that druggist stands for quality and believes in giving his customers the best. For when he serves Horlicks at the fountain, you know that he is spending a few cents more to give you the purest of ingredients, to give you all the richness, the flavor, the good nourishment of Horlicks, which he knows to be so much superior to any imitations. Now, this matter of quality in your drugstore is mighty important to your health and to the health of your family. So be sure and watch for the Horlick name at the fountain. If your druggist doesn't serve it, ask him to get Horlicks, the original malted milk. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and the Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we hear the old fellows tonight, I'm going to read a letter of special interest to light sleepers. It's from Mr. C.A.R. of Connellsville, Pennsylvania, and is quite typical of many we receive every week. He writes as follows: Thanks for the wonderful malted milk that you put on the market. It certainly does wonders for me in helping me sleep soundly. I've been in the habit of drinking coffee last thing at night and have been unable to get my proper sleep for several years. I was restless and dreamed all night. So after hearing Lum and Abner and about Horlick's malted milk, I thought I'd try some myself. Now, every night on retiring, I take a cup of Horlick's hot. And believe me, when I get up in the morning, I feel like a new man. I can't recommend Horlick's malted milk too highly to anyone who does not sleep properly at night. Well, thank you, Mr. C.A.R. We're glad you found Horlick's malted milk so useful in helping you sleep better. Thousands of others have also found it a grand inducement to sound, restful sleep. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner's swap idea certainly made a radical change in his business. 2 weeks ago, he started trading merchandise in his store for animals. And now Lum has gone into partnership with him. And they have a complete circus, which they expect to have ready for the grand opening next Saturday. Squire Skimp, who has had previous experience in the circus business, has been employed as manager, and to cut down expenses has asked Lum and Abner to take an active part in the performance. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum over at the circus grounds, inside the big tent practicing his trapeze act, while Squire Skimp looks on. Listen.
How's this looking, Squire?
Well, now, Lum, you can't learn how to be a high trapeze performer unless you get that swing higher than that off the ground.
Well, I'd rather learn how down closer to the ground this way, Squire. I get sort of dizzy-headed when I get up high that way.
Well, that's the reason you ought to practice up higher then. Anybody can't just sit down on that bar and swing, Lum, that close to the ground.
You don't think folks would enjoy seeing me do this, huh?
Why, no, that ain't nothing. We could get a 10-year-old child to do that. They can see all that they want over there on the school grounds.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be a high trapeze performer.
Don't reckon we could start something new, have a low trapeze performer, could we?
No, Lum, you're going to have to, to jump off of one swing and turn a flip-flop and catch another and hold by your teeth and all that. There ain't nothing hard to it.
Squire, you better get somebody else for this job.
Oh, now, Lum, there ain't nothing to be scared of. Why, you'll catch on to it in a few days. You'll have that big net under you, so if you do happen to fall, why, it can't hurt you.
Oh, I ain't scared. No, that's just the trouble with me. I don't stop to think about the danger. Just always was a terrible hand for taking chances that way. What I'm scared of, I might get up there and start doing a batch of stunts, and the crowd get to slapping their hands and egging me on, and I'd pull such dangerous stunts that some of the women folks out in the audience might get hysterics.
Yeah, well, Lum, let's pull this swing up a little bit higher now and see you try a few stunts.
No, never mind. Wait a minute, Squire. I'm going to get down. I ain't going to stand for that.
Now, Lum, ain't nothing to be scared of.
No, I tell you, Squire, I about made up my mind. We better get somebody else to do this trapeze.
Well, we can hire lots of fellas to do it, all right, Lum, but I was trying to get by on as little expense as we could. I had to hire a fella this morning to help us out around here. I guess I could let him do it, for he says that he's done trapeze work.
Oh, he has?
Yes, but I had so many other things for him to do, I don't believe he'll have time for it.
Well, I can just trade jobs with him, then.
Well, I'm afraid that you couldn't do all the things that he's supposed to do.
I'd do anything rather than to get up there on the top of this tent without nothing but a little swing to hold on to.
Well, if you want to take over his job, well, it's all right with me.
What all is he supposed to do?
Well, he's a sword swaller. That's one of his stunts.
Sword swaller.
Yes, but now that don't take much time. I guess he could tend to that, too.
Oh, sure he could. Yeah, I can't swallow no sword.
No.
Yeah, it oughtn't to take no time for him to run in the sideshow there and swallow 2 or 3 swords.
But now, I was just thinking, Lum, now, he wouldn't have time. Lum, you would just have to do his tricks with the elephant.
With the elephant?
Yes, he wouldn't have time for that if he's going to be the trapeze performer.
Them elephants ain't bad about biting a feller, are they?
Oh, no. Elephants won't bite. Why, as long as I was in circus business, Lum, I never did hear of anybody being bit by elephants.
Well, I don't know as I ever heard of it neither.
No.
Well, I believe you're talking about something there I can do, Squire. I've always wanted to ride an elephant.
Yes.
They don't buck like a horse does.
Oh, no, Lum. Why, it's quite an honor to ride the elephant. You see, you'll have to lead the parade, Lum. You sit up there on the elephant with a big crown on your head and a fancy uniform with gold braid all around on you.
Sort of a king, huh?
Well, yes, that's what you're supposed to represent, Lum, a king.
Well, why in the world didn't you make mention of this job sooner? Granny, I can tell you already, I'll take it, Squire. You going to have one of them sort of house-looking things setting up on top of the elephant for me to ride in?
Oh, yes, you'll be propped up in there, Lum, with big satin pillows, and have a couple of fellas walking along beside you, supposed to represent slaves. They'll be carrying big fans made out of peacock feathers to fan you with while you march along,
Yeah, that's a time. I'm liable to get hot setting up in there.
Yes.
Yeah. I always felt I was cut out for the circus, all right, but I never knowed till now just what department I ought to get into.
Well, now, if you want that job, Lum, well, I'll tell this fella then that you'll take over the elephant act and he can do the trapeze performance.
Well, now, if he tries to argue with you about it, just tell him one of the circus owners is going to look after the elephants himself. Just tell him that.
Oh, well, I don't think I'll have no trouble with him, Lum, for he asked me for that trapeze job this morning, and I told him that I'd already promised it to you. I know he'll be glad to make a change.
Well, crazy idiot. How could anybody in their right mind rather have a job swinging on them trapezes up there on the top of the tent than to ride an elephant in the parade and have himself all dressed up like a king? King Eddard. How does that sound?
Well, now, there's more to this elephant act now, Lum, than just riding in the parade, you know. You put on some tricks here in the tent during the main performance.
Oh, they do?
Yes, that'll be the feature of the show, you know. We'll have trumpets blown, a big fanfare, and you'll come riding out on one of the elephants with the other and following along behind you, you know.
Yeah,
and then I'll get up and make a speech about you, and see, we'll have to get a good name for you, too, Lum.
Yeah. Lum wouldn't do. Or what about King Eddard? That ought to be.
Yes, that's just the thing. King Eddard and his elephant.
Yeah.
And then you put them through their tricks, you know.
Yeah, Granny, I can't hardly wait. Don't you reckon I better be riding that elephant around a little bit to sort of get used to him?
Well, I reckon it wouldn't hurt nothing, Lum.
Yeah, if I could get them slaves to go with me and them fans and all, I'd love to sort of drop by the schoolhouse during recess tomorrow. Let Evelina see me. Yeah, she'd be proud to death of me.
Well, I don't believe I'd be riding him around town none, Lum. It'll spoil the show, you know, but you'll have to be practicing on them tricks anyway, you know.
Yeah, what about them tricks?
Well, now, when you get in the ring out there in the middle, Lum,
wait a minute. Here comes Abner.
Yeah.
Bound you, he'll throw a jealous fit whenever he finds out I'm going to be king of the circus and ride the elephants with them slaves walking along fanning me and all that.
Well, I'm sure glad he come over. Maybe you could help me, Lum. I'm having a little trouble getting Abner to be the lion trainer.
Well, I'll help you talk him into it, Squire, but recollect now, you've done promised me that I could do the elephant act.
Oh, yes, that's yours, Lum, that's yours.
If he wants it, you just tell him you think I'll do a heap better at it than
howdy, man.
Well, howdy, Abner.
Hello, Abner.
Whereabouts you been all day?
I come by the store looking for you, Lum, and Grandpappy Spears said that you'd over here.
Yeah, I had to hire Grandpap to run the store for me. I'm going to spend all my time with the circus now.
Abner, what have you decided to do about training the cat?
Well, now, to tell you the truth, Squire, I sort of lost interest in them when I found out that the cats were them lions and tigers. I thought you was talking about them two house cats at first.
Well, Abner, it ain't going to be no trick to train them lions.
Why, no. Well, in fact, Abner, they're already trained. All we need is somebody to go in the cage there with them and put them through their tricks, you know.
Why, sure, there ain't nothing to it.
Yeah, that's just the part I don't like about it, too, that going in the cage with them there. Squire was down there yesterday talking and wanting me to put my head in one of them tigers' mouths.
In their mouth?
Well, now, that won't be hard to do. It ain't no trouble to get your head in the tiger's mouth, Abner.
No, I reckon not. That's just what I'm scared of. I ain't worried about getting it in there. Getting it out's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, well, it ain't going to bite you, Abner. That don't happen once in a lifetime.
No, that's just it. Once is all that can happen.
Well, what you got to do is go in there and look them in the eye and just let them know that you ain't afeard of them.
Yeah, but, Lum, I couldn't look no lion or tiger in the eye and never make them believe any such thing as that now. They'd know it wasn't so the minute I walked in that cage.
Well, you fellers talk this over, man. Lum, I'll go see that feller about the trapeze performance, and you talk to Abner here and see if you can't persuade him to change his mind about training the cat.
Yeah, all right, Squire.
Cat. Dogged, I wish he'd start calling them things by their right name.
Now, Abner, you're just holding up the whole circus, just over your stubbornness. Very ideas of being feared of animals that way.
Well, why don't you train them in if you're so brave?
Well, I would, but this being king's going to take up all my time.
King? King of what?
Why, king of the circus. I sort of hate to tell you about Abner, but Squire's done give me the job of putting the elephants through their tricks. Ain't no use to ask him for it. He's done promised it to me.
Oh, well, don't you worry. You can have it. He tried to get me to take that job yesterday, and I just told him that I never wanted it.
Never wanted it?
No, sir, I don't want no elephant laying down on me.
Laying down on you?
Yeah, them tricks that you've got to make them do. You've got to let that elephant pick you up in his trunk and wave you around the air for a few minutes over his head, and then he lays you down on the ground, and he lays down on top of you. No, sir, I don't want no part of that. No part.
Well, there seems to be drawback even to being king of the circus. In the kitchen of the Mason home, Mrs. Mason and her friend Jane are about to prepare a midnight supper for their husbands after playing bridge. Listen.
Wait a sec, Jane. I'll put the light on. There. Why, Madge, how nice. Oh, I like your kitchen. Do you? I'll say I do. That gas range especially. Is it new? About a month old now. Jack bought it for my birthday. He did? Mm-hmm. Say, let's get Fred out here. If he sees you've got one, he might get you one, eh? I get it. Well, we better get him in a good mood first. Let's get supper, quick. Does Fred like coffee, Jane? Well, sure. He likes it. Yes. Well, don't enthuse. How about some tea, then? No, he doesn't like tea. I don't suppose you happen to have any malted milk? Why, sure. But listen, Jane, I have no mixer. It takes me rather a long time. Nonsense. It doesn't take a second. Here, let me show you. Where's the powder? On that second shelf there. See? Horlicks malted milk, near the pickle. Oh, yes. I'm glad it's Horlicks. Now, where's your egg beater, Jane? Egg beater? Well, you can't use that. What do you mean can't? You just watch. Now, put the powder in. That's enough. Now, give me that. Why, Jane, that's marvelous. I never thought. Simple, isn't it? And twice as nice this way. Oh, boy, those men'll go for this. Come on, let's take it in. I'll carry it. Yes, that's right. You bring in the sandwiches.
And Madge is right, folks. Horlicks malted milk, or Horlicks with sandwiches, does make a fine party supper. It's delicious and refreshing, yet so easy to prepare. Try it on your friends. You can get Horlicks malted milk in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we hear the old fellows tonight, here's a breakfast treat for those youngsters of yours. Horlicks malted milk powder sprinkled over the top of bread and butter, then slightly browned in the oven. Or Horlicks sprinkled right on freshly buttered toast. One of Lum and Abner's friends sent in these ideas, and she says they're delicious. They do sound delicious, don't they? Now, another thing this mother gives her youngsters is Horlicks powder sprinkled over fresh fruits and cereals. A lot of you have tried that, I know, and found the youngsters love Horlicks that way. Keep a package of Horlicks on hand, always. It's great for youngsters in whatever form they take it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner are now out of the show business. Last week, they sold their circus to Squire Skimp for $1,000, only to learn later that Squire had already made a deal to dispose of it for $4,000 before he made them the offer. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Lum back over at Pine Ridge, down at the Jot 'em Down store, explaining to Dick Huddleston and Grandpappy Spears how Squire swindled them out of $3,000. Listen.
Well, Lum, you ought to know Squire Skimp well enough by this time to know that he'd give you a skinning if he got a chance.
Why, sure. He probably had the animal sold to the zoo in there at the county seat before they ever offered $1,000 for the circus.
Yeah, I found out all about it after it's too late. There weren't nothing I could do about it then. I done signed that auction business. I telephoned Abner just as quick as I found out about it, but he done signed it too. Yeah, Squire just went out of the store whenever you call over long distance, Lum.
Well, that's a shame, Lum. He just skinned you out of $3,000, what he done.
Well, I ought to had more sense to deal with Squire Skimp, knowing him like I do. But I was just so anxious to get shut of the circus, I'd mind not give the thing away to somebody that had took it. The Noah was gone, and
Abner had took out on me, and I was getting sort of homesick.
Well, you fellas made a little money out of it anyway, didn't you, Lum?
Oh, yeah, we made some. This money that Abner taken and saved for us amounted to something over $800, and, of course, the $1,000 that Squire paid us.
Yeah.
And we had something like $300 cash money on hand when it sold out to Squire.
Well, good.
We'll have around $1,500 in the clear after I get done settling up some of our bills. First thing I want to do is to go into the bank in the county seat there and pay off that $200 I borrowed in there.
Yeah, well, I'd get those bills paid up and just put the rest of it away before somebody comes along and beats you out of it.
Well, don't you worry about nobody beating us out of it, not long as we got me. I don't like to make no brags about my own doings, but feller's got to get up awful early in the morning to beat me in a trade.
Well, Squire Skimp must be a pretty early riser then, Lum.
Oh, well, if you mean that deal the other day, that weren't my fault. See, I tried to catch Abner before he signed that option.
Well, you'd already signed it, though, Lum.
Yeah, but it weren't legal till both of us signed it. When Abner put his name on it, that closed the deal right there. Yeah, but I was here when Abner signed it, Lum, and the only reason he done it was because your name was already on there. He figured you knowed what you was doing or you wouldn't have signed it. Well, the best thing to do is just forget about it. The deal's over. Ain't no use to cry over spilt milk.
Yeah, sure. Well, that ought to be a lesson to both of you. Just can't trust Squire Skimp, Lum.
I believe that's our ring.
Yeah, go ahead and answer, Grandpap. It's more likely somebody wanting to order something, and I don't know what we've got and what we ain't got now.
Yeah, it'll take you a few days to get back to Hornish here again, Lum.
Hello? It's a got 'em down store. Huh? Who? Why, yeah, he's sitting right here. Oh, why, he ain't going to do nothing to you. Come on over here. Why, he ain't no such a thing.
Who is it, Grandpap?
That's Abner. He's feared to come over here, feared you'll give him a whipping.
Oh, for goodness sake. Tell him to come on down here. I want to see him.
Abner, Lum says to come on down here. He wants to see you. No, he don't. He ain't going to do no such a thing. Wait a minute, I'll let you talk to him.
Yeah, let me talk to him.
He's scared to death. That's the reason he called up. He wanted to find out if you was here first.
Let me have that receiver. Hello, Abner, this is Lum. Hello? Hello? Granny, he must have hung up the receiver.
Are you and Abner still fussing about that money that he took from a circus, Lum?
No, we ain't fussing. He still thinks I'm mad at him over it.
Well, why don't you tell him that you know why he did it and that you're not mad about it anymore?
Well, I want to see him and thank him for it, but I can't get him cornered to do it. I've been over there to his place a half dozen times to see him, and he always hides somewhere. Every time I see him downtown, he strikes out for home in a dead run.
And he thinks, Lum, that you're going to give him a whipping and send him to the penitentiary.
Yeah, but I said I was going to do that before you fellas explained to me why he done it, why he taken the money.
Sure.
Now I want to thank him for it. He just saved me and him all that money by taking it out of the safe is what he done.
Why, sure he did.
Well, I'd have spent every dime of it on that electric sign with Sonora if he hadn't have did it.
And I've told him time and again that you weren't mad, but he won't take my word for it. Thinks I'm trying to help you get him cornered.
Tell you what you do, Grandpap. Call him over there at the house and tell him I just now left, and he'll be all right for him to come over here now.
Yeah, get him on over here, Grandpap.
Yeah, but he can look through them front windows and see you in here, and if he does, nobody couldn't drag him in here with a team of mules.
Well, you could hide till he gets on the inside here, Lum.
Yeah, I tell you what to do, Grandpap. You call him and get him on over here, and when we see him coming, I can hide behind the counter till he gets on the inside, and then one of you can lock the door to where he can't get out till I've had a chance to explain to him that I ain't mad at him no more.
Yeah, that's the thing to do, Grandpap. Call him up and get him on over here.
Call him up and see what he says.
Well, sure.
Tell him you want to play checkers. That'll get him over here.
Yeah, he'd get up at night to play checkers.
Hello? Peabody's place? Oh, Elizabeth, is Abner there? Uh-huh. Tell him to step to the telephone, please, ma'am. Said he's playing checkers by himself.
By himself?
Yeah, he's always doing that. Sit and play checkers by the hours. Make out like he's playing against somebody. And cheat, I never seen nothing like it.
Well, he ought to have no trouble winning that way.
Hello, Abner. This is Milford Spears. Yeah, Grandpap. Why, Lum's gone home now. Come on over and let's play some checkers. You have? Well, Elizabeth said you was playing, but I never knowed you was playing against me. Yeah, well, come on over here and see if you can do it. Yeah, naturally you can beat me and you're playing both sides. Well, hurry. All right. Said he'd be right over.
Well, good.
Said he done beat me in iron game. He'll never see the day he can do that.
Well, I'm anxious to see you fellas get this misunderstanding all straightened out here. Get it all over.
Yeah, I am, too. I don't want him going around thinking I'm mad at him when I'm plumb tickled to death over what he done.
Well, I know. And you fellas are just $800 better off, too.
Yeah, this is one time Abner showed better judgment than I did. I was so in love with Sonora, or thought I was, to where I sort of lost my reasoning. That broke a long record for me, too. Well, I won't say just how old I am, but that's the first mistake I ever made, I reckon.
Here he comes. Yonder he comes, coming out the front gate over
there. Yeah, there he is.
Well, let's see now. I better get behind that counter over there. Get him on in here and get him to talking, and Grandpa, you sort of shy around to the front door and lock it before I come out.
Oh, well, I don't think we'll have any trouble with him, Mom.
I don't know, Dick. He's awful skittish.
Yeah, he's harder to catch than a rabbit. And Granny's, I walked in Moe's Moots barbershop Saturday afternoon, and just as I come in the front door, he went out the back. Lit out for home.
Well, natural, you've made so many threats about what you're going to do when you did catch him, and he's not taking any chances. I guess he figures the best thing for him to do is just keep away from you as long as he can.
Yonder he comes. You better get over there behind the counter, Long. He'll be where he can see inside here in a minute.
Yeah, now don't let him see you, Long. Don't let him see you. He won't come in.
You fellas be talking about something else or where he won't get suspicious or not.
Yeah, well, now keep your head down there till Grandpat can get the door locked behind him there so we'll know we got him on the inside here.
There he comes.
Yeah.
Watch him looking around behind him. I reckon he's expecting Lum to jump out on him.
Yeah, that's the reason he's walking so fast. It's kind of a dog trot.
Yeah. Oh, he's been scared to death.
Yeah, I know. Well, Lum made a mistake making so many threats. He got him scared to death. Cedric went to him and told him everything that Lum had said.
Well, I told Abner Lum never meant a word of it.
Well, I told him the same thing, but he just believes if Lum said he's going to whip him, he's going to whip him.
Hardest-headedest fella I ever seen.
Yeah. Well, it's just a shame they had to have this trouble.
Don't let on.
Oh, no. Now, you going up to the door there so you can lock it, Grandpat, and then I'll call him on back here in the store.
Yeah, you just tell him come on back in.
Yeah, sure, that's what I'll do.
Well, come in, Abner, come in.
Well, howdy, Grandpat. What's that you said about beating me a game of checker?
You heard what I said.
Well, howdy, Abner.
Well, hello, Dick. I never know you sitting back there.
Let me shut this door here. It's getting sort of chilly in here.
Yeah, come on back and sit down, Abner.
Yeah, much obliged.
How have you been?
Oh, all right, I reckon. I've been staying around the place there pretty close. I never want to get out none. Me and Lum ain't getting along, and I just...
Well, Abner, I've been trying to get you cornered for a week.
Oh, my goodness, let me out of here. Let me get
Wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
Get out of the way, Grandpat. Get out of the way, Grandpat.
That door's locked, Abner. That door's locked.
Yeah, stop him there, Grandpat. Stop him.
Well, for the land's sake, a crazy idiot. Did right through the plate glass window.
Well, the old fellows have their differences straightened out now, if Lum can just catch Abner to tell him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially pleased tonight to be able to let you hear the part that Horlick's malted milk played in bringing up Mrs. W.W.M.'s baby. Mrs. M comes from Sewanee, Tennessee, and this is what she says. Listen.
Not long ago, a little baby came to our home. Nothing seemed to agree with her, and she just became weaker and weaker. At 2 months, she weighed 2 pounds less than at birth. We tried everything, but nothing seemed any good. Then I saw Horlicks in the drugstore. Well, I bought a package, and I'll never forget how quiet and restful she seemed after the first feeding. The first real feeding she had had. She started gaining, and at 5.5 months was a fine, healthy baby. Now, this may sound like a boast, but it's true. At 6 months, she received a blue ribbon at the fair for being the healthiest baby ever. You can easily see why I'm all for Horlick's malted milk and, of course, for Lum and Abner.
Well, that's fine, Mrs. M. We're glad that you found Horlicks so helpful. And we certainly appreciate your telling us about it. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, Lum and Abner have received so many requests for those flashlights that I'll bet a lot of you are using Horlicks for the first time. Well, if that's the case, you'll be surprised to learn of the great number of uses this delicious, nourishing food drink really has. In the first place, for weight control. Try drinking a glass of Horlicks, either hot or cold, for your noonday luncheon. See how refreshing, how sustaining, how easy to digest Horlicks is. It will keep you alert. You won't have that drowsy feeling that is often caused by a heavy, hard-to-digest meal. Horlicks is a wonderful drink for the youngsters, too. Its precious vitamins and minerals help children build sturdy, healthy bodies, sound bones, and teeth. I'll have a lot to tell you about other uses of Horlicks this week. Listen carefully. And now, about that offer Lum and Abner are making. You know, folks, they've received so many requests that the flashlight factory is swamped. Yeah, but everyone who sent in a wrapper and 10 cents will receive his flashlight as soon as they can be made. Now, if you haven't already sent for your flashlight, you'll want to do so at once. I'll tell you all about it after we hear Lum and Abner. Right? And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner have received enough orders for flashlights now to enable them to start restocking the Jot 'em Down store. 2 big truckloads of merchandise has been delivered today, and the old fellows have been busy arranging it on the shelves. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner out on the front porch of the Jot 'em Down store, talking to Dick Huddleston. The race for president of the new store seems to be causing some dissension between Lum and Abner. Listen.
Oh, he's doing anything he can to get folks to vote for him. Like that stunt he pulled on me Saturday. If that ain't cheating, I don't know what you'd call it. I give Cedric $1.50 to carry that sign for me saying, vote for Peabody for president, and then Lum come along and give Cedric another $1.50 to let him paint some more reading on the sign.
Yeah, I saw Cedric carrying the sign around all day Saturday. I thought he was carrying it for Lum. It had on there, vote for Abner Peabody for president of the United States, and vote for Lum Edders for president of the Jot 'em Down store.
Yeah, that's what Lum added on there. Cedric done carried it all day before I knowed anything about it.
Well, trouble is, Abner, you just haven't had enough experience in running for office. Lum's an old-timer at this campaigning. He's been running for some kind of an office ever since I've known him. He's always mixed up in politics somewhere or other.
Well, he's 900 and some odd votes ahead of me now, and gaining every day, it looks like.
Yeah, what you need is a good campaign manager, Abner.
Yeah, what I need... Huh?
I say what you need is a good campaign manager. Somebody who's had some experience in politics and get out here and get you some votes.
You think that's what I ought to have, huh?
Well, that's what you're going to have if you beat Lum.
I believe that's a good idea, Dick.
Well, of course, I shouldn't be telling you this. I don't want to take any sides in it. Don't make no difference to me which one of you fellows is president. I just thought I'd give you a little hint that way.
Yeah, sure.
Is Lum in the store there now?
Yeah, he was just now. I reckon he still is. We got in a batch of merchandise this morning, new stock for our store.
Yeah, I heard that you did. That's the reason I come over. I wanted to see what kind of a stock you was putting in.
Yeah, well, I took out a while ago. You'd think that Lum was already president the way he tries to boss everybody around.
Well, I believe I'll go and loaf with him while, Abner.
Yeah, go ahead. I've got a little business to tend to. You give me a good idea a while ago. I'll see you after a while, Dave.
All right, Abner. Well, it's beginning to look like a store in here again.
Huh? Oh, well, howdy, Dave. Come in. I was so busy here, I never seen you come up.
Yeah, well, I seen them trucks from the wholesale house go by my place this morning. I just allowed you fellas getting in your new stock.
Yeah, well, we ain't got all of it yet, but we're just buying a little of it along as we can.
Yeah.
The way folks are sending in for these flashlights, it won't be long till we can have the whole store stocked.
What's the matter? Can't you get Abner to help you there?
That's what I'm doing now, is trying to straighten out what he's already did. I run him out of here a while ago. Everything he does, I have to do it over again, looks like. I left it up to him to stack this canned goods in the shelf, and I just wished you'd look the way he done it.
Well, for goodness sake.
Just look at that shelf there, for instance. Instead of stacking stuff to itself like it ought to be, he's got, there's pork and beans and apricots and axle grease. There's a can of tomatoes and baking powders, all stacked right in together, and most of that's upside down.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Somebody come in and call for something, it'd take you an hour and a half to find it. If you could find it tall.
Well, it looks like it'd be just as easy for him to put it in there right while he's doing it.
Why, sure. He just takes and opens a case of something, starts down the row of shelving, and just sets a can of it anywhere he can find a place to put it.
That's what it looks like.
It's laziness is all. Says he's saving himself a lot of bother.
Well, I don't see how he figured he's saving work that way.
Well, he says by scattering the stock all around over the store this way, he's got a little of everything we've got right there handy, no matter where he's at when he's waiting on a customer. That way, if somebody comes in and calls for a can of hominy or something, instead of having to walk a few steps for it, there'll be a can of it right there behind him. That is, if he can find it.
Well, bound for Abner to try to figure out some easier way to do it.
He's the beatenest feller I ever seen in my life for trying to study up shortcuts for getting out of work.
Yeah.
He'll sit and study for half a day trying to figure out an easy way for doing something that wouldn't have took him 5 minutes in the first place if he'd just got up and done it.
Well, you know, they tell it on him, Lum. He buys his shoes about 3 sizes too big so he won't have to unlace them to get them on and off.
Yeah, well, he does, too. About the craziest thing he ever done is when he worked out that device for drawing water he put on his well over there. Took him about 2 months to build the thing out of parts off of cultivators and old hay baler and one thing and another.
Yeah, I've seen that over there.
And you could draw a bucket of water and have it half drunk up before you could get that contraption started working. Takes him and his woman and Pearl, all 3, to work the thing. And still he insists on using it. Thinks it's just wonderful. Shows it to everybody that comes on the place.
Oh, yeah. He's always bragging about the modern improvements he's got over there.
Improvement. He made a self-feeder for his stock over there a few years ago. I never will forget. Killed off 3 milk cows and a good horse by letting them founder themselves before his woman set her foot down and made him take it out of the barn.
Well, that's the one that he got the patent on, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, he tried to. Writ the government 3 or 4 times, drawing some pictures of it and sent them, but they finally wrote back and said they couldn't make heads or tails of what he was driving at. I bet they're still trying to figure out where it was a airplane or a steam shovel or what it was he was writing.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen them drawings that he sent in.
And a feller like him wanting to be president of the store here. If he was to get elected, he'd spend half his time trying to study up some way so folks would have to wait on themselves.
Yeah. I'd like to see this store about a month after Abner had a chance to try out a few of his inventions down here.
Yeah, Lord. Turn him loose, no telling what all he would have rigged up down here. Be about like the time he bought that new automobile and rigged up that device to keep everybody from stealing it.
No, I don't believe I heard about that.
Don't you know, he was feared somebody might try to steal his car out of the barn at night, so he fixed a big shelf up over it and put a bunch of tin cans and a bucket and a wash tub and one thing and another, put them up on the shelf, so when they started to back the car out, they'd sort of trip the shelf, and then all them tin cans and things would fall down and scare them off.
For goodness sake.
He called it his double-action burglar alarm.
Double action?
Yeah, you see, in case that noise wouldn't scare them off, he put a board full of nails behind each tire so it'd puncture them all when they tried to back the car. The first night he tried it out, he went out there the next morning in a big hurry and forgot about the burglar alarm himself, and about the time he started up, them tin cans started showering down on him and scared him so bad he just throwed her in reverse and come flying out of there and ruined all 4 of his tires. Ruined 3 sets of casings the same way before he had sense enough to quit using it.
Oh, man, that's pretty good.
Let him be president down here. He'd about have a burglar alarm rigged up in the store here that'd catch all the customers.
He was telling me a while ago, Lum, that you had a big lead on him now in your contest.
Yeah. I think I've got that office and gone now. What's worrying me now is getting these folks flashlights done.
What's the matter?
Why, we can't get the things fast enough.
Well,
we've got the factory working day and night now, but, we're still behind. I'm just feared some of the folks are going to be getting impatient.
Why, yeah, I just suppose you mail them out just as fast as the letters come in for them.
Well, that's what we aim to do, but the letters have been coming in faster than they can make the flashlights even.
Yeah.
I never knowed we had so many friends out on the party line.
Well, you won't have long, Lum, if you don't get those flashlights out to them.
Oh, well, they'll all get them. Every last one of them that's sent in a romper will get one. I'll see to that personally. It's just going to take longer than we figured.
Yeah. Well, I believe, Lum, I'd make some kind of announcement on the party line. Let them know the reason for the delay if I was you.
Yeah, I expect that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I believe it would.
I'll call them up after a little and explain to them that it ain't no fault of ours.
Sure, I think they'll all understand, just so they don't think, that you've forgotten about it.
Yeah, I hate it the worst way, especially after they're so nice to ride in this way.
Yeah, sure, I know you do. Well, if everybody else is as well pleased with theirs when they get it as I am mine, why, it'll be worth waiting for.
Well, here comes Abner back. You know, he's mad. He got mad a while ago and stomped out of here because I jumped on him about the way he was stacking that stuff in the shelves.
Yeah, I saw him out there. That's coming in a while ago. You fellas ought to be wrangling this way, though, Lum. I'm afraid this contest you're having, letting the public vote on which one of you is going to be president of your store when you get it opened up, is going to cause you fellas to have a falling out.
Oh, no. It'll all blow over again the election's over, and Abner sees that I ain't the only one that thinks I ought to be president.
Hey, Lum, I'm going to take the rest of the afternoon off. I've got to go into the county seat and have some pictures made.
Have some pictures made?
Yeah.
Well, for goodness sake. I never would have thought you'd want to have a picture made of that face of yours. Looks to me like you'd be proud to forget what you look like.
Well, my campaign manager said that he needs some pictures of me for publicity.
Your campaign manager?
Yes, sir. I've got a man that guarantees to get me elected. I know that this contest is going to be a heap different story from here out, Lum. He's a go-getter.
Who you got managing your campaign?
Well, I just a while ago made a deal with Squire Skimp. He's going to take charge from here out. I know this Squire Skimp knows more tricks about getting votes than any two fellas in this whole community.
Well, knowing Squire Skimp as we do, we can expect a whirlwind finish in this campaign for president. And now, if you haven't already sent in for one of these fine little fountain pen-sized flashlights that everyone's getting from Lum and Abner, here's how you can get yours. All you have to do is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk powder. Remember the outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure it's a wrapper from a bottle of Horlick's malted milk powder. Horlick's tablets wrappers are not eligible, I mean. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. I'll repeat that address, Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Now, don't delay. Send in your request right away. Also, be sure to cast your vote for president of the Jot-'em Down store. To do that, you know, you just have to write your choice, either Lum or Abner, alongside your name and address on the wrapper. And remember, Lum and Abner want every single one of their friends to have one of these flashlights. This offer will be withdrawn soon, so act at once, tonight. This is Carlton Bricker, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who bid you all good night and good health.
Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we go any further, I'd like to explain why Horlicks malted milk is so universally recommended as a food for growing children. For one thing, Horlicks is rich in calcium and phosphorus and the other minerals essential for the building of strong bones and sound, healthy teeth. That's one reason why so many medical and child-feeding authorities say that Horlicks should be a part of every youngster's diet. Then again, Horlicks is a fine source of vitamins. Vitamins that build husky bodies. Vitamins that help set up a resistance to infection. And, last but not least, Horlicks is especially easy to digest. The young, delicate digestive system can handle Horlicks so much easier than ordinary milk. Get some Horlicks for those youngsters of yours. You can't do anything better for them. Your druggist has it, you know, in both natural and chocolate flavors. Children like them both. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner learned yesterday that Grandpappy Spears was responsible for getting their money back from Squire Skimp on the fake diamond deal. And they've given the old fellow a permanent position in their jot-em-down store as a reward. Yesterday, Lum received a strange letter from Denver, Colorado. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Dick Huddleston over at the jot-em-down store explaining it to Lum. Listen.
Why, no, that's what they call a chain letter, Lum. I've been reading about them in the paper, but that's the first one I've seen.
Chain letter.
Yeah, it just keeps going on and on like an endless chain.
Well, it's done got here, though. Can't go no further now.
Well, you're supposed to make copies of this letter and send them to 5 of your friends. And then they'll send them to their friends, and they'll send them to their friends, and keep on till eventually, why, you ought to get 15,625 answers back, according to this here.
You mean if I just send out 5 of them, I'll get over 15,000 answers from me?
Well, that's the idea of it. If nobody breaks the chain, you will.
And every one of them's supposed to have a dime in them, huh?
Yeah, they're supposed to. If they all sent in, why, you'd get $1,562.50.
And all it cost me is just 10 cents, huh?
Yeah, all you're supposed to do is just send a dime to the name on the top of that list.
Granny, that looks like a good proposition to me. I'm going to get busy on that. I'll send you one of the letters, Dick, so you can get rich, too.
No, don't send me one. I don't believe I want to get mixed up in the lump.
Well, why not? Granny, it just costs you a dime, and you make over $1,500 out of it.
Well, you send them to somebody else, Lum. It sounds good and all that, but I've always figured a man's got to work for what he gets. These get-rich-quick schemes look awful good on paper, but they never pan out right. Nobody's going to give you nothing, Lum.
Well, if you don't want in on it, I won't send you one. See, I'll send one to Abner. I want to help him if I can. Let's see, Grandpappy Spears and Mose Moots down at the barber shop. He'll be a good one.
Yeah, Mose will take a chance on anything.
Well, he ought to. Folks take a chance when they go in that barber shop of his, I'll say that.
Yeah, especially if he gets to talking, don't pay any attention to what he's doing.
Yeah, I got a shave down there the other day, and my face has been burning like fire ever since.
Well, I won't let him shave me anymore. I'll stop.
Well, I never aimed to let him shave me, neither. I just sitting there in the barber chair listening to the Macmillan boys play the mouth organ guitar and just dropped off to sleep. And when I woke up, he had me shaved and charged me 10 cents for it. This'll give me a chance to get that dime back off of it.
Well, I don't see how in the world that you ever slept through him give me a shave, Lum.
Well, I don't neither. He must have chloroformed me to do it, I think.
Well, a fellow needs an anesthetic all right when he shaves.
Felt like somebody had took and beat my whiskers off with a wet rope.
Well, I don't mind the razor as much as I do those hot towels he puts on your face. They're hot enough to scald a hole.
Yeah, he can't hold them in his hand, they're so hot. He's got to drop them somewhere, so he just throws them over your face to get shut of them, I think.
That's right.
Well, let's see now. Abner and Grandpap and Mose. Believe I'll send Doc Miller one. That's 4.
How about Uncle Henry Lunsford or Ezra Seastrong?
Well, I don't know. It says to be sure whoever you send them to will send them on to somebody else. Caleb Weehunt, I believe, will take a chance on this.
Yeah, Caleb be a good one.
Well, that gets 5 of them right there. That's going to be right smart of a job to write all the... We ain't got a typewriter neither, I granted. I'm a notion to get Evelina to send them out for me. I'll tell you what I can do. Let's see. She ought to be home from school by this time.
Yeah, what do you think to do there, Lum?
Well, I just had an idea here. I'm going to call her up.
Well, I expect I better be going, Lum. I've got to get back to the store.
Well, don't rush off, Dick.
Well, I'll see you later. Let me know how it came out on those letters.
Yeah, I will, Dick. So long. Hello. I'll see you later. No, wait a minute. Hello. I was just hollering at the feller leaving the store here. Who is this? Sister Simpson? Let me speak to Evelina, please, Mom.
This I never even knowed you over here.
Well, I'll just drop in for a minute, Abner.
Well, I'm sorry I missed you. Come back again.
Yeah, I will, sure.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Lum.
How are you, Evelina?
Well, all right, I reckon. Who'd you call me?
I ain't talking to you, Abner. I'm talking to Evelina over the telephone here.
Oh, excuse me. I never noticed you was talking at the phone.
Oh, I was just talking to Abner. Evelina, what I called you up about, I've got to make 5 copies of a letter. I just wondered if you couldn't get some of the scholars down there at school to write them for me. Well, you know, when you keep them in after school, you generally make them write some word or something 500 times, something like that. I just wondered if you couldn't make them copy this letter for me, as long as they've got to write something anyway. Oh, it's just a letter. I'll bring it over when I come over tonight. All right. All right, much obliged to you. That'll be fine. Well, I'll see you tonight then. All right. All right, Evelina, goodbye. Granny, that'll be a saving of time.
What's that now?
Why, I've got to make 5 copies of this letter. I got just so Evelina's going to have the young'uns down there at school do it for me.
You mean the letter you got from your Uncle Lige out there in Denver, Colorado?
Well, yeah, but that ain't from my uncle, though. Dick says that's a chain letter.
Uh-huh. Said it's a what?
A chain letter. All I got to do is send that feller on top a dime, and I get $1,562.50 back.
You mean he'll send you that much money for just a dime?
Well, yes.
Well, order me a dime's worth, too, then, while you're at it, Long.
Well, he don't exactly send it to you, Abner. See, the way this thing works, I've got to make 5 copies of this letter and send them to 5 of my friends, and each one of them does the same thing that I'm doing. Uh-huh. They send the top name on this list, dime, and then put their name on the bottom of the list, and when their name gets to the top of the list, well, they're supposed to get 15,625 letters, and each one's supposed to have a dime in it.
Well, I do know. Well, does it make any difference who you send them to?
No. Send them to anybody you want to. They don't care who you send them to. I'm going to send you one. That shows right there don't make no difference. Then you can send them to 5 of your friends.
And a feller's supposed to make over $1,500 out of it, huh?
That's what the letter says.
Well, dog it, I believe I'll just send all 5 of mine to myself then.
To yourself?
Why, yeah, if I can make $1,500 off of one, well, I'll make 5 times that much that way if I send them all to myself.
Granny, wait a minute here. I hadn't thought about that.
Why, sure.
Well, I don't know where I want to send them out to somebody else or not.
Well, now, here now, Lum, you've got to send me one. You've done said that you would now.
Well, I'll send you one, but you've got to send me one back. That'll make us even again.
Yeah, well, I'll do that. Yes, sir, I'd love to get in on that thing. Doggy, that's the easiest money I ever heard of.
Of course, you've got to wait till your name gets to the top of the list before you start getting back any money, though.
Well, I'll just put my name up there to start with. Put it on top instead of the bottom end.
Well, now, wait a minute here. We're getting ourselves sort of mixed up here.
Yeah.
I don't believe that'll work. I'm feared we'd be sending ourselves $1,500 that way.
Well, I couldn't send myself that much, for I ain't got it.
Let me see now.
Of course, I could owe myself part of it, I reckon. But that wouldn't do no good. I don't believe I'd ever pay it. I don't pay myself very good.
Well, Abner, this thing's got me all mixed up, but I believe the best thing for us to do, just go ahead and send them out to our friends like the letter says. No use to make hogs out of ourselves.
Hogs?
Yeah, we ought to be satisfied with $1,500 for just a dime in there.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking, old Lum, I believe you give me an idea then.
Give you an idea?
Why, yeah, folks around here are sort of short on money, Lum, but they've all got more hogs than they know what to do with.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we start one of these here chain letter businesses instead of sending a dime, send them a hog?
Send hogs?
Yes, sir. We could get that many hogs back instead of dimes that way.
Granny, wait a minute here. Now, you have thought of something.
Why, sure.
You know how many hogs we'd get out of that? 15,625.
For the land sake.
And they ought to average up, razorbacks and all, they ought to bring $3 apiece.
Oh, they ought to do that.
That'd be $45,000 worth of hogs.
45,000?
Yeah, hand me that letter there. Granny's me and you starting a hog chain letter right now. See, that ain't going to be no bother to change that where it says, rop 1 dime in a piece of paper and send it. We'll just change that to rop 1 hog. Well, we won't rop him up, but just send a hog. Yeah, that'll help everybody. Yeah. Eventually, every man, woman, and child in the United States will have 15,625 hogs apiece.
Well, now, wait a minute, now. Where in the world will they all come from now? I never knowed there was that many hogs.
Well, I don't know about that. They just have to get them somewhere. All they got to do is just send 1 hog. They ought to be able to find just one.
Oh, yeah,
that's what I say. That'll run the price up on hogs. The farmer will get more for his hogs, and the railroad company will get to ship them all over the country, and Feed prices will go up. Hey, Granny's talk about farm relief. Hey, Granny, this is it.
Well, maybe a great idea, but we just hope we don't get one of those chain letters. 15,625 is a lot of hogs. Well, it's afternoon recess period at the Byford Grade School. 2 teachers are talking. Listen.
Thank goodness, Anne. Only 1 hour more. What's the matter, Mary? Tired? No, I'm all right. I'm so hungry, though. Nearly starved. Oh, didn't you have any lunch? Sure. But I always get hungry around this time of day, don't you? I used to. What do? Eat more lunch now? At my weight? Not I. What's the secret, then? Just a minute. I'll show you. What is it? Here we are. These tablets. Have a couple. Candy, eh? No, thanks. It isn't candy, Mary. It's Horlicks. Horlicks malted milk? Yes, in tablet form. Say, they're kind of handy. I'll say they are. Solve my hunger problems anyway. Well, won't they spoil my dinner, though? Not a bit. I soon found that out. But aren't they expensive, Anne? No, they aren't. Why, this whole flask here only cost a dime. Honest? Well, I surely am going to get a flask myself, Anne. This getting hungry every day really is a nuisance.
And that's a typical conversation, folks, about Horlicks malted milk tablets. People everywhere are finding these tablets especially useful for giving new energy and freshness when you're tired. They are the most satisfactory lunch on record. They save you health, time, and money. You can get these tablets at your druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we hear Lum and Abner tonight, here's a message of interest to mothers of growing children. You can't do these youngsters of yours a better turn than to let them drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. They need something like Horlicks, need the precious bodybuilding elements it contains. The vitamins, the calcium, phosphorus, and iron, so essential for the development of strong, sturdy bodies, sound bones and teeth. They need lots of nourishment, too, as all mothers know. But that's not all. This nourishment must be in a form their digestive systems can easily handle. That's why so many child-feeding authorities recommend Horlicks. It's so easy to digest. Remember that when you buy malted milk. Insist on Horlicks, the original. The children prefer it, too. They like the delicious flavor. And now, folks, here's good news about that flashlight that Lum and Abner recently offered. The flashlight factory has finally gotten organized and is turning out thousands of flashlights a day. Lum and Abner want you to know that every one of you who wrote in will receive his flashlight within a very few weeks. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Since Lum and Abner took over the circus that was stranded in Pine Ridge, they have been faced with the problem of supplying feed for the animals. Well, Abner has apparently solved the problem. He announced over the party line yesterday that anybody would be admitted to see the animals if they brought along a generous supply of feed. The plan was tried out this afternoon. And as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum and Dick Huddleston on their way over to the circus grounds to find out how the scheme worked. Listen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had a big crowd over here. Folks been going by the store there all day in wagons and cars and afoot and every other way.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't understand at first how come so many people in town.
Oh, that announcement Abner made over the party line's what brung them. Everybody wanted to see the circus, but they just never had no cash money. Why, now anybody can find a little feed around the place.
Well, I bet there's lots of folks, cows and horses, that's going to go hungry tonight because they went to the circus today.
Yeah. I'm sort of curious to know how much feed he took in today. Wonder where he's at.
I don't know. Yeah, yonder goes Cedric carrying some water, it looks like.
Yeah. Hey, Cedric, whereabouts is Abner at?
Must be inside there.
He's inside the tent there, I think, Mr. Lum.
Did you have a pretty big crowd today, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Kept that tent full all afternoon. I think Mr. Abner's back there by the bunkie cage. That's where he spends most of his time at.
Hey, you got quite a job there, Cedric, carrying water for all them animals.
Yes, that's all I've did all day is pack water for them elephants. I don't know where they put it all.
Looks to me like it'd be a lot easier to take the elephants down to the creek.
Well, it would if we had some way of getting them down there, but I don't know how to drive them yet.
Yonder's Abner, right there.
Yeah. I still got on that ringmaster's outfit. Granny, you don't mean to say you took in all this feed this afternoon, did you, Cedric?
Yes, Mom, that's what there is left. See, we've already fed the animals a while ago once.
Well, for the land's sake. Well, it looks like you got a half a carload of hay left there yet.
Hey, Abner, come here a minute.
By Jack, you fellas have got quite a bunch of animals in here, all right, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, howdy, fellas. Did you see the feed we've taken in this afternoon?
Yeah, we were just looking at it. Looks like you done uncommonly well with your scheme.
Yeah. There's enough feed there to last us 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, that was a good idea, letting them pay the way in for feed.
Yeah? Well, everybody just tickled to death over it. Most of them say they're coming back again, too.
Yeah.
Oh, you going to keep on running it like this, Abner?
Why, sure, yeah. Going to put on another show tonight. I believe we're letting them in too cheap, old Lum.
Too cheap?
Yeah, I believe we ought to charge them 2 bushel of corn or 2 bale of hay to get in. That is, to let a whole family in that way. I never knowed there was such big families in this community. Oscar Fields come in here with that tribe I heard in the day, and they went by me there at the door for a half hour, it seemed like. I counted 21 of them.
21?
Yes,
sir. Maybe you run in some ringers on them.
No, you could tell them they all looked as much alike as peas in a pod. And the boys' shirts and the girls' dresses was all made off the same bowl of goods, so I know they's all hidden.
Yeah.
What if a fella don't bring his family, though, Abner? Just comes by himself. What do you charge him?
Well, one person that way, why, they can get in for a bucket of chops or a bucket of bran. Oh, wait a minute. That'll be enough water for them elephants there, Cedric. The young'uns have fed them so many peanuts today, I'm feared to give them too much to drink. You better take that zebra down there some hay, too. We missed him a while ago when we was feeding them.
Yes, Mom. All right, Mr. Abner.
I believe that zebra's a fake, man. I believe it's just a white mule that they got someplace and then painted black stripes on it. I can tell where they're sort of fading off there.
You can?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some paint and sort of touch him up a little tomorrow.
It keeps you pretty busy around here, don't it, Abner?
Oh, me, I've just been in a dead run all day, collecting admissions and then watching to see that the young'uns don't get too close to the animals. Yeah, we might not had some trouble here this morning, too.
Some trouble?
Yeah, them 2 elephants just come right now tearing this place up. Cedric was moving that cage of white mice over to the far side of the tent yonder, and the door come open, and just as he was passing them elephants, them mice got to run around on the ground and scared them elephants to death. Just scared them.
You mean the elephants were scared of them little mice?
Why, just scared them right now to death. They rolled their eyes and waved them trunks around and snorted. You never heard such a funny noise in your life. It's when they holler that way, Lum. It sounds like they're blowing a horn or something.
Well, this is a big fraidy cat.
Why, Lord, me, I never heard such carrying on.
Yeah, I've always heard that elephants were scared of mice that way.
Well, I do know. I wouldn't have thought that, big as they are.
No. Well, they're funny critters, all right. I just looking at them a while ago. They must be awful old.
Old? Well, no, they get to be a lot bigger than that, Abner.
Yeah, I know, but look how wrinkled they are. Their skin there looks like it's about 4 sizes too big for them.
Yeah. I was just noticing the way they pick up that hay. Look at that. He sort of feels around with that snout and gets a handful of it and rolls it right up there in his mouth.
Yeah.
Then he makes a fella hungry to watch him, don't he?
Well, I love to watch them monkeys back here. They're the beatingest things I ever seen. Just might not like humans. Well, actually, there's one of them back there that looks enough like Cedric to be his own brother.
Like Cedric?
Yeah, come back here. I want to show you fellas.
Better not let Cedric in the cage with him. You might turn the wrong one loose when you go to let him out.
Which one is it looks like Cedric, Abner?
Let's see. I believe that's... Yeah, that's him sitting right back there in the corner. Look at him. If Cedric ain't a dead ringer for him.
There is sort of a family resemblance there.
Why, sure is. And then that little one there, he looks a little like Grandpapa Spears, only. Don't tell Grandpapa I said so.
Yes, sir, I got it. He does look like Grandpapa.
Well, what are you doing with this cow over here, Abner?
Why, nothing. I just had her and brung her down here. I told you, though, there'd been as big a crowd standing around her today as anything else. Just stand there by the eye and look like her, just like they never had saw one before.
Well, more like they thought she was a freak of some kind, or you wouldn't have had her in here.
Yeah, well, that's what they thought. Yeah. The school professor from over at Shady Grove come over and brung 4 bales of hay and a bunch of scholars and 2 sacks of chops this afternoon. I heard him tell the scholars that it was a sacred cow from Indiana.
From India?
Yeah, I believe that is what he said. Sacred cow from India. But she ain't from there, I know, for I swapped her off as a sea skunk, you know. Oh, my goodness. Cedric, keep them mice away from them elephants, I told you. I just leave them where they're at. Hey, you fellas go ahead and look all you want to. I'll have to go over here and help that.
Yeah, quiet them down there if you can.
Sure, go ahead, Abner. I've got to be going a minute anyway.
Well, sir, Dick, this is right interesting, you know. Stand around here and look at these furrin animals for nothing this way.
Well, Abner's in the height of his glory now, ain't he?
Oh, my. He wouldn't swap places with President Roosevelt. He was saying yesterday how he's always wanted a circus ever since he was just a kid of a boy growing up.
Well, I guess we all did, Lum.
Oh, yes. Well, to be right honest with you, I'm sort of enjoying owning a half interest in it myself. I'd love to help run it if I didn't have that store over there to look after.
Well, look who's coming in yonder.
Where? Oh, well, howdy, Squire.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Where's Abner?
Why, he's right over there. Abner, come here.
I've been sitting over on my gallery all afternoon, watching the crowd over here. Looks like you done a big business today, man.
Well, yeah, done big business, but we weren't charging no admission. Just letting them in for feed.
Yeah, look at that sack of feed they took in over there, Squire.
Yeah.
Well, sir, you know, I seen everybody coming in with a bale of hay or corn or feed of some sort. Yeah, I see now.
Well, we had to figure out some way to get feed for these animals.
What you doing in here, Squire? The show ain't open yet. Cedric, stand up there by that front door and keep everybody out of here.
Well, now, I ain't in here to see the show, Abner. I just come over to talk a little business with you. Yes, man, it brings back old times and pleasant recollections to smell the sawdust again.
Smell the sawdust again?
Oh, yes. You know, I followed the circus for years.
Oh, I allowed you meant you'd been in the sawmill business.
Oh, man, I was with Barnum and Bailey for 9 straight seasons and was ringmaster for Hagenbeck Wallace for 4 years. Now, that's what I want to see you about. You fellers have got a good thing here if you knew how to run it.
Yeah, we don't know nothing about the circuit business. We
We'll have to admit to that.
No.
It's all new to us.
Well, that's what I say. Now, right there's where I come in. There's tricks to every trade. And I know the circus business backwards and forwards. I can take a hold of this thing, put in a trapeze performer, tightrope walkers, and bareback riders, all that, build a real show out of it. That's what you got to do.
We ought to have all them things, all right. Clowns and such as that.
Well, you mean if you want to go to work for a squire?
Well, in a way, yes, Abner, in a way. Now, here's a proposition that I had in mind, men. You and Lum put up the money, and then the three of us are going together on this property.
Well, the possibilities of Lum and Abner's circus must look pretty good if Squire Skimp wants in on it. Have you ever wished that you were one of those fortunate folk who seem to be able to get along without much sleep? They're astonishing, aren't they? They never seem to get tired. Now, there's a reason for this. It's largely because when they do go to sleep, they sleep soundly. If you don't believe that, try this plan for the next few nights. Drink a glass full of Horlick's malted milk, hot, just before you go to bed. Here's what it does. It soothes you, relaxes you, helps you to get to sleep quicker. Once asleep, you sleep sounder, more restfully than ever before. You awake completely refreshed and ready to go. That sounds like a good suggestion, doesn't it? You've only to try it to find out just exactly how good it is. But be sure you use Horlick's, the original malted milk. You can get it at your favorite druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Bricker speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick's, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlick's, the original malted milk. Well, how do all you radio listeners feel tonight with the day's work well behind you? Full of pep for the evening ahead? Or tired out and ready for bed? A lot depends, of course, on how well you slept last night. You know, people often think they're tired at night because of the work they've done in the day. Well, that's partly the reason, of course. But really, your evening's enjoyment hangs on how soundly you slept the night before. Every one of us needs plenty of sound, restful sleep every night. And here's a tip that'll help you to get it. Just before going to bed, treat yourself to a glass of delicious Horlick's malted milk, hot. As you slip between sheets that are suddenly cool and inviting, you'll notice how soothed and relaxed you feel. Without any effort, you'll quietly slip off to sleep. Sound, continuous sleep that really rests and refreshes. Sleep that gives you a feeling of fitness. Try a glassful of hot Horlick's malted milk before you go to bed tonight. You'll be surprised how it'll help you to get so much more out of life. And remember now, there's still time to send in for one of Lum and Abner's handy fountain pen-sized flashlights, if you haven't already done so. But you'll have to hurry. The offer ends midnight Sunday. I'll tell you all about it after we hear Lum and Abner. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge.
Since Abner hired Squire Skimp to act as his campaign manager, interest in the election of a president of the Jot 'em Down store has really picked up down in Pine Ridge. Squire has devised all sorts of campaign stunts for publicity, and Abner is gaining votes by leaps and bounds. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Dick Huddleston over at the Jot 'em Down store talking with Lum. Listen.
Yeah, but now you can't make any money, Lum, selling stuff at cost that way.
Selling it at cost?
Yeah, that's what Abner's telling around. He was down at the barber shop this morning telling a crowd of fellers in there that if they elected him president of the store over here, he'd see if they got their groceries at cost.
Well, I'll be dad blamed. No wonder he's been getting so many votes the last few days, telling such stories as that around.
Squire Skimp's been out electioneering for him, and he's been telling the same story. Telling folks how much money they can save by electing Abner president.
Well, that's more than likely where Abner got the idea. Squire Skimp put them notions in his head about you. Well, don't you worry about us selling stuff at cost, Dick. We're going to make a profit on it. I don't care who's president.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Lum. We've always been competitors in the store business, but we've always gotten along all right.
Why, sure, and we aim to keep on getting along all right.
That's the thing to do.
Just
sure.
Don't pay no attention to nothing Abner says. I'll swan he'll do or say anything that Squire Skimp tells him to. Of all people he could have picked out for a campaign manager, he had to pick out a feller like him.
Yeah, I was sorry to see Abner get lined up with Squire. Old Squire's liable to get him in a batch of trouble before he knows it if he don't watch out.
Yeah, I tried to tell Abner, but he wouldn't listen. Squire's a sort of a feller, when you first meet him, you don't like him so well, but after you get to knowing him better, why, you can't stand him at all.
What? Oh, yeah, that's about right, Lum.
He's got Abner so worked up over this election, he'll do anything to get a few votes.
Yeah.
You know that net volunteer fire department bought with that money they raised off in the box supper they had here a while back?
Well, I didn't know that they'd got it yet.
Yeah, safety net they bought.
Yeah.
Well, it come in yesterday, so Squire made arrangements with the fire boys to have Abner tested out for him. Abner clumb up in the belfry over at the schoolhouse during recess this morning and jumped clean off in the building into the net.
Well, what's his idea in doing that?
Why, the Squire told him it'd be good publicity, and Abner didn't have no more sense than to do it. See, all the young'uns gathered around him there to see if he got hurt, and Abner stood up there in the net and made some sort of a little speech to him about voting for him for president.
By Jack, that's right. Children can vote in this election, same as the grown-ups, can't they?
Oh, yeah. We've got a lot of roppers from children. They listen in on the party line, too, you know.
Yeah, sure. Well, it just looks like that Abner's going to run away at this election if you don't get out here and do something. He's got a bunch of window cards out now. I brung one down the store this morning, wanted me to set it in the window down there.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Seen one down at the barber shop this morning.
Yeah, there's one down there.
That picture he's got on there of himself ought to be good for ridding your store of rats or cockroaches if he's bothered with such as that.
Did you see that write-up that he had in the county paper this morning?
Write-up? No. What'd they say about him?
Why, according to the paper, he made a big contribution to the public library in there at the county seat.
You mean a donate?
Yeah, he give him $180.
Oh, get out. He ain't got that much money.
Well, don't know where he got it, but evidently he gave it to him, or they wouldn't have had a write-up like that in the paper. Oh, big headlines in there. Prominent Pine Ridge citizen made the liberal donation to local public library, or something like that, it said. Then went on to say that he'd like for everybody to send in for a flashlight and vote for him for president of the Jot 'em Down store.
Well, for goodness sakes. $180.
That's what it says.
Where did he get that much money? And he could have bought me out of the race for that much money. I'd have took clean out and let him have the office.
Yeah, and I don't see how that's going to help him get many votes.
Wait a minute, Dick. That's our ring. Excuse me.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and answer it on that. Sure.
Hello? This is Lum Edwards talking. Yes, Mom, he's here. Do you want to talk to him? Oh. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom, I sure will, Miss Huddleston. All right. All right, goodbye. Your woman says Elmer Luttrell's over there at your store waiting to see you, Dave.
By Jacks, I forgot about that, sure. Yeah, well, I'll have to get on over there, Lum. I'm trying to sell Elmer that 80 acres down there on the river that I swapped for last spring.
Well, I'm glad you come over, Dick, and don't you worry about us selling stuff at cost. I can tell you right now, there ain't nothing to that.
Oh, yeah, well, that's all right, Lum. I figured there must have been some mistake about it. Hey, here comes Abner, Lum.
Abner? Granny's about time he's getting back.
Yeah, hi, Hi, Dick. Well, hello, Abner. You ain't leaving? Yeah, I got to get on back over to the store, Abner. They just now called up for me. And be sure and tell everybody you see to vote for me for president. All right, Abner. Hey, howdy, Lum. Did you hear about me jumping off in the schoolhouse?
Yeah, I heard about it. Too bad they had that net down there to catch you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for I've been gone so long. I've been busy figuring myself out a speech for tonight.
A speech?
You know I'm going to speech over at Crystal Hill tonight.
Yeah. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah?
Body could learn a lot hearing you give a talk about you.
And I'm going to give my views on this here, gold situation.
Gold situation?
Yeah, Moe's Mooch down at the barber shop said that the papers is full of that now.
Yeah, well, you don't know nothing about the gold situation, Abner. Inflating it and de-inflating it and all that stuff.
Why, no. That's the reason that he said that it'd be a good subject for me to speech on. Said that nobody else knowed anything about it neither, Lum, and they won't know where I'm right or wrong.
Yeah.
Then, of course, after I speak for a while, I'm going to sort of bring it in a roundabout way, I'm going to ask them all to vote for me for president of the store. That's the reason I'm going over Squire.
I see. That's some of Squire Skimp's idea.
Yeah, Squire told me to go over there and speech on anything I wanted to, just so I brung it in sometime for them to vote for me.
Well, Abner, there ain't nothing you won't do to get votes, is there?
No, well, I don't know as I'd go so first to say that. Might be something.
I don't know. You've been going around here telling that if you get elected president, you're going to sell everybody the groceries at cost, ain't you?
Who said I've been doing that?
Why, Dick Huddleston. He heard you down to the barber shop this morning. That's what he's doing over here just now. He's mad about it.
Yeah. Oh, well. Well, I just been telling folks that long. Natural, I don't aim to do it, no.
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit to it, going around making promises that you don't aim to keep.
Oh, well, Squire said just tell them anything to get votes. Campaign promises don't mean nothing to nobody. Nobody never keeps them nohow.
Well, I ain't going to stand back and let you promise a lot of stuff about the store here that you don't aim to do.
Well, now, you just tend to your own campaign. Me and Squire look after mine. I told you that I didn't care what you done. You can do or say anything that you want to. I don't want you trying to tell me what to do, neither.
All right. I'm glad we got ourselves straight on it.
Well, that's just right.
Recollect, then, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
I don't care.
I say, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I mean, what's sauce for you is sauce for me.
Oh, changing it up, huh? Just now you was talking about geese.
Well, I meant you, though.
You mean to sit there and call me a goose to my face?
I never called you nothing. I just said what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Well, what kind of sauce? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just let it go.
You are, too. I heard you. You said something about me, and I can't figure out what it was.
Well, I will say something about you, sure enough, if you don't shut up. You're going around here with your feelings out on a stick here,
Well, now, nobody ain't going to set up and call me no goose.
I never called you no goose. Abner, if you don't shut up, I'm going to whop you one.
Well, you can just go jump in the lake. That's who you are, and I'm the man that can do it, too.
Going around here giving $180 to a library just to get votes.
Well, that's my own business if I want to... give $180 to what?
To the library, and there's the county seat.
Who done that?
You did.
Why, I never done no such a thing.
Abner, they ain't no use to deny it now. Don't you store it to me. It was in the paper and everything.
Well, now, listen, Lum. I know what I did and what I ain't did. I ain't got $180 in the first place, or second place either.
Where'd the money come from, then? The paper come out with an article today saying you made a donate to the public library in there. Wait a minute. What did you do with that check for $200 the insurance company give you?
I give it to Squire Skimp to cash for me. He was going into the county seat yesterday, and Doggies, wait a minute here. I've got to go find my campaign manager. There's something wrong here someplace, There's something wrong.
You don't suppose Squire has used that insurance money in behalf of Abner's campaign? Folks, only a few days left to get one of those grand fountain pen-sized flashlights that Lum and Abner are offering. The offer closes next Sunday at midnight, so be sure and send in right away, tonight. Now, here's what you do. Just send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlick's malted milk. Remember that, folks, the outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure it's a wrapper from a bottle of Horlick's malted milk powder. Horlick's tablets wrappers are not eligible, I mean. All right, now write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Also, be sure to cast your vote for president of the Jotham Down store at the same time. To do that, you just write your choice, either Lum or Abner, alongside your name and address on the wrapper. If you don't already have a wrapper handy, you can get a package of Horlick's malted milk at your druggist tonight in either natural or chocolate flavor. Now, don't forget, folks, you've only got until Sunday to send in for one of these fine flashlights. Your request must be in the mail by Sunday midnight. Lum and Abner don't want a single one of their friends to be disappointed. So act at once, tonight. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Folks, when you go downtown shopping, or when motoring or hunting, take a flask of Horlicks malted milk tablets along with you. There's nothing like them for helping ward off fatigue or hunger. When you begin to feel tired or feel hungry, just dissolve a few of these delicious tablets in your mouth. They'll nourish you while you work, keep you going at top speed when you aren't able to eat on time. Children love Horlicks malted milk tablets. They can easily carry a supply to school with them. You can get Horlicks malted milk tablets, in either natural or chocolate flavor, either in the small, conveniently carried 10-cent size flask or in larger sizes. And now, let's get ready for Lum and Abner. Well, yesterday, a Mr. Carter, representing the Southwest Oil Company, arrived in Pine Ridge to negotiate for the oil well that Lum and Abner recently drilled. He seemed very much interested in buying their holdings. And as we left them last night, Mr. Carter and Lum were in conference over the matter. As we look in on our old friends today, we find Lum and Abner down at their newly completed office. Evidently, an agreement has been reached, but the deal hasn't been closed. Listen.
And now, what is it that he's going to give us besides that $3,000, Lum?
Royalty.
You mean he's going to make a king out of you?
No, royalty in the oil business, Abner, means that we'll get so much on every barrel of oil they get off of that land over there.
Uh-huh.
We get $3,000 cash money and 10 cents on every barrel that's sold.
Yeah, well, I'd have heaped rather, Lum. We just sold a whole shebang for cash to start with and get out of the oil business.
Well, we'll be out of it. We won't have a thing to do with it. Won't have no say-so or nothing. All we got to do is sit back and get a check from them every month or whatever coming to us without even turning a hand.
Well, now, how much we going to get every month, though?
Well, that depends on how much oil they get.
Yeah.
They're going to clean the well we dug out good and put casings and stuff.
Put what in it?
Casings.
You mean automobile casings?
No,
cars?
No. I don't know what it is, but that's what he said. I know it ain't automobile casings, though.
Yeah.
Says he believes it'll run 2,000 or 3,000 barrels a day then.
Well, how much will that come to for us?
Well, if it runs 2,000 barrels a day, and he says it'll do that easy, that'll be $200 a day we'll make out of it.
$200 a day?
That's what he says. And on top of that, they're going to drill some more wells over there. Says they're just going to drill all over that 5 acres. We'll get 10 cents on every barrel that's pumped out of there regardless.
Doggy, that does sound pretty good, don't it?
It sounded awful good to me. If they drill 5 more wells over there, say, and they're as big as that one we got over there now, that'll be $1,200 a day we'll get out of it.
$1,200.
$400 apiece for me and you and Grandpapa. Done figured that up.
For the land sake.
And we don't even have to be here. We can go off and vacate ourselves, go anywhere. Just let them know where to send a check to, and it'll come every month. That's what I call making your brain work for you.
Yeah, well, now, that's sounding better, all right. Yeah. When you said that all the cash we got out was $3,000, well, I thought you'd let him give you a skinning.
Me?
Yeah.
Don't you ever worry about nobody giving me a skinning.
I bet old Grandpapa be tickled. He didn't much want to sign that agreement yesterday, giving you full authority to sell the company.
No, I can tell that.
No, he didn't.
But that feller Carter said that's the only way he'd do business.
Yeah.
He told me he's just working for the Southwest Oil Company. He don't own none of it.
He don't, huh?
No. He's just representing the president. That's what I ought to get, somebody to represent. No, that's right, I ain't president or nothing now.
No.
I'm a retard capital.
Well, I don't know what I am, but I'm through working, I know that. I've hit my last tap.
Oh, yeah. I don't aim to ever turn another hand long as I live.
No.
No. You see that piece of paper there on the floor, Abner?
Yeah?
I wouldn't even put myself to the bother of bending over and picking that thing up for $10. That's just how dependent I am.
I wouldn't pick it up for $100.
That's right. No, I wouldn't do
that. What is it?
Oh, just a scrap of paper somewhere. No. Oh, that's that paper I was figuring how much money we're going to make on. Yeah, I'll show that. Look here. Just want to show you. If they drill 100 wells over there, I've got it up to 1,000, but if they drill 100 wells over there and get 2,000 barrels out of every one of them, that's 200,000 barrels, and we get 10 cents a barrel.
For the land thing.
And that cup... No, I never finished that. Oh, that's too much bother. Yeah. Have a cigar, Abner. We can smoke these things all we want to.
Yeah, Lord, we can take life easy now, huh? Just sit around and eat and sleep.
Yeah.
Doggy, that reminds me, too. I'm going to hire somebody to do the cooking over at the place while Elizabeth is gone. I'm just about half-starved myself to death here lately. Trying to cook my own grub and eat it.
I ain't going to hire no cook. I'm going to start eating down at the hotel.
At the hotel?
Yeah.
Doggy, I'm just a good mind to do that with you, Lum. Now, we might start eating over at Sister Simpson's. I believe she sets a better board.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I never thought about that. Evelina eats there, too.
Yeah, well, now, that will be nice for you. You can just sit there and eat and spark Evelina.
Yeah, why didn't I think about that before?
Yeah.
And I believe I'll just call Sister Simpson up and tell her we'll be over there for supper.
Yeah, that's the time. Just telephone her up. Tell her to have some fried chicken, and hot biscuits, and black-eyed peas, gravy, and mashed potatoes.
I'll fix this up.
Dog it, I'm hungry.
Hello?
I could eat for all me. I know
Sister Simpson? This is Lum Edwards. Yes, Mom. What are you going to have for supper tonight?
As to what kind of pie she's going to have, Mom, I do know.
Well, it is some of my business. I ain't getting inquisitive. Me and Abner sort of thinking about coming over and eating with you tonight.
Yeah, thinking about it. I'm coming. I'll be there.
Yes, Mom. Sure, we aim to pay for it. Spare ribs and backbone and fish, huh?
Fish, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, me and Abner is coming over there to eat tonight, then.
Yeah.
Yes, Mom.
Tell her to have lots of it.
And, Sister Simpson, I just wonder if you couldn't sort of put me and Abner and Evelina over to the table by ourselves.
Listen, I say, once you get close to Evelina.
Yes, Mom. One of them big tables if you still got some of them.
Stack it high. Put sideboards on it.
All right. Yes, Mom, I know. 6 o'clock. Yes, Mom. All right. Goodbye.
And you never asked her what she charges, Lum.
I don't care what she charges. I'll get my money's worth. Hungry as I am now.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about expenses now, no way.
Oh, no, Lord. I don't care if she charges 50 cents. I feel like celebrating.
Yeah. I might take Evelina into the county seat to a picture show tonight, too.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Wait till she hears about this deal.
Somebody at the door there, Lum.
Yeah, more likely Mr. Carter's back with them papers.
Yeah.
Come in.
Well, howdy, Dick.
Come in, Dick.
Yeah.
I just run over to see if you'd made a deal with that fellow on your oil well here.
Well, we made a deal, Dick, but we ain't closed it yet.
Oh, I made a deal with him to where none of us will ever have to do another day's work.
Yeah, sure did. I got us $3,000 in cash and a royalty of 10 cents a barrel on all the oil they get out of the ground over there.
And they're going to drill 100 more wells.
Well, we don't know just how many they're going to drill at. How does that sound, Dick?
Well, all right, Lum. I don't know what you made a good deal. Of course, it'll depend on how much oil you get out of that well.
Yeah. Well, he says he believes when they get the well cleaned out good, it'll run at least 2,000 barrels a day.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There must be a lot of it there. You wouldn't have struck it that close to the top of the ground.
Well, that's what I figured.
Yes, sir. Don't know what you made a good deal, Lum. What's holding it up? You said you hadn't closed it yet.
Oh, I've got the deed all made out to them, laying right here, but I want them to sign a paper relieving us of any responsibilities in the company.
Yeah.
Sort of like that when Squire Skimp made us sign when we bought that land off of him a while back.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Fact is, I copied it right off of that and Squire got us to sign. You seen it. We agreed to assume all the debts and obligations heretofore and hereinafter made by the Pine Ridge Oil Company and stuff like that.
You mean that they're going to pay for all those barrels and the drilling of the well and all that?
No, we'll have to pay for that, but if anything comes up later that we don't know about now, they can't hold us responsibility to it.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea, Lum. That's good business. When's he going to know about it?
Well, he said he'd have to get authority before he could make a deal like that. I reckon he had to telephone the Southwest Oil Company about it.
Yeah, I see. Well, you fellas are mighty lucky, and I'm glad for you, too.
Well, thank you, Dick. I just wished you'd have been in with us on it. Love to see you get rich, too.
Well, I'm sorry now I didn't go in with you when you fellas gave me a chance, Lum, but I can't blame anybody but myself. But now if this boom keeps on, well, I'm making pretty good money down there at my store now.
Well, that's good.
Hey, we'll do our trading down there from here out, Dick. Won't argue about the price, neither.
Wait a minute. Somebody at the door. Come in. Well, back already.
Yeah, come in, Mr. Carter.
Yes, I think we're all ready to close the deal now, gentlemen.
Mr. Carter, shake hands with Dick Huddleston.
How do you do, Mr. Huddleston? Glad to know you.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Carter. Well, you gentlemen won't talk business. I'll get on out of here.
No, that's all right, Dick. Deal's all made.
Well,
now.
I've got to get back to the store anyway, Lum. I'll see you after a while.
All right, Dick.
Yeah, here, sit down, Mr. Carter. Take my chair.
Thank you. You say that was all right with them to sign the agreement?
Yeah.
Yes, no trouble at all. And if you have the deed ready, I'm ready to turn the draft over to you now.
Well, give it time, huh?
Yeah, here's the deed all made out. That's yours.
Yeah.
Now, here's the royalty contract where we agree to pay you gentlemen 10 cents on every barrel of oil produced on that particular 5 acres.
Yeah.
And here's the draft for $3,000.
That's what I want to see.
Now, that agreement relieving us of any responsibilities. Yes, here it is, all signed by the president of our company.
Signed?
Now, Grannies, how'd you get it signed so quick?
Yeah.
Well, the president of our company lives right here in Pine Ridge.
Well, I thought the Southwest Oil Company was in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
No, I'm from Tulsa, but the company's here in Pine Ridge. Mr. M.K. Skimp is our president. Maybe you gentlemen know him.
M.K. Skimp?
Well, I'll be dad blamed. That's Squire Skimp.
Well, what do you know about that? If Squire Skimp can't get a thing one way, he will another. And now, folks, let's pay a short visit to the Barker home. As we look in on the scene, we find Mrs. Barker at the telephone talking to her husband.
Jim, I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but I've got some great news for you. Your dad and mother are in town. Yes, they are. Came in unexpectedly this morning. Your dad's on his way up to the house now. He'll be here any minute. Isn't it grand? They may go back tonight, but they'll be here for dinner. There's the front doorbell. That's probably Dad now. Hurry home tonight, won't you, dear? Goodbye. Hello, Dad. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Not half as glad as I am to see you. How are you?
Just fine. Here, let me take your things.
Oh, just lay them on the chair. Did I surprise you?
You certainly did. What are you two doing up in this part of the country?
Oh, well, I had to come up on business. Thought I'd drop in and pay you and Jim a visit. Am I welcome?
You bet you are. This is a real treat.
How's that fine baby granddaughter of mine?
Oh, just splendid. I was quite worried for a time, you know. Her food didn't seem to agree with her at all. But when I called in our family doctor, and he recommended Horlicks malted milk, and from the very first feeding, the baby started to gain, and our problem was solved.
You did just the right thing, my dear. You know, we've always felt that it's Horlicks that saved your husband's life when he was a baby. He'd been losing weight steadily, and finally was so thin, we feared we were going to lose him. Then our doctor recommended that we try a weak solution of Horlicks malted milk. Say, we were happy beyond words when we found that little boy began to perk up at once. It wasn't long then until we had a normal, healthy baby again. No wonder that I feel you're giving your little girl a good start in following her daddy's example.
And, folks, there are thousands of families who have had similar experiences with Horlicks malted milk. Horlicks is a wonderfully nourishing infant food, and the easy digestibility of Horlicks makes it a food that delicate and tiny stomachs can easily handle. For youngsters, too, Horlicks is a great food drink. It will help your children to develop sturdy, healthy bodies, sound bones, and good teeth. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. We'll be with you all again Monday night at this same time. Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. I'd like to take a minute or so first to read a splendid letter from Mrs. N.C.S. of Akron, Ohio. It may prove helpful to mothers of young children who haven't heard about Horlicks yet. She writes, I have been using Horlicks malted milk for 6 weeks and have found that there is no other milk that can equal Horlicks for infant feeding. Before I gave Horlicks to my baby daughter, aged 3 months, I couldn't find any other milk to agree with her. After trying several brands, I decided to give Horlicks a chance, having heard about it on your broadcast. I noticed a change at once after only a second feeding. She began to gain about 1 pound a week. I urge any mother who's in doubt about what to feed her infant to try Horlicks. Well, thank you, Mrs. N.C.S. We're glad to hear you speak so well of Horlicks. And I'd like to suggest that all mothers keep a package of Horlicks on hand in the home. It has so many uses. You can get it, you know, in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, yesterday, Lum met the new bareback rider with the circus and immediately made up his mind that he and Abner should travel with the show. They have been busy all day making preparations to leave Pine Ridge. And as we look in on the old fellows now, Abner is at home packing. And we find Lum waiting down at the Jot 'em Down store, telling Grandpappy Spears all about the beautiful bareback rider that he met yesterday. Listen.
No, sir, Grandpap, it's the beatin'est thing I ever seen in my life.
You say she jumps from one of them horses to the other and them in a dead run?
Yes, sir, running round and round the ring. Then she'll stand up there on their backs on one toe while they're running, mind you.
And I do know.
Oh, it's wonderful. Then she'll jump down and sort of cut across the ring and hop right back up there again. You just ought to see her.
What did you say her name was again?
Zenora. That's a foreign name. I think she said she was a Egyptian. Her mom and papa is kings over, I think, wherever that's at.
It's a wonder to me they'd let her travel around with a circus that way.
Well, she told me that she never had to do it for a living. She just loves circus life so well.
Yeah? That's right. I believe you're getting sort of struck on her, ain't you, Lum?
Who, me?
Well, that's all you've talked about all day long.
Well, I don't know as I'd go so far as to say that. Whilst me and her understands one another all right. Just seems like I've knowed her always. She says I've got such understanding eyes and all. Finest little woman's I ever got acquainted with, Grandpap. When I told her I was going to start traveling around with the circus, she just tickled plumb to death.
Well, what about Evelina? What does she say about you going on the road with that circus?
Well, I ain't told her nothing about it yet. I know it's going to be such a shock to her, I just hate to break the news to her.
Here before you left yesterday, you said you just flatly refused to leave Pine Ridge to go at the show on account of Evelina. Then you got back last night, you couldn't wait to get your things all packed and back over there.
Yeah, that was funny how I changed all of a sudden that way. I reckon I must have been talked into it. Squire and Abner must have did it.
Well, I'll run the store for you the best I know how, Lum. Of course, things are sort of quiet right here at planting time. Yeah, well, you just take charge and run it like as if it was your own. If anything important comes up you want to get my opinions on, why, you always know where to call me at. I'll let you know every time we move. How long you aiming on staying there in Belleville? Why, they're moving tonight. They're pulling stakes right after the show tonight. It's going to open up in Charleston tomorrow. Got to be in there in time to put on the parade by noon. Cedric's already in there putting up posters and window cards and letting them know we're coming. Cedric going to be with you all the time, huh? Oh, yeah. It just reminds me, too. I've got to call up his mama and tell her not to worry about him. He told me to. She was sort of uneasy about him joining up with the circus that way. I don't reckon Cedric's ever been away from home before. That is to speak of. No, I expect this is about to... Wait a minute. Hello? Miss Weehunt? This here's Lum Eddard's talking. Yes, Mom. Why, I just wanted to call you up and tell you not to be uneasy about Cedric. We'll take good care of him and see after him. Yes, Mom, me and Abner both going with him. Uh-huh. Well, I wouldn't worry about him tall now. He'll be in good hands, and it'll give him a chance to meet some mighty nice people, show people and all. Yes, Mom. Well, I'll make him write to you once in a while. Oh, well, I'll write for him myself then. All right, Miss Weehunt. Not at all, not at all. Goodbye. Believe that's Abner coming up out there now, Lum. Yeah, good. Fine, we can get started then. Yeah, it looks like he's all ready. He's got his hand satchel there with him. Well, it's took him long enough. He ought to have been ready long ago. Swan, I've spent half my life waiting for that feller. Hurry up, Abner. Poking along there like we had all day. What's been keeping you?
Huh?
Where you been all afternoon? I've been sitting here waiting for you for 3 hours.
Well, I had to wait till Pearl got done ironing some shirts for me, and Elizabeth was just bound and determined to give me a haircut.
For goodness sakes.
Now then, my hat's too big for me.
Yeah, I thought that looked like it's setting down on your years there a little more than common.
Yeah, Grandpap, have you got any lamp wicks here in the store that I can sort of pad the inside of this hat with?
Yeah, I think there's some back here somewhere, Abner. Let me see.
Yeah, bring about a half a dozen of them.
Granny, Elizabeth might not appeal you, didn't she?
Yeah.
Just look at that.
Yeah, she got to crying about me leaving. Couldn't have see what she's doing. Just might not cut it all off.
Crying, huh?
Yeah, her and Pearl are both awful tore up for it, Lum.
Yeah, just wait till I tell Evelina I'm going. Then you will see some crying showing up.
Ain't you told her she was going yet?
No, I've been putting it off all day. I know it's going to break her little heart, and I don't know. I just can't bring myself to tell her.
Yeah, well, I know how you feel about it, Lum, but you ought to call her before we leave and tell her goodbye and all that, you know.
Yeah, I know it. I've just been putting it off and putting it off. I wish I could just write her a note and tell her I'm leaving.
Write her a note?
Yeah, a letter.
No, I wouldn't do that, Lum. That wouldn't be right. You ought to go over there and tell her yourself. Explain
I just can't stand to hear a woman cry, though, Abner. I know in reason she's going to just break right down and start begging me to stay and all that. I'm feared she's going to have hysterics.
Yeah. Well, them things are sad, all right. I know that. Elizabeth and Pearl just taking on something wonderful.
Here, Abner, let me have your hat. I'll fix it for you. 4 is all we have, but I believe that'll be plenty.
Yeah, well, thank you, Grandpap. That ain't enough. We can put some newspapers in there.
You look like a picked goose, Abner.
Yeah. Well,
she must have just tied a string around your head and just cut down all the hair off underneath the string.
Well, that's the way she always does, you know. Just puts a string up over my ear and then cuts all the hair off below it, you know. Yeah, there's one thing about it, though. It ought to last me for a while.
Yeah, there now, Abner. Try that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, now that's a heap better. Yeah, I can see out from under it this way.
Abner, you ought to went to the barber shop and got Mose Moose to give you a regular short-enough haircut.
Well, I don't know, Lum. Elizabeth just says there ain't no sense in throwing money away when she can do just as good a job as Mose.
Yeah, but if you're going around at the circus, folks are going to be finding you out as one of the owners, and here they won't know what you belong to the sideshow.
Well, what's the matter with this haircut? The hair's off. That's the main thing, ain't it?
Well,
my ears are sticking out.
Get away from here. If you're ready now, Abner, I'll call Evelina. I don't want to call her till just before we leave.
Well, I'm ready as far as I know.
I waited all that day on you. I wanted to be sure. Next time we go anywhere, I want you to start packing your stuff about 2 days beforehand.
Yeah, Lum's been sitting down here ever since noon waiting for you, Abner.
Well, while you're calling Evelina then, Lum, I can be loading this stuff in the car.
Yeah, take it on out there and get it loaded up so we won't waste no more time we have to. I'll get Evelina right now.
Yeah, where's your things at? I'll load them, too.
What? Huh?
Where's your valise or hand satchel or whatever you're taking your duds in?
Well, sworn to goodness. Granny's, I ain't packed it yet.
Ain't packed it yet?
Well, sir, I've sat here and forgot all... Oh, wait a minute. Hello?
Oh, the goodness, bawl me out first.
Sister Simpson?
I'm going out the car and load this up, Grandpa.
Let me speak to Evelina, please, Mom. She ain't. Well, I'm leaving town. I just wanted to call her up and tell her goodbye. Oh, she did? Who told her? Well, I hate that. I wanted to sort of break the news to her gentle. Yeah, more likely somebody just come right out flat-footed and saying Lum's leaving town. Yeah, I reckon she was terrible tore up over it, wasn't she? Well, she just didn't want to let on more than likely. Uh-huh. Well, when she gets back, tell her that I called and try to keep her from feeling too bad about it, Sister Simpson. Yeah, tell her I'll write to her. She didn't say where she is going, did she? All right, Sister Simpson. Thank you, Mom. And don't forget to tell her goodbye for me. All right. Goodbye.
She weren't there, huh?
No, she said she wasn't, but more than likely she's up in her room crying. Couldn't bear to talk to me. Somebody had done told her I was going.
Well,
poor little thing. That's the trouble with having somebody in love with you. Got to be so careful, else you'll break their heart. Where's Abner?
He went out to load that stuff in his car. Here he comes.
Hey, Lum, you never got Evelina on the telephone, did you?
No, she was crying over me leaving and couldn't talk to me.
Crying?
Yeah.
She never looked like she's crying to me.
When did you see her?
Why, she just now went by out front there just now.
Well, why didn't you stop her so I could tell her goodbye? Where's she at?
Well, she was out driving with Frank Foster and laughing and talking. Looked like she's having such a good time, but I didn't believe she'd want to stop.
Wait a minute here. Frank Foster. That snake in the weeds. I don't know where I'm going to leave or not, Abner.
Well, I recollect you told Zenora we'd be there late this evening.
Yeah, that's right. Zenora. I don't know what to do.
Well, Evelina's indifference toward Lum's leaving seems to have the old fellow rather worried. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our scene changes as we take you off to Springfield, Illinois. The Websters are resting after dinner in their home. Let's listen to them.
Oh, Tom,
Yeah?
I'm worried.
What about?
Eddie, Tom, he's lost his appetite.
Oh, he's all right. It's just the time of year.
Well, I'm not so sure. He scarcely touched his breakfast.
Well, he'll make it up tonight.
I suppose, but he ought to eat more in the morning now that he's out in the open so much more.
He must have a reason, though.
He says he's tired of milk. We never liked it much, you know. I don't think it agrees with him.
Well, give him coffee then.
Oh, you know he's not supposed to have it.
Well, why not Horlicks, Jane?
Horlicks malted milk for breakfast? Hot. Say, I never thought of that.
Takes me to think of something.
You? That's the first good tip I ever heard you give.
Well, I like that. Why, only the other day...
Oh, never mind. It is a good idea, though, and I know he'll go for Horlicks, too.
Get a package, then. Tell you what, we'll all have Horlicks in the morning. I need to change myself.
And that's a good idea, folks. Horlicks malted milk for breakfast sure is a welcome change from milk and tea and coffee. It's energizing, too. Gives you the pep that you need so much this time of year. You'll feel much better if you start the day with Horlicks. So always keep a package on hand. This is Carlton Prickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. How often we wonder at the energy and the vitality of our children. On their feet for hours, running, hopping, skipping, jumping. That's one reason why children are always asking for something to eat, often spoiling appetites for regular meals. It's a problem that many parents just can't solve. If you have this trouble, here's the answer. When your children ask for something to eat between meals, give them Horlicks malted milk tablets. They satisfy hunger, but digest quickly, so that appetites are not spoiled. And yet the full nourishment of milk, wheat, and malted barley supplies energy to keep them going. Children love them, too. Say they taste better than candy. Give Horlicks malted milk tablets to your children. You can get a handy flask containing 25 tablets for only 10 cents. Or you can get them in larger size bottles also. Remember, they are made by Horlicks, the makers of the original malted milk. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, you know, Lum and Abner have dissolved partnership in the Jot 'em Down store and have divided up the stock of merchandise equally between them. They are now competitors, operating two separate stores under the same roof. This may not straighten out their differences, however, as competition is keen, and they have resorted to all the tricks of the trade to get the business. As we look in on the Jot 'em Down store, or stores, today, we find Lum and Abner on their respective sides of the building. Grandpappy Spears is just entering the front door. Listen.
Well, what's going on in here? Well, howdy, Grandpap. Come in, right over this way.
Come on over here on this side, Grandpap. This is a place to do your
Right
trading.
over here, Grandpap. Lowest prices in Pine Ridge.
Quantity merchandise at quality prices
Your
over
credit's
here.
good on this side, Grandpap. Swap your merchandise for anything you've got. Cows, chickens, hogs, eggs, butter, horses, anything.
Great I am. Now, what's took place around here anyway? What's the idea of having this rope running down the middle of the store here this way?
We divided up the store. This is my side over here, and that side there belongs to Mr. Edwards. But it's a mighty poor place to do your trading now.
Don't listen to none of that mouth talk of his, Grandpap. Come on over here where you get honest measurements. Pay cash and buy it for less.
Yeah, trade with Peabody where you don't need no cash. No cash, strictly credit.
Well, you fellas is hollering in here. Body'd think you had a sideshow in here instead of a grocery store.
Well, I'll guarantee to beat any prices that you can get on that side over there, regardless of what they are. What was you wanting, Grandpap?
Well, I weren't wanting to buy nothing. I just thought I'd come down low for a while.
Well, for goodness sakes, why didn't you say so? And us hollering around here. From now on, when you come in the front door there, why, say where you want to buy or just visiting.
Come on over here, Grandpap. You don't have to buy nothing to be welcome over here. All is glad to see my friend.
Oh, well, now, that's all right now, Grandpap. I never meant that you ain't welcome. Now, just sit down. Sit right down right there.
Can both of you fellas get on the same side of the store?
Same side. I dog it, if that long, lanky varmint over there even as much as sticks his head on this side of that rope there in the middle, I'll fling a can of beans at him.
Why, Grannies, I wish I could make you mad enough to throw a batch of canned goods over here. I'd put on a sale.
Yeah, you won't be able to put on nothing again. I'll get done chunking at you. Yeah, sit down, Grandpap, sit down. Best way to do a feller like him is just ignore him.
Well, what's the matter, Abner? What's happened? Have you and Lum had a falling out with one another?
Well, we just unresolved partnership. He never liked the way that I was running the store, and I know I don't like the way he runs it. So we just divided her up.
You mean this is two separate stores now in here, huh?
Yes, sir. Two separate stores. This is my side over here, and everything on this side of that rope there in the middle belongs to me.
Well, I do know. This is the second time you fellas has broke up this way.
Well, this time it's for good, though. He's running a strictly cash over there, and I'm selling stuff on the credits. Or swap. I'm swapping groceries for anything that you want to bring in here.
Swapping?
Yes, sir. You don't need no cash money over here, Grandpap. You need anything, why, just stick a goose or a rooster or a pig or a horse under your arm. Come on down. I'll swap for anything.
That sounds like a good idea, Abner.
I sure
good
is.
Idea. Yeah. Lots of folks here in the community, they ain't got the cash to pay for stuff. Yeah, you ought to do a nice business.
Oh, my, yes. I see right now, Grandpap, that you know a good business idea when you hear one. Now, that's right there is what me and Lum had her falling out about. he wouldn't stand for me to do it when I brung the idea up.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm sort of sot in his ways.
No, and he makes me so mad sometimes I can't hardly stand myself.
Yeah, what you aiming on doing with all this stuff you're swapping for, though?
Oh, well, I've got a pen built out back of the store there where I'm going to keep it. I've already got 3 pigs and 8 guineas out there, besides 30-some-odd chickens. Now, that's what I want worse than anything else is chickens. Now, there's money in them, Grandpap. They're fortunate.
I was just thinking, Abner, I've got a bunch of rabbits over there at the place that I might swap you if you can use them. Rabbits.
Yeah. Why, sure I can use them. Yeah, bring them down. I'll swap for them. Yes, sir, I've got a big dry goods box out there in back. It'll be the very place for them.
Well, they're fine rabbits. Pure-blooded Belgium hares.
Well, I don't care where they're from, just so they're rabbits.
It's what's left from that pair I got my little grandson when he visited here last summer, you know.
Yeah, I recollect when him and your daughter was here.
Yeah, of course, we've sold off some of them, but I think there's still close to 20 left.
Uh-huh. Well, come on out back, Grandpap. I want to show you what kind of place I got rigged up back there. We can just go through the feed room.
Well, come in.
Well, right over this way. Cheapest price in Pine Ridge. Howdy, Dick.
Come in, Dick.
I'll be back directly, Dick.
Well, what's happening there anyway? Don't look like the same place.
Yeah, we've changed it all up, Dick. See, this is 2 stores now.
Yeah, Cedric was telling me something about it this morning, Lum.
Dick. Abner, or Mr. Peabody, had his ideas on how things ought to be run, and I had mine, so we just made 2 stores out of it. This is mine over here, and I can run into suit myself for it.
Oh, swan to goodness, if you fellas ain't a sight, Lum. You're worse than a couple of children.
Well, it just looked like the only thing to do, Dick. Abner wanted to start that swap idea, and I just wouldn't stand for it. Why, we'd have been bankrupted in no time. Swapping good merchandise for a bunch of old cows and chickens and one thing and another.
Well, this is the limit. What's the rope for, then?
No, that divides up the store. Everything on this side of the rope's mine.
Well, you've got the advantage there, haven't you, Lum? The telephone's on your side of the post there in the middle, ain't it?
Yeah, I thought of that first, but this morning Abner got Ezra Seastrunk to come over and put him one on the other side of the post there.
It's 2 telephones, huh?
Yeah. Anytime anybody rings the Got 'em Down store, both phones ring. I'm afraid that's going to cause some trouble.
Oh, fun to goodness. Well, now, Lum, this is not going to work. You fellas can't run 2 stores here in the same room.
Well, we can't divide up the building. Now, I know I ain't going to move out, and he's too stubborn to.
Well, now, Lum, you fellas tried this once before, and it never worked out. Why don't you talk to Abner and see if you can't get him to listen to reason?
I ain't speaking to Mr. Peabody. If there's any talking did, he can just come over and apologize and do the talking himself.
Oh, well, Lum, it's just a shame. You fellas have been the best of friends for years. I hate to see you let some little old thing like this come between you.
Yeah. Me and him has been partners for a long time.
Why, sure.
But we'll never be again, I'll tell you that right now.
Why, you'd be lost without one another.
Well, of course, we're right here in the same building, so we see one another all day. Granny, if there's another vacant building in town, I'd sure move into it, though.
Yeah, but now, Lum, remember, Abner's always sort of looked up to you. Sort of depended on you, Lum.
Yeah, he has, ain't he?
Why, sure he has.
Yeah, we went through a lot together, all right, me and him has. I could always depend on Abner. He's always right there in time of need, sickness, and distress.
Why, sure, he's one of the finest fellows that ever lived.
Set up with one another when we took down sick, and lent one another money when we was needing.
Why, sure.
More like blood kin than partners. That is, we was, but if he thinks he can run over me just 'cause he's president, he's got another thinker coming. I'll show him where to get off at. I'll run him out of business, that's what I'll do. He's already started cutting prices.
He has?
Why, yeah, selling stuff way below cost. Granny, I'm going to give him enough of that so I can cut just as low as he can.
Yeah, well, now, Lum, you fellas start a price war over here, now it's going to hurt my business. I can't make any money with you fellas over giving stuff away.
That's right, ain't it?
Why, sure, don't do that.
But I can't just sit back and let him get all the business. He's did 4 times as much as me today. That swapping business of his.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now, him and Grandpa.
Yeah, look at him. Acts like he owns the whole store.
Well, Dick, I can see you ain't very particular who you associate with.
What'd you say?
You heard what I said. I told Dick you weren't particular who you associated with.
Well, what about yourself? Excuse me, Grandpap, I never aimed to say that.
Come on over here, Dick, and I'll show you how a real store's run. Come on over here.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to you, Abner. I'll be over in a minute.
Wait a minute, I'll answer the phone myself, Abner. Mr.
No,
Peabody.
you don't. No, you don't. I'll answer it myself. Hello? Got him down, store.
Lum Edward's talking.
Oh. What was it you wanting, Miss Lunsford?
Well, I've got the best flour in town. 48-pound sack for $1.15.
I'll sell you the same thing for $1.
I'll make it 90 cents, I guess.
80 cents, 70 cents.
Wait a minute, you're cutting your own price there. 60 cents, Miss Lunsford.
50 cents.
40 cents.
30 cents.
Well, the citizens of Pine Ridge are certainly benefiting by Lum and Abner's quarrel. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, we see that Ted Martin is calling on his unfortunate friend, Bill Gale, who's been down with a touch of the flu. Let's listen.
Well, if it isn't old Jim himself.
Hello, Bill. How's the patient?
Not so hot, Ted. Still plenty wobbly. Say, how's Gene and the kids and old Tom and the office and
Hey, one at a time, old man. What do you think I am?
Oh, you know how it is. Don't see much of the gang sitting here all day.
Well, that's just what I came up to see you about. Bill, things aren't going so well at the office. The boss...
Oh, you don't have to explain. I know. I figured time I was getting back on the job.
Well, it's been nearly 2 weeks, old man. George Green was down with the flu since you left, and he's been back at his desk for 3 days. Now, I've got a suggestion.
No, gee, what's the use? I've tried them all, Bill, and I don't get the slightest bit stronger.
Well, don't tell me you've tried Horlick's malted milk.
Horlicks? Why, that's what Elmer gives to the youngsters. But you wouldn't want
well,
me.
That's just what I would want. There's nothing like Horlicks to pick you up after the flu.
You mean make me stronger?
That's it. Horlicks, is one of the most nourishing foods you can take. Builds up your strength and puts you back on your feet. That's why they give it to folks after illness.
Say, that's queer. I knew it was swell for the kids, but me? Well, I'll be darned. Hey, Eleanor, fix me up a glass of Horlicks, quick. And put one alongside for Ted.
Attaboy, Bill.
Oh, boy. Maybe I'll get back to work this week, huh?
Well, Ted certainly earned his glass of Horlicks, chipping off Bill that way. You know, there's really nothing like Horlicks for building up strength after illness. That's because it is so rich in nourishment, so easy to digest. If you're feeling run down, try the Horlicks malted milk method yourself. You can get it at your drugstore in either natural or chocolate flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health. Ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. I wonder how many of the folks who listen to Lum and Abner know what a good source of calcium and phosphorus Horlicks is. These are elements, science tells us, that are so essential for the proper development of teeth. That's why so many dentists recommend Horlicks for growing youngsters. Now, sound teeth, play an important part in the health of growing children. So be sure that your children's teeth get proper attention. By that, I mean 2 things. First, of course, take them to the dentist regularly. There's no substitute for that. Second, make sure their diet contains plenty of the elements that I just mentioned. In other words, just let them drink plenty of Horlicks malted milk. They love the taste, and it works wonders in the development of good, sound teeth. You can get Horlicks, you know, at your favorite druggist's in either natural or chocolate flavor. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Here, Lum and Abner are forced to move their circus to a new location, as the attendance in Pine Ridge is so small that they're not making expenses. So they plan to open at the county seat the last of this week, if they can raise enough money to have the show moved. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Grandpappy Spears in charge of the Jot 'em Down store. Abner has just entered. Listen.
No, Lum ain't been down all morning, Abner. He don't stay around the store much no more, you know. Yeah, well, I wish I could find him. I want to get that $3 from him. $3? Yeah, I bought a pair of spectacles from that feller selling them over at the circus grounds, and yesterday, while Lum taking them away from me. I'm going to make him pay you for them, huh? Why, no, he's going to take them back to that feller and make him give him my money back. Claimed he was a fake. Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Abner, if Lum ain't right about it, too. That feller more than likely talked you into buying them when you never needed them. Yeah, that's what Lum said. Said he's going to make me give me my money back, and then he's going to run him clean off in the circus grounds. Yeah, that's just what he ought to did, too. Well, I hope I can get that $3. I hate to be out $6 on the deal. $6? Yeah. I thought you said the glasses just cost you $3. Well, they did. Well, you're just out $3 then. Why, no. The way the thing stands now, I'm out a pair of $3 spectacles, and then I'm out the $3 I give for them. That's $6 any way you look at it. Well, now, wait a minute. Let's see here. Don't sound just right for some reason or other. Yeah, well, now, that's a bargain at that, Grandpa. The feller claimed that they was $5 spectacles. And if they are, well, I'm out $8. Yeah, that's just the trouble dealing with a stranger that way, Abner. Nobody never knows what he's getting himself into. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he might have just told me that. They might have been $10 spectacles. And if they are, well, I'm out $13. Well, I wouldn't look at the worst side of it, Abner. Might be they just dollar spectacles to start with, and if they was, well, you ain't out for $4. Well, I hope so. I hope you're right, Grandpa. For if them was $100 spectacles, well, I'm ruined, just plumb ruined. Dad blame that feller anyway. Wait a minute, I believe that's Lum coming up out yonder now, Abner. Yeah, good. I want to get this thing settled. I've just worried myself to pieces over it. Well, Lum will have it all straightened out for you. You know when you run that feller out of town, he got the money before he done it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lum was a good one to handle it for me. Yeah, howdy, Lum. Yeah, come in, Lum. You're just the feller I'm wanting to see. Gentlemen. Did you get my money back from that feller?
Did I do what?
For them spectacles that you taken back for me, did you make him give me my money back?
Oh, no, Abner. I went over there and had a talk with him. Here.
Huh?
Yeah, I brung them back for you.
Brung them back?
Now, I don't believe you tried them long enough, Abner. You can't tell nothing about a pair of specs the first day you wear them. Your eyes have got to get used to them, sort of. Here, wear them a while. If they ain't just right then, you can go back and get your money back. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, but I thought he was a fake.
Well, I don't know where you got such ideas at in your head. You oughtn't ever accuse anybody of being a fake, Abner, unless you know what you're talking about.
No.
You've got to learn to trust folks, have confidence in your fellow man, in your neighbor.
Well, he ain't my neighbor, Lum. He don't even live here.
Well, now, you wear them specs for a few days, and if they don't work out right, well, you can always change them.
Yeah, but it's too late now, and him done left town.
When did he leave town?
Well, you said yesterday you was going to run him out of town.
Oh, well, yeah, but, I got to talking to him. That fellow knows a heap more about fitting spectacles than I already did.
Well, I told you that he was a good octopus, and you wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, I told him we was proud to have a man like him in the community.
Yeah.
Is he going to locate here, Lum? No, he's traveling with the circus. I know he said yesterday he's going with them when they moved into the county seat.
Yeah, I heard him.
Uh-huh. I'd sort of like to have him look my old eyes over and see if I need a new set.
A new set of eyes?
No, a new set of glasses. I've been wearing these things for 20 years.
Well,
I'd sure go down there and talk to him, Grandpap. He does know spectacles. Yeah, I'll slip off down there directly and have him examine me.
Oh, he's a genius, that feller is. Yes, sir. He can just stand there and look at your Grandpap and just tell you what you're supposed to wear.
Well.
Of course, these I'm wearing ain't got set to my eyes good yet. Everything looks sort of blurry to me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just glad that you never swapped back with him, Lum. I think in time I can learn to see through these nearly as good as I could my old ones.
Oh, yeah. Well, what I come over for, I've got some prices here on what it's going to cost us to get that circus hauled into the county seat.
I thought Squire Skimp was going to tend to that first.
Well, Abner, if you want anything did right, you've got to do it yourself.
Yeah.
That is, some of it. Squire don't know nothing about business. He just spends money promiscuous. He don't care nothing about what nothing costs. There ain't nothing out of his pockets, you know.
No.
Recollect, this is our money we're spending.
Well, I never meant nothing by it, Lum. I just said that I thought Squire was going to look after it first. That's all I said.
No, you see, I've got out here myself and got a lot of fellers bidding against one another on it. You get all their prices and then hire the cheapest one.
Uh-huh. Who's got the lowest price?
Well, I ain't done yet. I've got one more feller to see. Just happened to think a while ago Walter Bates' sawmill shut down, and I get that logging crew of his to move us in there.
Yeah.
I could catch Walter at home today.
Yeah, it's over.
No, Lum, you're more than like to find Walter down about Moose Barbershop, for I seen his woman out planting the garden when I come by their place this morning. I know he wouldn't hang around the house and that going on.
No.
If he's planting garden, he ain't home, that's the same. Yeah, I'll call up the barbershop. Let's see. What is Moses?
Oh. Yeah, if Walter shut down over at the mill, why, he ought to be glad to get them mules to work in there, just standing up there in the lot eating their heads off.
Hello? Mose?
That's what I'd do. I'd give him
Is Walter Bates there?
Walter's fine.
Uh-huh. I'd love to talk to him a minute, please. Huh?
He's spectacled at the thing, Grandpa.
Well,
about 3 pair of
all right. He said he was glad I called. Said Walt's been asleep there in the chair for over an hour.
Well, yeah, them loafers down there's a nuisance. Going to sleep in a chair that way. They get to sleep, and Mose can't wake 'em up. I had to let Mose shave me sitting in the shine chair Saturday. Uncle Henry Lunsford dropped off to sleep there in a barber chair, and Mose couldn't wake him up.
Must be having the same trouble with Walt.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Hello, Walt. This is Lum Eddard's talking.
I'm going to fiddle his best and pearl up the pair.
Yeah, I wanted to see you about doing a little hauling for us. Yeah, well, I figured long as your teams was laying off not doing nothing, Mike could get you to haul that circus of ours into the county seat for us. I don't know, ought to be 12, 15 good loads. Well, I've got some mighty good prices on it, but if you can beat them, the job's yours.
Why, sure, natural.
I want to get started right early in the morning, if good.
Yeah, I ought to get up off of that.
Yeah, Squire wants to parade the streets in there at the county seat before noon. Oh, ain't nothing to be feared of, Walt. They're all in cages. They can't hurt nobody. Well, just a flat price on the whole job. How much? All right, I grant you it's a deal then. If you come over there to the circus grounds this afternoon, I'll show you what all's got to be did.
Yeah.
All right, Walt. Not at all. Goodbye. Granny, that was a good idea, calling him $40 for moving a whole circus.
Yeah, I don't know. $40 is a lot of money, Lum.
Yeah, but look at these other prices I got here. Wait a minute. Let me slip my specs on.
Well, for the land's sake.
I never knowed you took to wearing glasses, Lum.
Why, no.
Oh, yeah. I had to get them. In fact, my eyes is in such bad shape, he said this morning, it's a wonder I never ruined my health.
Well, I do know. Here you joshing me about buying a pair of them down there, and then you went and got yourself fitted.
Well, he said I ought to have been wearing them about 20 years ago. That's what's caused my asthma, he said.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir, they're right becoming to you, Lum, I'll say that. Yeah, I thought so. Here's them figures.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Let me get my spectacles off here so as I can see them.
Get them off?
Yeah.
Can't you see them letters? They're big as boxcars. I don't know how come me to write so big. These glasses must sort of magnify stuff, so.
Oh, yeah, I can see the figures now with my glasses on, but getting right down here close to it, getting right again the paper.
That's good. Better to use them if you can.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, here comes somebody.
Where? I don't see nobody. Who is it?
I don't know. I never seen him before. Must be some giant. Squire's hard for their circus. Look at the size of that fella.
Well, I can't see nobody.
It's Cedric Weehunt's who it is. What's the matter with you fellas anyway?
Cedric?
Look out where you're going, Cedric. What are you trying to do, run over a feller? He ain't about to run over you, Lum. He's clean up the front of the store. Come in, Cedric.
Yeah, howdy, Cedric, wherever you are.
Howdy, fellas. I thought you was way off yet. Who are you?
Who are we? What's the matter with you?
Here, let me get these specs off. Looks like you're fixing to step right on me here.
Well, I still don't see him.
What's the matter with you, Cedric? What you feeling your way around that way for?
Oh, that feller down there at the circus ground showed me some new spectacles a while ago, and I can't see where I'm a-going.
Well,
Things are certainly looking different to our old friends in Pine Ridge now, whether they're any better or not. Ladies and gentlemen, the next scene takes place in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Fred Smith has just run up against his old friend, Bert Martin. Apparently, they haven't met for weeks. Listen.
Well, if it isn't Bert.
Hello, Fred. How's the boy?
Pretty good. How's yourself?
Can't complain. When did you get in town?
Oh, we're living here.
Yeah? Where?
Down the street, 822.
Fine. So why don't you come up and see us? Madge would be tickled to death.
Swell. We'd like to, Bert.
Good. So, how's Peggy, by the way?
Peggy? Oh, she's all right. She's putting on too much weight, though. You know, I can't understand it.
Peggy? Fat? I can't believe it.
Well, it's true. Isn't Madge?
Madge? Not a bit. I thought of that.
That's what you think. She's just lucky.
No, she isn't. I tipped her off to something, Fred.
What?
A plan to keep her weight down.
What sort of a plan?
It's called the Horlick Weight Control Plan.
Well, how does it work?
Well, she just drinks Horlick's malted milk every day in place of a big, heavy lunch.
And that helps, eh?
You bet it does. And safely, too. She's never sick. Hasn't gained a pound in months, either.
Sounds like quite a plan.
It sure is. I use it, too. We'll tell you more about it when you come and see it.
There's very little more to tell, folks. The Horlick Weight Control is essentially simple, and that's why it's so safe. All you have to do is to drink a glassful of Horlick's malted milk in place of a big, heavy lunch. There's sufficient nourishment, you know, in Horlick's itself to keep you going. Get a package and start the plan right away. You can get it, you know, at your favorite druggist in either chocolate or natural flavor. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlick, who now bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Have you ever wondered why so many medical and child-feeding authorities recommend Horlicks? Well, it's because Horlicks is rich in the precious vitamins that children need. Rich in minerals, too, and invaluable carbohydrates and proteins. That's why Horlicks helps develop husky bodies and strong bones and teeth. You can't do anything better for those children of yours than to give them plenty of Horlicks malted milk. Vacuum processed from rich, full cream milk and the finest of wheat and malted barley. Horlicks is rich in the wholesome nourishment that young bodies need. They'll love it, too. All children like the taste of Horlicks. No family should be without a package on the pantry shelf. And now, here's a special message from Lum and Abner about that flashlight that they offered to send to listeners. They say they just didn't know they had so many friends. The number of requests for flashlights was so great that they can't be made quickly enough to send out promptly. But they want you to know that everyone who sent in will get his flashlight just as soon as is humanly possible. They appreciate your waiting and know that you will be delighted with your flashlight when you do finally get it. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner's swap idea, that of trading groceries out of his store for anything the customer might have to trade, is proving very popular. He has monopolized business in Pine Ridge for the past few days, and incidentally is acquiring a large and assorted collection of animals.
as well as other odds and ends. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum alone in the store. Dick Huddleston is just entering. Listen.
Well, come in. Right over on this side of the store for lowest prices. Quantity merchandise at quality... Howdy, Dick. I thought you was a customer coming in.
No, I didn't want to buy nothing, Lum. I was just looking for Abner.
For Abner?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon he's out back there tending to that livestock of his. I ain't saw him in a couple of hours now. Sit down. He'll more likely be in directly.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait till he gets inside. I can't talk to him out there if he's busy no way.
Well, he's busy, I'll tell you that. Keeps him and Cedric both busy all day tending to that stock of his. You ought to see just what all he's got back there. Out doing this conglomeration of animals I ever seen in my life. He just went from hog wild. Swap for anything they bring in here.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to talk to him about, Lum.
He's got goats and hogs and cows and dogs and chickens and turkeys and guineas and possums. Swap for 3 possums and a coon this morning.
For goodness sake.
He's got 60-some-odd rabbits out there. 60? There was, last county made, and yesterday Snake Hogan's panned off a old horse on him. I just wished you could see him. Abner gave Snake Hogan's $50 in trade for it, and it laid down out there at the side of the store and taken him and Cedric my now all night to get him in the lot back there.
Yeah. Well, Abner never was much of a trader, no way, Lum. I don't see why he started on this swapping business in the first place.
I don't neither. I wouldn't give him $3 for that horse, even if he lives.
Yeah.
He had the veteran over here twice today. He's so weak he can't even stand up.
Well, now, how does he ever expect to come out on a deal like that, Lum? He can't sell a horse if he's that near dead.
Well, he's going to try to pan the horse off on somebody. He's got him propped up out there in the stall to where he sort of looks like he's standing up.
Yeah. Well, he just ruined the business here in town, Lum. That's what he's doing. If he's making any money out of it, well, I wouldn't complain. But that's what I came over to talk to him about. He's not making anything, and we can't make nothing.
Why, no.
I haven't made expenses all week. All my customers are bringing eggs or chickens or something over here and swapping them to them for groceries, and you can't get them to pay cash as long as they can do that.
Well, I don't know. He won't last long, no, Dick. Just look over there how his stock's running down.
Yeah.
See how empty them shelves is again?
Yeah.
He'll be out of merchandise in a few days. The rates are going down. He's already run out of feed. That bunch of stock he's got out there is eating him out of business. He had to buy feed from me today.
He did?
Yeah, he's the best customer I got now. Fact is, he's about the only one I got. Granny's, I'm sure making him pay a profit on that feed I'm selling him, though.
Oh, where's he getting the money to pay for it, Lum?
Well, I'm having to sell it to him on a credit. He ain't got no cash money at all now.
Well, you're taking big chances there, ain't you? Sell him on a credit with all that trading that he's doing?
Yeah, but I know I couldn't hardly turn Abner down. I've knowed him so long. You know?
No, of course. But now fellas got to watch this credit business, Lum. I had a chance this morning to sell a batch of stuff on a credit and make some money, but I turned them down because I knew there wasn't a chance for me to ever get my money out of it.
All right, sure.
It's at Circus. It's supposed to open up here tomorrow.
Circus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Been seeing some bill posters around town.
Oh, yeah,
Circus
they're back to the town with them.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be right smart of a show.
Well, I don't know, Lum. They ain't got much. Just a bunch of old wore-out animals. It's so poor they look like they're about half starved.
Well, I do know.
I went down to look over what they had this morning. Just about ready to fold up. More likely be stranded right here in Pine Ridge before they get done.
I do know.
Why, they didn't have enough groceries there in the cook tent to last them through the day.
Yeah.
They don't make arrangements for credit around here someplace. Well, I don't know what they're going to do.
More likely be on charity.
Why, sure, that's what I'm afraid of. Have to feed them all the rest of the winter.
I feel sorrowful for folks like that, but I'm glad they never come over here looking for credit. I'd hate to turn them down, but I know I can't afford to feed a whole circus crew.
Why, I know. That's the way I felt about it. And there ain't a chance in the world a fella ever getting his money from an outfit like that.
Why,
He's stuck
no,
when you let him have it.
Wait a minute, there's our ring. Hey, Granny, this is one time I can ask my own prices without Abner cutting under me. Hello? This is the John 'em Down store. I'm Edward Stoking. No, Mom, that's Abner, Mr. Peabody's side of the store that's doing that. Uh-huh. Well, I just couldn't tell you, Mrs. Willis. You'll have to talk to him about it. I reckon he will, though. He ain't turned nobody down on nothing yet. Well, he ought to be in most any time now. All right, I'll tell him. No, not at all. Goodbye. Georgia Willis's woman in calling wants to swap a couple of house cats and some goldfish for some groceries.
For goodness sake.
I told her to fetch them on down. He'll swap for anything. He's got a whole cage full of white mice back there he swapped for this morning.
White mice?
Take them, he ought to take goldfish.
Well, what in the world does he expect to do with all this stuff? Stuff like white mice.
I don't know. I don't think he knows himself. Don't reckon he's looked at for a head. Just swap it.
Well, it beats anything that I've ever seen.
Ain't no use to talk to him about it, though. I tried it again this morning. He says I was just jealous because he's doing such a big business.
Yeah. Well, he can have all that kind of business he wants, Lum. I don't want none of it. I know that.
And here comes Cedric in the back door there, Dick. Find out what you say.
Oh, yeah. Howdy, Cedric.
Well, howdy, Mr. Dick. Whereabouts is Mr. Abner at, Mr. Lum?
I don't know, Cedric. I just allowed he's out back there tending to his stock.
No, he left out there about an hour ago. Went off with some feller. I don't know who he was.
Yeah, he's more than likely out making another trade with somebody.
he better get them dogs or them possums run out of the same pen back there.
You mean he's got the dogs and the possum in the same pen, Cedric?
Well, no, not in the same pen. He's got the possums in a cage, but the dogs is barking at them and scaring the rest of the livestock out there.
Well, just let them bark. It ain't none of my worry.
Well, it ain't none of mine either. That is, it ain't supposed to be. I went to work down here at the store. You fellas said you wanted me to deliver groceries. All I did the last 2 days is build pens and look after that menagerie out there.
Keep me pretty busy, all this, Cedric.
Yes, Mom. Them pigeons got out a while ago, and I had a time of getting them all back in. Never did catch 2 of them. They flew off.
Well, sir, I want to go back there, direct, and see that zoo, just to see what it looks like back there.
Yeah, Abner be running competition at that circus over there, Warlock.
Yeah, you ought to just join up with him, Lum. Just pitch in 50-50. They'd have a pretty good show with all these guys.
Then somebody else wanting to swap some animals, I reckon.
Well, better tell them we ain't got no more room out there now, Mr. Lum.
Hello? Got him down, store. Lum Eddard's talking. Why, no, he ain't here. I don't know where he's at, Ike. He done what? Well, don't jump on me about it. Me and him ain't partners no more. He's the one that's doing the swapping. I couldn't tell you. There's a couple back there, but I don't know who he got them off of. Well, wait a minute. Hold the receiver. Who did Abner get them 2 hounds from, Cedric?
Oh, let's see. I believe he swapped Miss Reynolds out of them this morning.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, I reckon they're yours, Ike. Cedric says Abner got them from your woman this morning. Well, I don't know. You have to see him about it. Well, that's up to you and him. I don't know what the law is on it. All right. I'll tell him. All right, Ike. Goodbye. Granny's Abner's got himself into it now, sure enough.
What's the matter, Lum?
Why, that was Ike Reynolds. Mad enough to bite. Said while he's down at the sawmill at work today, his woman brung his 2 best hounds down here and swapped them to Abner for groceries. Now he's wanting them back. Said they weren't earned to trade.
Well, if I was him, I'd call that a good chudding.
Well, he said it was the best 2 varmint dogs he had on the place. Said they's both extras.
Well, that Ike's pretty mad. When he gets mad that way, he's a hard customer.
Oh, yeah, he's mad now, too. Says he's going to give Abner a licking or get them hounds back one.
Yonder comes Mr. Abner out front there now.
Yeah, there he is.
I expect I better get on back out there and see if them pigeons has came back yet. They're supposed to be homers, but I don't know where they think they live at now. Over here or back over there at Doolittle's place where they come from.
Howdy, Abner. You got yourself into it now, Abner. Ike Reynolds just called up and said his woman swapped you a couple of his hounds unbeknownst to him. Says he's going to get them back or give you a licking.
Yeah, I'd just love to see him try. I ain't the constable here for nothing.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see you too, Abner.
Yeah, well, I've been over making a big deal. I dog it, I sold $200 worth of groceries just now. Beat 2 fellers to it.
$200 worth?
Yes, sir, 200. That circus that's in town. I made arrangements to furnish them all their stuff while they're here.
Oh, yeah.
Did you sell that outfit some groceries on a credit, Abner?
For goodness sake.
Well, yes, but he's going to pay me before they leave town, though.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
You'll never get a nickel of it, Abner.
No.
Dick was just down telling me they're just about ready to fold up.
Yeah, but now, they never put nothing over on me. I got them to where they'll have to pay me. I've got a first mortgage on every animal they got down there. Bears and lions and monkeys and zebras and camels and everything else.
Well, Abner may not be making any money, but he's certainly doing the business. Ladies and gentlemen, in the following scene, we find it 7 a.m. in the Peterson home. The alarm's ringing now. Let's see what happens.
Hey, turn that off, Lark.
Who, me? What's wrong with you turning it off?
Oh, all right, if you can't even do that.
And don't grouch about it.
Grouch? Say, if you'd slept as little as I did last night, you'd be grouchy, too.
Well, it is time to get up, you know. What's the matter with you lately, anyway?
I wish I knew. Haven't had a good night's rest for days.
Well, you certainly sound like it, too. Listen, Ed, why don't you try that milk drink Mrs. Arnold told us about?
What's that?
Horlick's malted milk. She gives it to Fred when he can't get to sleep. Says it makes him sleep like a top, and Fred's such a dear, too. He's always good-tempered.
Oh, sure. To you he is, anyway. Yeah, but about that Horlicks, how does it make you sleep?
Well, everyone sleeps better after a light meal, you know. And that's where Horlicks comes in.
Yeah, how?
Well, here's the secret. Horlicks malted milk is easy to digest. That's why they give it to sick people.
Yeah?
Mrs. Arnold says that a glass of it, hot, just before going to bed, relaxes you. And that's just your trouble. You're not relaxed enough. You worry too much.
Oh, well, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'll tell you what. Bring in a package when you go shopping today, and we'll both try it. Tonight. I've got to get some sleep, and pretty soon, too.
Well, it certainly looks as if the sleep problem has been solved in the Peterson home now. There's nothing like a glass full of Horlicks malted milk to help promote sound, restful sleep. Hot, just before going to bed. If you have trouble in getting to sleep or in sleeping soundly, try the Horlick plan yourself. You can get Horlicks malted milk at your favorite druggist in either natural or chocolate flavor. But remember, it must be Horlicks. This is Carlton Brickert, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. We're going to have a big surprise for you tonight, so we're going to hurry right on down to Pine Ridge and Lum and Abner. First, though, I'd like to say something to all you boys and girls who are listening. You know, I have a little girl of my own, just about the same age as most of you youngsters. Well, you know what she likes more than anything in the world? A glass of Horlicks chocolate malted milk. She just loves Horlicks, thinks it's the best tasting drink she's ever had. Well, I'll bet that she drinks 4 or 5 glasses of Horlicks every day. Her mother and I like to have her drink it, too, for we know Horlicks will help her to grow up big and strong. Well, what I wanted to tell you was this. I know that every one of you boys and girls, if you try Horlicks, will like it just as much as my little girl. Why don't you ask Mother or Dad to buy you some? I know they'll be glad to get you a package of Horlicks the next time they go to the drugstore. You boys and girls, and you grown-ups, too, be sure and listen to the closing announcement tonight. I'm going to have a big surprise for you. Can't tell you about it just now, though, so be sure and listen later. Well, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner have secured the agency for a pocket flashlight and have written Mr. Horlick to try and interest him in using a large quantity of them in an advertising campaign. The old fellows are trying to raise enough cash to reopen their Jot-'em-Down store. Well, as we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Lum down at their old store building, which is now being used as headquarters for their matrimonial bureau. Abner, who has been confined to his bed since pretending to have had both arms broken in an automobile accident, is just entering the store for the first time since Lum conceived the idea of the fake accident. Listen.
Well, for goodness sakes, Abner, what in the world are you doing out?
I told it I got tired of laying up there in that bed. I decided to get out and stir around a little.
Yeah, and Elizabeth will just about find out you ain't sure enough hurt, and then we will be into it.
Well, now, Lum, ain't no use for me to just lay up in bed just 'cause my arms is broke.
Yeah, but you get up and around this way, and you're liable to forget that your arms ain't really hurt and give yourself away.
Oh, no, I'm watching that mighty close, Lum. I got my hands all wrapped up, too, so that I won't forget and pick up nothing.
You look like you've been in a wreck, all right.
Well, I feel like it, too. I've talked about these arms being broke and how bad they hurt till they sure enough got to aching.
Maybe Cedric got them bandages wrapped a little too tight on there. Stopped to circulate.
Well, I don't know, but they pained me so bad last night I couldn't hardly sleep. just might as well have been broke. It couldn't have hurt me no worse.
Yeah.
And let me sit down, Lum. I've laid up there in that bed till I'm just as weak as a kitten.
Yeah, sure. Draw yourself up a chair and sit.
Well, I reckon I'll have to get you to move a chair for me, Lum.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a nuisance having both arms broke.
Yeah, it is.
Fella has to be weighted on hand and foot.
Yeah, it's a shame it had to... Your arms ain't broke. What's the matter with you?
Well, no, but I got to make out like they are.
Well, you don't have to make out like it around me. You ain't fooling me none.
Well, Lum, with my arms wrapped up this way, I can't do nothing for myself. I can't pick up nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
I was just sort of wondering, Lum, if you'd mind to fill up my pipe with tobacco there.
All right. Where is it at?
In my coat pocket, left-hand side there. Yeah, right in there. That's it.
For goodness sake, what all you got in here?
I don't know. Elizabeth put all my stuff in there a while ago, my knife and keys and one thing and another.
Worse than some schoolboy about carrying stuff in your pockets.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, much obliged. Now, if you put my pipe in my mouth and light it for me, Lum.
Looks to me like you'd quit smoking while you're crippled up this way, Abner. Here.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Lum, reckon you could sort of lift my hat off and set it over on the counter?
Lift your hat off?
Yeah, Elizabeth put it on for me a while ago, and it's about to worry me to death. That's just one thing I can't stand is for somebody else to put my hat on for me. They never get it on right, looks like. Don't feel comfort.
All right. Now, if you're settled, I'll get back to work here.
Yeah, what are you doing there, Lum?
I've been sorting out some of this mail to the matrimonial bureau.
Oh, still writing in, are they?
Oh, yeah. Matrimonial bureau's fine if we're just making any money out of it.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting letter, Abner. Read that.
Yeah. Would you mind to reach in my inside coat pocket here, Lum, and get my spectacles and set them on my nose for me?
Who ever thought of this idea of having both your arms broke anyway?
Why, you thought of that, don't you know, Lum? I know it sure worked all right, too.
It's working too good. Here. Hold still.
Now, I don't believe we could have figured out a better way to get Elizabeth back in a good humor with me. Now, where's that letter?
Oh, yeah. Listen here. From Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio? Well, you have to hold it up in front of my eyes, Lum, so that I can read it.
Never mind. Just let it go. Just let the letter go. Wasn't nothing important no way.
Why? Well, if I ain't going to read it, why, you may as well take these spectacles off, ain't you?
Just leave 'em on there.
Yeah. All right, I just hate to wear 'em out when I ain't looking at nothing.
Well, Abner, I can't spend all my time waiting on you. If you think I'm going to play nursemaid for you, you just got another guess coming. I've got work to do here.
Yeah, well, before you start in on that, Lum, would you mind to light my pipe up again for me?
And I wished you'd had both your legs broke instead of your arms. Here, now. Keep puffing on it.
Yeah.
If you let it go out again, it'll just have to stay out.
Yeah, much obliged. That's better.
Hope your arms is well by the time we get our store opened up again.
Yeah, I just hope we get the store opened up by the time our arms gets well. That's what I hope. If Elizabeth finds out that we let Squire Skimp beat us out of this store, Lum, we'll both be crippled up.
Well, if this flashlight proposition works out, we'll have a new stock of goods here in a couple of weeks. I believe them things is going like hotcakes.
Yeah, I believe they are too, Lum.
If we can sell enough of them to get our store opened up again, and by that time our matrimonial business is on a paying base, we'll be back on your feet again.
Yeah. Well, if we can just get the store open, that's the main thing. We know we can't starve to death as long as we got a stock of groceries in here.
No.
And if the worst comes to the worst, why, we can just eat the store, you know.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know when we was well off, did we?
Why, no. Had the store and making a little money out of it. If we'd just stayed with it, why, we'd have been all right.
Yeah, trying to get rich quick.
That's it.
Squire Skimp come along with his big-sounding talk and made us unsatisfied with what we had.
Just what he done.
Looked like everything we touched went right backwards to what it ought to.
Oh, Lord, we've had a run of hard luck that just might not ruin us long.
Yeah, more than likely it'll be good for us in the long run. Get some of these big ideas out of our heads.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if we can get our store back now, we'll appreciate it more.
Why, sure. Well, here comes Dick Huddleston.
Yeah.
He's sure been a friend to us, ain't he?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what we would have did if it hadn't have been for him.
been letting me have groceries down there at his store on a credit just to keep Elizabeth from finding out that we lost our store.
Yeah, but it can always lean again Dick in time of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Must be some more mail for our matrimonial bureau he's bringing over.
Yeah, I'm on it. Well, howdy, Dick.
Yeah, come in, Dick.
Well, how you fellas today?
No, just fine. Come on back.
Well, Abner, I didn't know you was able to be up and around.
Well, he oughtn't to be.
Yeah, I just got tired of laying over in bed.
Come down here and expects me to wait on him hand and foot.
Well, how are your arms feeling, Abner?
Oh, they're all right, I reckon, Dick. Say, Dick, would you mind to light my pipe for me here? I don't want to ask Lum to do it again. He got sort of aggravated at me.
Don't do
sure,
it,
sure.
Just let it stay out.
Lum, here's some mail for you here. There's one special deliver letter in the bunch there, too.
Well, I do know.
Here you are, Abner.
Special deliver. Reckon somebody must be in a turbo. Well, it's a letter from Mr. Horlick, Abner.
Huh?
Granny's, he answered right back, didn't he?
Yeah, open it up and see if he takes me up on that proposition, Lum.
Yeah.
You fellas on deal with Mr. Horlick?
Yeah, me and Abner got the agency for these flashlights, and we wrote Mr. Horlick to see if he couldn't use a bunch of them in an advertising campaign of some kind. Here's one of them.
Yeah. Looks like a fountain pen, don't it?
Say, that's all right, isn't it? Well, that's about as handy a gadget as I ever saw.
Well, sir, them things will throw a beam 200 foot.
Yeah, now that is a dandy. Say, that's nice for a fella to have along with him all the time, you know. Like a fountain pen, you can just put it in your pocket there. It's always there when you need it. If you're out in the car at night or something like that.
Why, sure, yeah, it's the handiest thing in the world. Young'uns, they get a lot of fun out of it, too.
It looks like silver.
No, it's polished aluminum, as Lum said it was.
Well, you know, I'd like to have one of these myself, Abner.
What's that, Dick?
I'd say I'd like to have one of these flashlights here,
All
Lum.
right, Granny's, you can get one of them. Listen to this. Here's that letter. Mr. Lum and Abner Peabody.
Yeah.
Dear sirs,
That's us.
I received your letter, also the aluminum pocket-sized flashlight which you sent me. It is a very attractive and useful article, and I am so enthused over it that I am going to send one as a gift to all users of Horlick's malted milk.
Well, I do know.
To anyone who sends you the wrapper of a bottle of Horlick's malted milk powder, I authorize you to send them one of these handy flashlights with my compliments.
Well, that's nice.
In this way, it will be to your advantage to distribute as many as possible. Please accept my sincere thanks for your interest in Horlick's. I am confident that your enterprise will be successful and that the Jot-'em Down store will soon be reopened to the public. Sincerely, William Horlick.
Well, good for him.
Well, say now, that's mighty
Well,
nice.
I knowed they'd do it. I just knowed it. You know, they was nice enough to mail out our Pine Ridge News for us, and I just knowed they'd do this.
Well, sir, that's as nice a gift as I ever saw.
Granny's, I'm going to make an announcement on the party line right this minute. Tell all our friends how they can go about getting one of these flashlights.
Yeah, just tell all the folks that wrote in for the Pine Ridge News, Lum, that we got something else for them now.
I'll tell everybody. Everybody, men, women, and children.
That's a nice gift.
I'll tell them that if they ain't got some Horlicks in the house, to go out and buy some so that we can get some of these roppers in here.
That's the time.
The more of them roppers they send in, the more of these flashlights we can send out. And the more flashlights we send out, the quicker we can get our Jot-'em Down store opened up again.
Why, sure.
Just a minute, folks is listening.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Howdy, everybody. This is Lum Edwards talking. I've got an important announcement to make.
Yes.
You folks out on the party line has been awful good about writing to me and Abner.
Oh, yeah.
We never have called on you yet that you ain't ex-bonded.
Not a time.
We've tried not to impose none on your friendship, and that's why we don't hesitate a minute to ask all of our friends to write in for one of these flashlights the Horlick's Malted Milk Company is going to give away. All you've got to do is to send your name and address on the back of a wrapper from a bottle of Horlick's Malted Milk powder and mail it to me and Abner, and we'll see that you get one of these handy little flashlights.
Well, it's true, folks. Mr. Horlick is going to give one of these aluminum pocket flashlights, complete with bulb and batteries, to every user of Horlick's malted milk powder. Now, here's how you can get one. To let us know you are a user of Horlick's malted milk, send us the wrapper from a package, any size, of Horlick's malted milk powder. Remember, it must be Horlick's malted milk powder. Wrappers from packages of Horlick's tablets are not eligible. Well, on the back of this Horlick's malted milk wrapper, write your name and your address, and then send it with 10 cents enclosed. That's just to cover the cost of packing and mailing your flashlight, which is a regular 75-cent value, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are listening.
everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner, brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk. Before we go any further, folks, let me ask you a question. Do you get that drowsy feeling in mid-afternoon? If you do, you'll be interested in a suggestion that I'm going to make. It certainly pays to keep alert on the job. Well, here's what to do. Just dissolve a few Horlicks malted milk tablets in the mouth whenever you feel that drowsy feeling coming on. That's a simple enough plan, isn't it? Well, you'll be surprised how they pep you up, put new energy into you, without spoiling your appetite for dinner at night. How did they do it? Well, they contain all the good nourishment, all the sustaining qualities of Horlicks malted milk powder itself. They're really just Horlicks powder in handy tablet form. They're not expensive either. You can get a big flask of these tablets for only $0.25, or a handy pocket-sized one for just $0.10. Try them tomorrow. And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. There was quite a bit of excitement yesterday down at the circus grounds. Squire Skimp had insisted on Abner acting as lion trainer, and Abner conceived the idea of putting a glass partition in the cage, which could not be seen from the audience, and yet would permit him to go in the cage without danger. Well, the plan worked fine until the lion crashed through the glass partition right on top of Abner. So as we look in on the old fellows today, we find Lum down at the Jot 'em Down store. Abner has just entered. Listen.
Well, for goodness sakes, Abner, you must have been worse hurt than I thought you was.
Oh, no, I ain't bad hurt. Elizabeth wrapped all these bandages around on me, said she's afraid that some of them places I might get infected.
Well, that's right, too. Yeah, that lion must have scratched you a heap worse than we thought he did.
No, it wasn't the lion so much as it was that glass he broke. I don't think he scratched me much at all.
I believe he's about as scared as you was, Abner. When you hit that glass, I never seen such a surprised look on a critter's face in my life.
Well, I was surprised.
Yeah, I mean the lion, though.
Oh, yeah, of course, he never knowed that glass was there.
Yeah, I don't believe that's a very good idea in the first place, putting that glass partition in there.
No, I know now that it ought to have been made out of iron or something like that. I never thought about him jumping through it, you know. I just allowed that he'd sort of touch the glass with his nose there and see he couldn't get through it.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing it scared him, for he'd have clawed you to pieces there before we got you out of that cage.
Oh, yeah. Well, I believe I could go in there now, though, Lum, and he'd be scared to jump at me.
Well, now, don't you go trying it now.
Oh, no, I ain't. I just said I believe.
Well, there ain't no use for me and you to try to make animal trainers out of ourselves, Abner. We just ain't cut out for that kind of work.
No, I don't believe we're neither, Lum.
Thing for us to do is just get Squire to hire somebody to do all them things he's been wanting us to do and forget about it ourselves.
Yeah.
Granted, he might not have had me talked into laying down on one of them elephants, letting the elephant sit down on me.
For the land.
And it ought to have been flattering a pancake.
Yeah. Well, of course, the reason the Squire wanted us to do it, you know, Lum, was to save expenses.
Yeah, but you notice he ain't taking no chances in being ate up by no animal or nothing. He's figuring on being a ringmaster and a barker.
Barker?
Yeah, barking out in front.
Well, what's he going to do that for?
Well, to get folks to come inside the tent.
I don't see how that'll get him in there. Looks to me like that'd run him off. That's the way old Lead, that dog of mine, runs folks off our place over there, is by barking at them.
Yeah, well, that ain't the kind of barking he's going to do, though. He ain't going to bark like no dog, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, what's he going to bark like?
He ain't going to bark like nothing. He's just going to stand up on the platform out there and give the folks a big talk about what we've got on the inside of the tent.
Oh, he's going to make a speech then?
Well, yeah, that's what it is.
Ain't going to bark at all, huh?
No, that's what they call it in the circus business, a barker.
Oh, man, I can't get used to this circus talk. They got their outdoingest names for things that I ever seen in my life. Like Squire calling them lions and tigers cats all the time.
Now, quick as Grandpap gets back, we'll go over and see Squire and tell him he's just going to have to hire some animal trainer.
What about his Grandpap at?
No, he had to make a deliver over at Sister Simpson's boarding house a while ago. I don't want to leave the store here till he gets back.
No, we'll have all we can tend to, Abner, looking after the business end of the circus.
Yeah.
Selling tickets and buying feed for them animals and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have to look after the money end of it now, me and you. I just don't trust Squire too far, you know. I've still got my doubts about him paying any $50 for that steam calliope.
Well, now, Abner, you don't want to start right out mistrusting Squire. You've got to learn to have more faith and confidence in your feller man. You ought to be ashamed of yourself doubting Squire that way. Besides, I've done called up the feller he bought it off of and asked him how much Squire paid for it, and he said $50 was the price, all right.
Yeah, well, I reckon that I was wrong in suspicion then.
Oh, yeah. I never doubted him a minute, especially after I talked to that feller about it.
Well, I believe that Squire knows the circus business all right. You can tell that the way he's going ahead and doing things, you know. I just hope that we can make some money out of it now. That's what I hope.
Yeah.
We've tried might nigh everything else and ain't had no success.
Yeah, we've had some pretty hard knocks, all right.
Yeah.
But it's like that old Eddard saying, everything comes to him who waits.
Everything comes to who?
Him. Him who waits.
Well, who's him?
Whoever you're talking about.
Well, I ain't talking about nobody. You're the one that said that.
Well, I was talking about us.
Which one of us?
Well, both of us. When I said everything comes to him who waits, I mean us.
Well, why didn't you say us, and you said him?
Well, that's the way the saying goes, Abner. Wouldn't sound right to say everything comes to us who waits.
Well, if you're talking about us, why, it'd sound all right. I don't see no use in beating around a stump about it. If you mean us, why, say us.
Well, Abner, that's just an expression. Folks won't get impatient, just sit back and wait. They'll eventually get what they want.
Well, I do know. Well, when did they find that out?
Oh, that's an old Eddard saying. They've known that for a long time.
Well, for goodness sake. You mean that all a feller's got to do to get something is just sit back and wait for it?
Well, yes and no.
Which?
Which what?
Which does he have to do?
Well, according to the old saying, if he waits long enough, he'll get it. He'll make a success of himself.
And I dog it, I reckon old Bob Rollins is right then after all.
Bob Rollins?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, if everything comes to him at waits, why, I reckon he'll get that railroad job that he's been waiting for.
Oh.
You know, his woman has been taking in washings now for 15 years, making a living for the family. He says, you know, he's a railroad man. He can't do no other line of work, and he's waiting for him to build a railroad through Pine Ridge here, you know.
Yeah, no, he said that.
Yeah, and I always thought it's just out-and-out laziness, but I see now what he's doing. He's waiting to be a success. Instead of him going to the railroad, why, he's trying to bring a railroad to him.
Well, I don't believe that'll work out very well on Bob, though, Abner. You can't just sit and wait. You've got to be a go-getter, too.
Go-getter?
Yeah.
Well, you can't be both, Lum. You can be a waiter or you can be a go-getter, but you have to stop waiting, you know, whenever you go get, because when you get up to go get, well, you have to stop waiting.
Oh,
you
for
just can't.
goodness sakes, Abner, you'd run a body plumb stark crazy.
Well, how can a feller go get something and wait at the same time?
I don't know. You're getting me mixed up now. What was it I said?
Yeah, I forget myself now just what it was.
There you are. Just let it go. Let it go. Here comes Squire Skimp out there.
Oh, yeah.
We can tell him what we decide about training them animals.
Yeah, I want to get out of that if we can, Lum.
Well, it just ain't but one thing to do, and that's for us to just come right out flat-footed and refuse to do it.
Yeah, but I don't believe Squire's going to like that, though, Lum.
Well, wait a minute here. Talking this way, me and you is the bosses down there. We own the circus. Squire's working for us.
I know that's right. Why, he's been bossing me around down there to where I'd plumb forgot about that. Why, sure we are.
Well, just let him know who's fault.
Wait a minute, I better find out what you're saying there.
No.
Howdy, Squire.
Yeah, come in, Squire, come in.
Well, howdy, man. I've been looking all over for you. Been waiting for you to show up over at the circus ground.
Been waiting for it.
Well, if you'd just waited long enough, Squire, why, we'd have been there. You know, everybody comes to him that waits. Yeah.
Shut up, Abner, for goodness.
Well, man, I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you. I don't want to have no hard feelings over it now, but, for the good of the circus, I believe we ought to make some changes.
Make some changes?
Yes, you know, I want to have the grand opening tomorrow afternoon, and time is short, man. I've got to work fast.
Now what's happened, Squire?
Well, I sort of hate to tell you, fellers. I know you're going to be disappointed.
What is it? What are you driving at?
Well, I promised you men that you could be the animal trainers, but in order to have to get the circus ready by tomorrow afternoon, why, I had to hire 2 other fellers this morning to look after that part of the show. And, well, I'll have to ask you gentlemen to just step down and out and let these fellers have your places.
Well, sir, that was just what, of course, we both was terrible anxious to have the job, but if you think it's for the betterment of the show, personal, I'm willing to forget myself and just put the circus first.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, fine.
All right, then. It's all set.
Well, it looks like Lum and Abner's circus is all ready for the grand opening tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, while we still have a moment left, let's pay a brief visit to the Jenkins home. Mr. Jenkins is just home from work. Listen, his wife is greeting him now.
Oh, hello, Tom. I hoped you'd be late.
Sorry I couldn't oblige. What's the trouble?
Well, dinner's not quite ready. Tom, I've had the busiest day. I've been marketing.
Yeah? So how's the budget coming?
Tom, you'd never believe the money I've saved.
Well, how do you do it? I can't.
Well, Mrs. Green helped me. She knows the best places to shop. Remember what we used to pay for eggs?
No, what?
Well, of course, you wouldn't know. But anyway, I saved 4 cents a dozen.
Go on. What else?
Well, I saved 18 cents on a ham. And it's just the same kind that we always get.
Sounds pretty good. So how about my malted milk, by the way? Did you get that?
Oh, yes, and I got the biggest bargain you ever saw.
What, in Horlicks? Where?
Well, it isn't Horlicks, Tom, but it's just as good.
Now, who told you that?
The clerk in the store. He said
Never mind what he said. Now, listen, Jane. That budget idea is all right. Keep it up. But, gee, don't go to extremes. Now, you know what happened the last time we tried a cheap imitation of Horlicks.
Yes, but Tom...
Now, we can save without doing that. Cut down on anything else you like. But, Jane, it's got to be Horlicks.
And Tom's right. It must be Horlicks. If you've got to cut down on expenses, cut down on something else besides malted milk. It's false economy to buy any malted milk but Horlicks, as thousands are finding out. Remember, Horlicks is the original malted milk that gives you full value in nutrition and flavor, that brings results. This is Carlton Brickert speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who now bid you all good night and good health.